No, they're rotating.
So I look up, I see the stars rotating counterclockwise, but they're not actually rotating.
Yeah, relative to you, they look like they're rotating. You know exactly what I meant.
Yeah, and if I turn around, are they still rotating in counterclockwise?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So when I look south, they rotate in one direction, and then when I turn around, they continue to rotate in the same direction.
Correct. Why would that not make sense?
Because the stars go east to west. So when I face north, they go over from my right shoulder to my left shoulder. Then when I face south, they go from my left shoulder to my. Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Because you're wrong.
Oh, so I'm wrong. So when I look north, the stars don't come from my right shoulder to my left shoulder, and when I turn around, they don't go from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. That doesn't happen.
Do you know what the North Star is?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
Do you know what the North Star is?
Repeat back to me what I just said, dude.
Okay, let me paint a scenario.
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
What does that do?
Do it.
Because I want to make sure you're listening. I'm not just wasting my breath. Repeat back to me what I just said to you. The thing you said was wrong.
That's not an argument.
The thing you said was wrong. Repeat it back to me.
What do you mean? Oh,
the thing you said was wrong that I said. I said something. You said it.
You said.
Okay. I said something. You said it was wrong. Yeah, you better fucking leave. That's pretty fucking cool, Travis. What the fuck is that? What a record player. Great, we got Mansky here to gaslight us and about how people don't care about this topic so much.
They don't. You're in a bubble.
Yeah. Well, this bubble seems to follow us around everywhere we go. Weird.
Because it's entertaining to listen to.
What? So people we've never met follow us around the places we've never been to before because it's entertaining to listen to.
Yep, pretty much.
I think you're in a bubble. That's what I think.
It's funny that the Glober thinks that we're the ones who are in a bubble. I talk to random strangers about this in person all the time. I am not limited to Discord, and neither is anyone else here.
Neither am I. Not even close. See, the funny thing is, Mansky, you took this seriously until you crushed and burned a dozen times, and now you resorted to, I can't do it anymore. No one takes you guys seriously anyway. Just you coping.
Cooper.
Oh, Zestmaster's back. Okay. Zestmaster. Really simple. The thing, I said some words. You said I'm wrong. I want you to tell me what words I said that were wrong. Go.
What words did I say immediately before that?
Dude,
Also,
answer the question.
Are you gonna cool off? Wait. You gonna
I'm
cool
fine.
off for a second?
No, I'm not going to be. Look, I'm not going to waste my time just being ignored and you saying "nuh-uh." What did I say?
Guess what? I don't care what you said.
I know.
I don't really care.
And I don't care if you talk at all.
Look,
now I don't care what you said. We're even. Look, the way the stars look, the direction they go depends on what direction you're facing. Yeah, run away. Hey, he's back. Look, Master. See, you're trying to tell us what you think is true versus what actually is true. If the stars did what you described, it would falsify the heliocentric model. But you don't know the heliocentric model well enough to know that. So, really simply, star trails that make circles, that they only look like circles because they overlap into other star trails. But they wouldn't make circles in the heliocentric model, they would make spirals. Because the seasons process. So if you have a constellation like the Big Dipper, 6 months later the handle's pointed in an opposite direction. Well, how did it get there if it's just making circles? Obviously that couldn't happen. So the stars would have to spiral across the sky for 6 months. Doesn't do what you think it does. You just fucking stole someone else. You just stole somebody else's argument.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay, answer my question in the side chat.
I just did.
There.
What question? What does this demonstrate?
No. Question. You can read.
Put a clock on the ceiling, you can look at it and make the hands go counterclockwise. If the clock the clock has to be bigger than you, dude.
What does that do?
Okay, say the clock is at the extremity of the walls, and you're under the axis of where the hands are. And you look at it, when you turn around, they go in different directions, dude.
So
very simple.
What are you talking about? Can you animate this for me?
Of what it looks like from under a clock?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why you can't simply visualize it. You're looking, the hands on the clock are going clockwise, okay, when you look directly at it. But the clock is bigger than, its extent is larger than you. It goes to the edge of the walls, and you're in the center of the room. When you turn around 180 degrees, now they're going, the stars that you're looking at are going in a different direction, right?
Wow.
You're confusing overlapping star trails with a rotating Earth.
Let me show my fan on my ceiling real quick. It's actually a bit bigger than me. It's a really big fan. Oh, no. Oh, I don't have video permission, damn it.
Okay, let's do this real simply, since you're a sped. If I'm looking at the North Pole, right, and I'm backing up, I'm walking backwards, staring at the North Pole the entire time. When I cross the equator, do the stars go in a different direction? I'm still looking at the North Pole. I haven't turned around yet.
No, they don't. What do you mean?
Do they appear to go in a different direction?
Clockwise to counterclockwise. That's because you flip up.
Okay, I'm staring at the North Pole. I'm just walking backwards. They're going in one direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no matter how far I walk backwards, even on a sphere.
What do you mean on a sphere? What happens?
Even on a sphere, no matter how far I walk backwards, the stars continue going in the same direction as long as I'm facing the north, right?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. So the moment I cross the equator, they go in the other direction.
That's correct. They go counterclockwise. Well, actually, they look.
So if I'm staring at the North Pole and I take one step backwards at the equator, the fucking stars suddenly start going backwards?
No. It goes from counterclockwise to clockwise, but it's not like it flips directions.
Dude, what does it look like when I take a step over the equator? Are they still going in the same direction?
Well, what it would actually look like is if is they go.
You want to answer the question, dude, because now you understand that you cooked yourself, dude. It's really simple. You're staring at the North Pole. You're standing on the equator. They're going in a direction. As soon as you step over the equator, they don't fucking flip into the other direction, do they? What makes them change into the other direction?
Exactly.
You turn around. You're facing a different direction.
Yeah, that doesn't change if it goes clockwise or counterclockwise, believe it or not.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are not objective directions, dumb fuck.
Exactly. It depends where you are.
Does it?
That's why if you are
You're in the southern hemisphere and you can see the North Pole, bro. You're in the southern hemisphere, you can see the North Pole. The stars are still going in the same direction. They didn't change direction because you crossed an imaginary line. They change direction when you turn around. You change direction. You. I don't know why this is hard to grasp.
Wait, do you have the ability to give me image, or not image, but fucking camera?
No, I do not.
Damn it.
Should I ask you what I just said to you?
What?
Are you having mental issues? That if you're standing on the equator and I'm looking north, the stars go clockwise, right? Or counterclockwise. So the stars go counterclockwise, so I'm standing on the equator. If I take one step back, do they suddenly go clockwise? Yes or no?
I don't even know what you just said. Say it again.
I'm standing on the equator looking at the North Pole, Polaris. And all the stars are going counterclockwise. If I take one step backwards, they all start going clockwise?
They're not going counterclockwise. What are you talking about?
If I'm staring at the north, on the equator looking at Polaris, they're not going counterclockwise.
No, they're going above you.
Polaris is on the horizon, dude.
Okay.
You have spatial awareness issues, man.
Yeah, it's on the horizon. That's right.
Yeah, and if I did a time lapse, look, you see what Travis posted in the chat? You see that? Now, if I watch this time lapse, right, a time lapse in my eyes, would the stars go counterclockwise? About the fucking Polaris, around Polaris.
If you're on the equator, it would look like it's going up and over you, like an arc.
Oh my god, you're a fucking moron, dude. I said Polaris.
Yeah, what about it, bro?
Are you doing it on purpose, bro?
Yeah.
Wait, you're asking specifically about where Polaris would be? It would be right dead in the center of the fucking axis. What are you talking about?
Would the stars go around it counterclockwise?
No.
No?
Well, I mean, whatever direction it goes in, it wouldn't flip. Is it? I don't know if it goes.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't flip when you crossed into the southern hemisphere.
No, it doesn't switch. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? That's what you said.
Yeah, because I thought you were saying relative to you. I didn't say. I didn't think you were saying relative to Polaris.
Okay, you can look at Polaris and see all the stars circle around as if Polaris was a single point on which they all, like a wagon wheel, go around them. Okay, when you take one step into the southern hemisphere, it doesn't change that.
No.
What changes it? What changes it? What changes it?
It changes?
What changes the way the stars look, the direction they're going?
It doesn't change the direction. What are you talking about?
Okay, you're
I'm
trying
saying
to
it
guess.
changes what it looks like to you. It doesn't actually change where they're actually going.
No shit, Sherlock. That's what I said in the beginning. That you said, nuh-uh. Remember?
What do you mean?
Now, what do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Dude,
Well,
this
you're
playing
not really
stupid
good at
shit's at an
wording
end.
arguments,
Yeah,
though.
no,
I
I'm
honestly
done with
don't
you
know what
playing.
you're saying.
You're playing stupid shtick that you don't know anything. All of a sudden, it's over. Rest in peace. Fucking disgusting humans, dude. I can't stand it. Hey, Mansky, he didn't care so much that he not only changed his own story, he took on my story, okay, and felt he had to lie to protect his ego, but he didn't care at all.
I think he's just casually engaging with you guys and doesn't really care that much.
Yeah. That's why he decided to lie?
I don't think people are coming in here to lie, and
But they do.
you guys yeah, I don't know. You guys do this a lot. You claim people are lying. Nobody really cares that much.
So we claim people are lying. Nobody really cares that much. The only time I heard somebody say, I've seen Kurt from the airplane, Mansky.
A lot probably.
Probably over 10,000 people I've heard say that. All those people are liars. Every single one. Objectively lying.
Maybe they actually believe it.
Maybe they actually believe that their eyes saw something they didn't see.
Yeah. If they believe it, are they lying?
So it's a mass hallucination on all these people that said they saw Kurt from a plane.
I don't know, mass hallucination, but
Well, it has to be, because you're taking motive out of it. The fact is they lie about it. That's a fact. Glovers objectively lie in this topic all the time. Not matters of opinion. They make lies of fact that they know are not true.
I think most people would believe that you can see the curve from an airplane.
Yeah. It's because they're fools. I don't care if they say they can believe it. It's when they say that they've actually seen it. And then you ask them, what flight were you on? And they don't know. They don't know what plane they were on. They don't know how high they were. They don't know where they were going. They don't know anything about the flight. But they saw it. Usually when you say you did something, you're doing that from memory, right? Hey, man, I went to the beach on my birthday. Yeah, that's a memory, right? So they're not actually remembering looking out the window of an airplane and seeing the curve of the earth. They're just lying.
Even Robert Utah says that if you're not looking for it, you don't notice it. It's that subtle.
Robert Utah. He's the rocket whisperer, dude. He's like, he can touch the freaking cold rocket engine and know where it went.
You're like one of them mediums. You give them your ring and, oh, yes, your grandmother's name was Mavis. Yes, she liked butterflies.
Ansky, if NASA showed you pictures of a flat Earth from space, would you believe them?
Yes, because I suck NASA off.
Dude, I don't care what you do on your personal time, man. I don't know how you would suck NASA off. It's just a sheet of paper, dude, with some words written on top of it.
Glober. Globers will find a way.
You're gonna make a little fucking origami guy out of the fucking NASA Enabling Act, printed by the U.S. Congress, and try to suck off a fucking origami puppet. I sucked off NASA. Dude, you know how many Globers would be jealous? You slobbered all over it. I wanted to be next.
Deathmaster dude's whining in the side chat. Got his ears plugged in here.
Turn the server in my BIOS if you want a real debate. But let's see what this is.
They always do this shit. The same exact script, same exact behavior. He's literally being an identical copycat of every other asshole that's come in here before him.
Wait, so how's it?
He thinks he's creative is the worst part.
What'd you say? How's the Earth flat?
Yeah.
Well, the ocean. Do you think water's flat and level?
Nah.
No?
Nah,
So-
the moon moves the waves.
Dude, we didn't say smooth, man. Flat and level, a horizontal plane.
So, like, the ocean doesn't have waves?
Yeah, they have waves, but there's a different property. Smoothness is not flatness. Dude, I dare you to write. Go to when you got Thanksgiving coming up, right? When you go there, be like, that table's not flat because if I take a microscope, there's bumps all over it, and you're gonna be eating outside. Okay, stop being pedantic. Yeah, because you would never talk like this, dude, in real life, dude. This, like, oh, the Earth's not flat because there's waves. It's 193 million mile on the horizontal axis, and it's 3 feet high on the vertical axis, so it's not perfectly flat.
Okay, but, like, how is it flat, though? Like, I want to know how it is. I'd like to be educated.
The oceans of the world, there's only one ocean. I mean, we call them different oceans: Arctic, Pacific, Atlantic, but it's all one connected ocean, right? All the water is connected. That water is flat and horizontal. It does not curve into a ball. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? So if that water doesn't curve into a ball, then the Earth's not a ball.
What?
Water in a bathtub, flat on the surface. Water in a lake, flat on the surface.
Let's just make shit up.
Water on the sea, flat on the surface. That's making shit up? We literally, when we want to make flat things in construction, we use a water level.
Yeah, it's called gravity.
We use it to make it curved. Go start a construction and be like, oh, what's this level for? Oh, it's to make curved floors. Exactly. Sounds stupid, right?
Yeah, it is stupid.
Yeah, because in reality, so you like
comparing a planet.
Flat Earth versus globe thing is this. There's one is based upon reality, and the other one's based upon fantasy.
Yeah, the flat Earth is fantasy.
Well, I just mentioned how it is in real world. When you actually go outside into the natural world and use it, navigate it, all these things, that's what actually exists. Things like curving water, curving level, curving all these are just ideas. They don't actually exist out there. See, flat Earth is not on this Discord, it's outside in nature. It's not conceptual. It's not an idea. It's how we actually use and navigate the world.
Like,
it's how we measure the world.
The Earth was flat. Wouldn't you be able to, like, go into the sky and see the entire planet?
No. Why would you say that? Earth isn't a planet, A. Earth is not a planet.
Sorry, it's a place. It's
not a plate either. It's not an object in space. There is no outer space. There's no outer space vacuum with shit floating around in it, dude.
Okay, so what is there?
Not that, because that's impossible. Do you know why do you know why it's impossible? Because we're breathing air, and if we're breathing air, that means there's air pressure. And if there's air pressure, that means it can't be next to a vacuum without a barrier. Because all the pressurized air would fly off into the vacuum. Just like it does in every experiment ever done in the history of mankind, is that high pressure goes to low pressure.
Wait, so like how does gravity work then?
What does that mean? What do you mean by gravity?
When I drop something.
Okay. Yeah, it falls. And?
Yeah.
Yeah, so?
Wouldn't like the flat Earth just curve, like, and rip apart?
What are you talking about?
All right.
So you're confusing two different ideas. I drop something and it falls, with mass attracts mass turning things into a ball. Those are two separate ideas.
Yeah, but if there's gravity, wouldn't the gravity collapse on itself?
You're trying to combine flat Earth.
No, so you're confusing two different ideas. One is called big G, the other one's called little g. Little g is known empirically. We drop something, it falls, it accelerates at 8.8 meters per second squared. But nobody ever dropped something and said, certainly the Earth has to be a ball because that thing fell to the ground. No one ever said that. That observation does not tell you the shape of the Earth. Now, there's an idea that the big G thing, F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared, which is the Newton's universal law of gravitation. There's that idea that predicts that things would form into balls, like a bunch of free-floating matter in a vacuum would form into a ball. First of all, that's never been observed. Okay? It's never been shown to happen in a lab. And thirdly, it's not even a prediction of the physics. That would be a special case. Because you're going to get an uneven, distorted frickin' blob. The starting frickin' condition would have to be homogeneous. All the particle size will have to be the same. It would have to be isotropic, meaning there isn't more mass in this place than this other place.
Wait, so what is pulling the objects to the ground?
What makes you think there's a pull?
I don't know. They fall. They don't go up. They don't go sideways.
How do you know it's on a push?
What would be pushing it?
What would be pulling it? Why are you using an analogy of pushing and pulling at all? The current rhetoric is it's not neither of those. The current rhetoric is the distortion of space-time. That the geometry of space itself is changing.
Hey, real quick, I just put 12 different theories of gravity in the side chat. Which one is your favorite?
They need to go on a dartboard. Can you freaking get those on a dartboard?
Put on a roulette wheel.
Yeah.
You probably could with all the division.
Gravity bingo cards.
Yeah, the idea that gravity forms things into balls is a poorly conceived idea. And it's not even the modern rhetoric anyway. But that's what they teach everybody in school. Gravity bingo.
It goes up.
Yeah, you can't get, like, it doesn't logically follow because something falls to the ground that the Earth is a ball, okay? You can't make that chain of logic. Doesn't, okay, I went outside, I picked up a frickin' rock, I let it go, it fell to the ground, therefore Earth ball. That's silly. Right, you need a whole sequence of frickin', a whole logical chain. And then all you would have is a hypothesis. But if I go, hey, dude, has anybody actually observed gravity forming things into a ball? That's a big no. You can say, hey, I look in the sky, I see a bunch of balls. That doesn't tell you how they formed. So, point of all that is that even, let's say you have this whole hypothesis that gravity forms things into balls.
I see you, man. My game installed.
Now check. Yeah. That was Heretic's Razor right there.
Perfect example.
Yep, exact. That was definitely Heretic's Razor.
Mind me, Heretic's Razor.
Is that people that are dumb that have been bullied by people that are smarter than them want to bully someone too, and they're sick of being bullied, so they come into the flat earth room and then try to be the intellectual bullies.
That's also a bully reverse cycle.
Yeah, exactly.
Did he say something insulting, like leaving statement there?
What do you mean?
No, I just like if he.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But like, I think he thought he was going to come in and just take a dump all over us, and then didn't end up being that way.
Yeah.
He probably just thought we were crackpots.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You could hear him kind of laughing at the beginning.
Yeah, just like Mansky said, he wasn't taking it seriously, and then it got so not serious that he had to pull a ripcord, jump out of the fucking airplane.
Yep.
He took the wind out of his sails. He was about to crash. Had to dip out.
Now, I hope I got Heretic's Razor right, because I just heard it last night. I mean, my rendition of it could have been wrong, but that was my understanding of what it is.
And he did come off as arrogant at the beginning, like he was about to come in here and talk some shit. And it did not play out as he expected it to.
Yeah, they think they can get a one-up because flat earthers have to be the dumbest, right? They have to be.
His head probably exploded at 12 theories of gravity. So someone said make a bingo card with all them theories. It's like you never fill that out. The average glober doesn't even know the most recited theory properly.
I think there's a wiki list of like 67 or something. Different ideas. Yeah, some are interrelated, but yeah.
No, I didn't know Heretic's Razor, but yeah, probably was that. To me, it just sounded like it got too spicy too quick, and he made a quick exit. Flat earthers are not wrong, then you are fucked in your worldview. You cutting about Mansky? No, he's just right there. I came back. Yeah, Mansky, you still in the closet?
Yeah, I noticed I had to update Discord. I will never not update Discord.
All right, what'd I miss?
Well, I proved the Earth is a globe, and they're all just completely odd. They're just silent now.
Oh, that's a good trick, brother.
You know, it'd make things a lot simpler if someone could just prove the globe, right, Mansky?
Mansky, I know you think you proved globe Earth, but I proved concave Earth. That's right. Here, I'll show you the evidence. See that, Mansky? With the photograph.
Yeah.
That's a digital photo taken of an actual printed photograph taken from an actual negative from an actual camera. That's the airplane wing on the left there. That's the horizon out there. Now you see that horizon? The horizon looks flat, bro. But the problem is it's not flat. Let me show you. So when you put a straight edge up to it, there you go right there. Check that out. That horizon's curved up, buddy. Sorry, buddy. So someone told me you could see curvature of the Earth from an airplane window. So I was like, all right, bro. I happen to have some pictures from an airplane window. So if it's a curve of the Earth from the airplane window, then the Earth is concave. Well, guess the Earth's not a globe there, bud. Damn, sucks, doesn't it?
Didn't show up until better cameras existed.
Yeah. So when someone says, why would they lie? Everyone would have to be in on it. Well, is Kodak in on it? Did Kodak make cameras specifically designed to show the Earth as a globe? To lie because it's actually concave? Is that what happened, Mansky? What do you think, bro?
No, I don't think Kodak is in on it. I was talking to this guy a few months ago. Or no, I wasn't talking to him. He just DM'd me. And he said, you guys are pretty much retarded. But he's got like an idea of how the Earth actually is flat. And he was sending me all these links.
Wait, he was saying you're retarded? Is that what you just said?
No, he said the guy, like the flat earthers in this room are retarded.
I don't believe you. Show us a screenshot.
Well, he didn't say retarded, but he said...
So why are you making shit up just to be rude?
Oh my god, dude. It's just...
Well, if you're going to slip in insults, don't be mad when we do it back.
Okay, dude. What did he say exactly?
He didn't say anything because you're making this up.
I'm not.
I thought he was making up, Travis. Pretty standard reference to this room from fucking Globe Zealots is prefaced with those guys are retarded.
Well, even flat earthers think that
Phil or
that we're retarded
or something. No doubt. Was that you?
Yeah. I would say even some flat earthers would say those guys are retarded, but here's why the Earth is flat. So those flat earthers are retarded for thinking the Earth is flat, but let me tell you why the Earth is flat.
So yeah, go ahead. Tell your story, Mansky. Yeah, Mansky, what were you going to say? Go ahead. Tell us.
No, he wrote me a lot. I'm trying to find what he said exactly about you guys.
Oh, okay. It's all just fucking personal insults.
Yeah.
Or did he have some evidence?
No, it wasn't really that insulting.
Was there any constructive criticism?
Why the fuck can't I find it?
Probably because it's not that important, man.
Now this guy has like a bunch of really interesting theories that you guys don't talk about. Oh, by the way, the guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than water's level, etc. So he pretty much clowned on you.
Yeah. Well, we fucking share laser measurements all day.
That's all we really need to claim,
It's a
though.
limited hangout, to be honest. Damn, you guys got clowned on.
But you claimed that he said that we were retarded.
Okay, dude. Like, come on, read between the lines there.
Okay, but what greater point did he give?
See, AI is the only intelligent one in this room. He can actually look past the whole retard thing.
What greater point did he give?
T-Dub's getting fucking triggered now.
Would you kindly answer?
Okay, take it back, Travis.
I'm losing interest real fast.
Respond to
Sent me this
AI.
gift.
This is your moment, Mansky. When the girl is Mansky, the girl has put her face in front of you. She's pouting her eyes, her lips are puckered, and you're sitting there talking about something else rather than taking her and kissing her. Okay, so she's about to break up with you, bro. So get it done. Let's go. Let's go.
We live within / below an electromagnetic field. That's why the stars move into rotations like we observe, and why the latitude and longitude lines mirror the sky. Then he sent me this weird GIF, and then magnetic field versus electric field. You see? Then he sent me a bunch of links.
Bet it was BD or something.
And the kicker is the sun actually does a figure 8, not circles, like almost every flat earther still assumes at this point. Stay tuned. Most people, flat earthers and ball earthers, are quick to assume the 2-pole flat Earth would require a Pac-Manning sun, but this isn't true. They'll see when I make the graphics show it along with the explanations. Blah blah blah.
What was the guy called, Mansky?
His username. What's his username?
Oh, his username? New Perspective.
New Perspective. Yeah, we know that guy.
Yeah, we know who he is.
way!
Bro.
Yeah.
Oh, but by the way,
allowed in our channels because he keeps rabbling on fucking esoteric shit. He's now angry.
oh really?
I don't know. He seems to be working on something pretty big.
What's up, Flurfers?
Hey, leave your mum out of this.
What's up, Globetard?
Well, you see, the difference, bro, is that let's say he's correct that that's how the sky works. Okay, let's say that's true. That doesn't change the fact that the surface is flat, and that the gold standards of the surface being flat is that it's benchmarked to water level, which water is flat and level. So he just is mad that he doesn't get to talk about his things here, but he can talk about those things. So
Water is not
basically,
flat.
And has.
Yeah.
And borrowed clips of us, right? He's made clips of us for his programming on YouTube.
Oh, and the sun makes perfect circles, or the sun has to teleport. I mean, those aren't necessarily the positions of everybody that hangs out 24/7. So I don't even know what he's talking about. It sounds like he's butthurt, but go ahead.
Who's butthurt?
He referenced some guys called Ether Cosmology. Do you know them?
Yeah.
Oh,
Shane and
that's not.
Shane and Space Audits.
Yeah.
Bear.
Alan. I don't think they say the sun makes circles or anything like that.
Did you guys know that there are little retro reflectors on the moon?
There are?
Yeah, man.
Wow, dude. How did they get them there before the moon landing?
Installed by hand, by man.
Yeah, sure.
Did you hear what he just asked you?
Well, quick question. If there were no retro reflectors, would they be able to bounce lasers back and forth?
No.
No. So why don't you look up MIT 1961, who was bouncing lasers off the moon many years before the Apollo hoax?
Or the Soviet Crimean Observatory, where they also did the same thing.
Go ahead and link it.
Just look it up. MIT bounces laser off moon, 1961. Google it. Look it up yourself.
Fuck, dude, it's on Wikipedia's retro reflect page on the retro reflectors.
What, 1961 MIT laser, you said?
Yeah. Bounce lasers off moon.
No, he's going to throw his own... Watch, he'll throw his own claim under the bus right when he gets back.
Yeah, he said, no, it couldn't be possible. So...
Now, what about Shane and Alan? They're saying what?
What, you weren't listening, Indio?
Yeah, I only heard part of it. I only heard that back end of it.
Mansky has DMs or something from New Perspective, all about how we're shit, we don't go beyond Waters' level, he's got better arguments, blah, 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 blah.
We don't go beyond Waters' level. Oh, New Perspective. I mean, I don't know what that would even mean. I wouldn't go by how Mansky's characterizing them. New Perspective's main go-to, though, is the rotation and trying to land the airplane. I wouldn't go by what Mansky, whatever he said, New Perspectives.
Yeah, right, this is just all on Mansky's word. We're going off here.
Dude, you can see his little avatar, profile picture, his name.
Yeah. My bros do a great job explaining. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go read the first one.
Tag him indirectly. Maybe he's around.
He might even be listening. Like I said, he has
come in here to defend himself, dude. Is this like a pathetic version of Divide and Conquer, Mansky?
No, I just randomly brought it up because AI was talking about concave Earth, and
what does any of this say about Flat Earth Discord? 24/7.
By the way, the guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than waters level, etc. They're right about this, but it's a limited hangout.
Where's that? Which screenshot is that in?
Oh, it's the second one.
Guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than waters level. They're right about this, but it's a limited hangout, to be honest. I'll send you links to some servers that go further and aren't overly cautious not to speculate. You can join those from YouTube. What's that a link to?
He sent me a ton of links.
Yeah, we don't speculate. If they want to speculate, feel free.
Well, let's preface this, Indio. He started his gambit with, this guy DM'd me that 24/7 guys are retarded.
Dude, he did. He clowned on you guys.
So somebody I'm on a first name basis with is calling us retarded.
You guys are the waters level bros.
Flat Earth dude knows in real life and like hung out and had beers with like he's calling us retarded. But it doesn't say anything about him doing that at all. And he posts our freaking videos on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I've hung out with him not only on Discord, but also on X.
Yeah, Mansky heard somebody say 24/7 doesn't. This is what he basically heard. 24/7 limits their points to non-speculative facts that can be substantiated with direct evidence or empiricism. Therefore, they're retarded. I think that's what Mansky heard.
So, Ether Cosmology, which is the name of the Discord that those guys hang out on, is about Ether Cosmology. So they go into the speculation of how the ether, and they're trying to explain the sun, the stars, and they go through all that shit. But that's their thing. We're not on that thing. At least I'm not. While it's interesting, and like, Nancy, you could actually learn a lot by going to space audits and reading some of their literature reviews that they go over. The homework that you never did, they go over it. You could do it over there. They go over frickin' Michelson-Morley, the Rebka Pound, like all the experiments which got to where we are now. The Earth is like general relativity and all the shit that goes with it. Tests that showed that the Earth is not in motion, like Harry's failure and Michelson-Morley. They go through all that stuff, okay?
Right.
We have been focused and always been focused on specifically flat Earth. They're on some other shit. What do we have to do? Some fucking monolith where we all hold hands and say the same shit?
But I mean, too, as well, like we're pointing out that it's not dependent, like what we say, on providing alternatives when they demand that we do, right? Like, well, I say that the sun proves the Earth's globe, so if it's not, you've got to present something else about the sun and the stars and the planets and all that shit, right? Like, we don't have to, but if they want to, they can do it. And probably they just do it because they're interested in it and they want to figure stuff out, right? They're not necessarily presenting it back to Globers as an alternative or as a rebuttal to any Glober argument.
You hit the nail right on the head, dude. They're not presenting it as an alternative. They're not saying, hey, dude, we need to replace their bullshit with ours. They're on some other shit. This is like an independent fucking side quest that has nothing to do with anything.
It's exactly what I thought.
What's exactly what you thought? What you thought?
They just shone a light on the moon, but that doesn't. The retroreflectors prove that we went and put them there.
How?
How else did they get there?
They're not, dude.
How do you know they're there?
We already covered this.
You're not well, bro. You're not well, Twanger. How do we know they're there?
I like how you almost slipped there, dude.
How do we know they're there,
dude? You put your mask
dude?
up really fast, though. You caught your mask there.
Yeah. How do you know they're there, Twanger?
Because they direct light directly back at us.
Really? In the form of what? How is that detected?
In light, photons.
Yeah. How is it detected?
It's round.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
It's a
nice TV show too. I saw that TV show. So you're talking about, right? The TV show.
Space is real, boys. After all.
Twanger, stop trolling, bro.
Looks like we really landed on the moon.
Look, Twanger, you're trying to convince yourself, okay?
Right.
Why does this stupid ideology still exist?
Evidence and saying, yeah.
What's the ideology part?
Yeah, flat Earth.
Can you tell me what the ideology part is, though? The ideology part? What part is that? Of the flat Earth. What's the ideology
stupid
part?
Belief in
What makes you think it's a belief?
Because we literally have evidence to prove otherwise.
Well, I have evidence. Oh, you have evidence to prove. Well, what is it? I want to hear this. What's the evidence to prove otherwise?
There's a good video from a flat Earth documentary.
There's a good video.
Actually disproves them.
Really? How'd he do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd he do?
He shined a light like through a hole from a distance. Here, let me just show you the video.
Yeah, just review it, dude.
How high was the light? How far was
Sounds really technical, bro.
How dark was the hole?
I'm looking up the video real quick.
Why do you have to a couple you already believe?
What?
You're looking up what you already claimed was true retroactively. You believed it first and then looked for the evidence later.
It's a documentary. I literally watched a whole documentary about a flat Earth.
Is this what you based your view of globe Earth on? Is this how you decided that you're on a globe?
Yeah, because we live on a globe.
Yeah, but you said it was listen, bro. You said it was a belief. So if it's a belief, why did people before the globe idea came around? Why did people think the Earth was flat? What was that based on?
Because they probably didn't know what a fucking roundness was.
Okay, so they said, I don't know what roundness is, therefore the Earth is flat. How did they know?
Well, they didn't really know what flat was. If we're talking what timeline are we talking now, or like
before Plato's wrote Timaeus, which is the first reference to the Earth ever being a globe. Before that, before anybody ever thought of it, why did people think the Earth was flat? The Mayans, the Chinese, the Indians, fucking everybody thought the Earth was flat.
I just want to throw this in. Plato's pretty awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Plato is usually right.
Yeah, change the subject. It ain't happening. Why did people think the Earth was flat? It's a very simple answer.
I mean, they just did because they just weren't educated elsewise.
Oh, they weren't educated.
What was their reasoning?
The people who built the pyramids were not educated?
Right. What was their reasoning, bro?
This is like an honesty check, but you guys can't say the obvious. It's because the Earth looked flat. You know what the answer is. We know what the answer is. But you have to pretend there's no evidence.
What Earth looked like.
They didn't know what Earth looked like, so everyone was blind prior to Plato.
Everyone was blind.
They didn't have the view of space, too.
Did they need it?
Really?
Yeah.
Why do they need a view from space? Well, why would they ever think space exists?
Now bro, this is so...
That sounds like a concession to me that while you're on the surface, it looks flat.
Yeah, so it's not a belief, bro. Beliefs are acceptance without evidence. Looking flat is evidence that it's flat. What else would it be evidence of? Evidence that it's curved?
It doesn't even look flat. You could see the curvature of the Earth if you look outside.
Really?
You could literally look outside and see the curvature.
Let me see the side of a house, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
That should be good. That should be good.
Yeah.
So where do we go?
I looked outside and I see a ball field. There's a ball field in the back of my house.
Earth is pretty big, and it's definitely very...
ants on a ball. Here we go.
Definitely.
So this is the part where you try to convince us that we can't actually tell if the Earth is a ball. And that it looks flat, that it's a flat-looking ball. This is that part of the.
I mean, you can't with how big it is, yeah. But if you definitely look far enough out into the horizon, you could tell it's curved.
My question is too: when we look at a moon, why does it look round? Huh?
What's the moon got to do with the Earth?
No, just a question.
Who cares?
Oh.
Why does your fucking dog look like a dog?
Okay. Like dumb question, I guess.
Why does the Earth look round in space?
How do you know that?
Because we literally have evidence.
Who's we? There's no we.
Us as humans. I could literally look it up.
Us as humans. There's no we. You're not involved in any of that shit. In any way. You're not an astronaut, buddy.
I can Google it, though.
So check this out. How do you know that's what the Earth looks like from that point of view? Maybe it looks like something else.
You just blew his mind.
This is
you don't know. You either trust
ask these new guys. Sorry, I just have to ask. Like, do you think we're sitting here as flat earthers because we forgot to go to Google Images?
No, you just want to be countercultural.
Oh, now it's a psychological problem.
You just kind of want to be countercultural.
Then why didn't I? Then why didn't I start my argument with I fucking hate the government? Why did I start it with, hey, dude, why did people think the Earth was flat in the past? And I pointed to evidence. Do you want to know what you didn't point to?
You didn't really.
Evidence that that the Earth looks flat isn't evidence it's flat? What's it evidence of?
It doesn't look flat completely. I've even said out in the horizon it's curved.
In what way? In what way is it curved? Can you tell us? Inform us. Is it curved left to right?
What do you mean?
Curved down? You know the horizon means bounding circle? That's the ancient Greek, means bounding circle. That means it's no matter what direction you look, say you're on an island, you can see 3 miles in every direction. Say you could see 3 miles in every direction, that would be a circle. That's why horizon means bounding circle. The horizon's flat. You can do a 360, it's flat. Water's flat. Water's flat and level. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? And if that water is not curving, then the Earth's not a ball. It's very simple. If the water's curving, Earth is a ball. If the water's not curving, Earth is not a ball. We know the water's not curving. But it isn't a belief that it's not curving. We can observe this. You've observed this. The difference between us and you is they say there's some point that you can't see where it does start curving, where you can measure to see if that place actually exists, and it doesn't exist.
No.
You know why? Because we checked. You can check too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
but,
you can check.
You are missing a huge, and I mean huge part of. You're missing a huge part of the Earth that could possibly hide it being, round. That being, it's fucking huge.
Not when it. Oh god, you sound familiar. What's your YouTube channel name?
So big.
None. I don't have a fucking YouTube channel.
Round Earther.
Huge is not a size. It's just your opinion.
There's specific numbers that are given to us.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract there. Continue on. Sorry, India. That was my bad.
Here, let me see. What is the actual size of the Earth? I keep forgetting.
Wait, you don't even know?
It's so big.
Because it's just big.
Why don't you know
have
already?
to have the exact numbers stored in my head.
Well, how
You're
can
going
you
to come
make
in here
claims if you
defending
don't know
something.
the
You should
numbers?
know everything about it.
I was just joining. I was exploring. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, you were quick to assert the Earth was a globe.
Give him a chance to find the.
Now you seem to be backpedaling.
Don't you find it odd that you have to make the argument that the globe is undetectable?
For the record, I'm exploring too.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's like an odd argument?
Just stupid.
Oh yeah,
I just
not
kind
really
of
an
joined
argument.
because I think that I wasn't really here to try to argue. I was just kind of.
You said you tried to claim we have an ideology, which is horseshit.
Yeah, you kind of do.
Okay, so observing the Earth is flat is an ideology. That's an ideology.
Yeah.
Do you know what ideology means?
Yep.
It means not with the senses, dude.
Yep.
It would mean a mental construct, an idea that comes from. Go ahead, Eli. Sorry.
Yeah.
When people come on the job site, the first thing I do with them, I say, "Can you read a tape measure?" If they say no, I go, "Okay, now let me explain the ideology real quick." Then I say, "Can you use a level?" And they say no, and I go, "Okay, let me explain the ideology real quick." We do. Measurements aren't ideology, brother. Yeah, when you're on a job site and you're trying to level a foundation or you're trying to level a floor or put up a wall vertically, is that an ideology?
I feel like you're trying to misguide me.
No, I'm not, dude. You come in here claiming that observing something flat and concluding it's flat is an ideology. Okay, that's just ridiculous.
It doesn't. The Earth doesn't even look flat.
You're already entirely misguided. We're trying to unmisguide you.
At what point is
How the fuck am I misguided?
At what point is
because you live on a spinning sphere with no empirical evidence of it?
Misguided by believing.
Where does gravity come from? Is it just is like gravity flat too?
Which gravity?
The fuck you mean which Earth's gravity?
Einstein's or Newtonian gravity? Which gravity are you talking about? There's a whole bunch.
They don't believe in gravity.
They don't believe in gravity? Do you not believe in gravity?
What does that mean to not believe in gravity?
Yeah. Is that what it requires? Belief. Trust.
What's going on in chat? Let me see chat real quick.
So, see, this is the problem, is that you guys conflate two separate ideas. One idea being things fall, and that's called gravity. That's the effect we all observe in nature. But you conflate the cause with the effect. Why things fall? You think it's because there's a magic pulling force that forms things into balls. That's never been demonstrated experimentally. It's never been observed in nature. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Things fall is observed every day. Gravity forming things into balls, that's horseshit. Now, what you should be paying close attention to is the major infirmities, the ideas you have, or you've been taught are, when you actually think about them. The cause, the effect is called the cause. Hey, dude, what's gravity? What forms things into a ball? I don't believe that happens. Oh, drop something. Well, what causes that? Oh, I don't know. What causes something to fall? The thing that forms things into a ball. So, well, how do you know that? Drop something. End up in a loop. Circular logic.
Okay, I do have one question. Why do you think that gravity would turn something in the balls?
It's what you guys think. It's what you guys think. It's not what I think. I don't know why anybody thinks that.
What? You said water flat.
Yeah, the mainstream claim is that Earth is a sphere and all the planets are spheres. It's because gravity pulls mass into that shape. That's the mainstream claim. That's what you believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's never been observed in nature.
I always figured one of the first things they did on the ISS was take some Cavendish balls, put some water in there with them in a vacuum chamber, and showed us water sticking to them. But they never did.
Yeah, they always show us them going to the bathroom for some reason.
Let's hear what Ice has to say. He's about to spiral because he thinks looking up proves things go less into balls. Thinks that's the evidence that that's how they form, by just seeing them, and they may be spherical.
No, I'm pointing out that very basic reason to conclude that when the other guy says there's no reason to think that gravity turns things into balls when everything we see in the place where gravity would turn things into balls is a ball.
What? What place is that? How do we find... Hold on, Ice J Fish. How do we find that place in the first place?
Oh, it's very simple. You know how air pressure, like there's less air the higher you go?
It's not a method of finding something.
No, I'm explaining to you. So the place where I'm talking about is where there's less air. So the higher you go, the less air there is. If you keep going up, ostensibly...
Yeah, how does that tell me where the place where there's balls are? Nothing you're not...
It goes down to basically zero. Because if it keeps going down...
You said that in the place we expect to find a ball, we see the stuff that would make the ball. Okay?
No, we see balls.
Why would we expect in that place to be a... Hold on. Why would we expect that place in three-dimensional space there to be a ball there?
Because we're looking at distances that are so far away in a place where there wouldn't be any air, which means that large masses, according to gravity, would collapse on themselves into balls, spherical shapes. Okay. And that's what we see in the sky.
Okay, that's not a prediction of Newtonian gravity. You're just saying
two separate things.
Thank you, and good night. Or I might be
hey, bro, in the side chat. Hey, don't you freaking... Oh, you weasel little...
He's fucking broken, man.
Little bitch.
You guys are fucking mentally delusional.
That's really a good argument.
Oh well.
Oh, you want to pick up for him? You want to pick up his argument for him?
No, I just want to ask one question. What gave you this conclusion that Earth is flat?
Paying attention to reality and stop living in fantasy land. When you actually observe the world, look, what did it is I actually observed the world instead of taking what the world is on based upon what someone told me. I said, hey, dude, what people are telling me.
So you're saying you were never influenced by anyone?
No, let's go check that. We fact checked.
So you were influenced by someone?
Stop interrupting him, B, man. I'm trying to hear him. In every sentence.
I'll tell you what I was influenced by.
He was interrupting me earlier.
Okay, I'll tell you what I was influenced by. There was in Michigan, there was a news story on the weather, on the local news, that they showed a photograph of Chicago across 52 miles across Lake Michigan, and they said it was a mirage. But it didn't look like a mirage. There was no double image. It wasn't inferior mirage. Wasn't a superior mirage. Wasn't a Fata Morgana. And then I looked up the math, and the Chicago shouldn't be visible. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Then I looked, there's more observations that bust the globe. More and more and more and more and more. That the globe makes certain predictions of what we should see of the world, and none of those predictions are actually in the world.
So wait, can you see Bangladesh from where you are?
No, and you shouldn't.
Exactly. Do you know why?
There's no reason
why. Yeah, because of the meteorological conditions prohibit it.
It's a transmission
because
factor.
when I look at my local weather app and it says visibility 10 miles, that's based upon the meteorological condition.
Yeah,
and the
guess
clarity.
what your weather app's based on?
So my weather app is a curve calculator.
Has nothing to do with curve.
Yes, it can.
My weather app is a curve calculator. That's what you're saying. Would it need to know my elevation?
Yeah, it would.
So I have to punch before I can use my weather app, and it gives me the visibility. I have to punch in my elevation.
No, what? You're being so fucking disingenuous. It's crazy.
Well, because how far you can see on the globe is based upon how high you are above the surface, right? You can see farther from on top of a mountain, right? I'm seeing over the curve of the Earth. So the visibility would have to be based upon, if it's calculating the curvature, I would need to know my elevation to make that prediction. Yeah, it's not based upon that. It's based upon the transparency of the air. And guess what? The air's not transparent for fucking 9,000 miles or however far away Bangladesh is.
Okay, if the air isn't transparent, how can we see the moon and the stars?
My goodness gracious. Well, you're not looking horizontally, are you, at the moon?
Much easier to look up than it is horizontally. There's less.
In fact, the sun is 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at noon. Yeah, 23,000
Yeah, where does it go at night? Where does it go at night then?
Somewhere where you're not.
Is that
away?
That's a crazy.
Okay, so why is there sun in Japan while I don't have sun here?
Same answer I just gave you. The air is not transparent. If I'm underwater, let's say I'm at 400 meters under the surface of the ocean, and it's noon. Can I see the sun?
What?
I'm under the water.
Me personally,
it's noon. I'm underwater, and it's noon. I'm 400 meters. Can I see the sun?
It matters how clear the water is.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But not the air.
Guess what air contains? It contains a lot of water.
Yeah.
It's called humidity.
Then there's dust.
Thank you, whatever your name is, for these images. This is
It's called Snell's window.
Yeah.
So
I
you
know
don't
what Snell's window
understand
is.
by your own admission there, V-Man, you just contradicted your other claim.
What
or
do you mean?
assertion. Well, the clarity of the water, right, is relevant to how far you'll see through it. So
I've seen some very clear water, and air is just a very
shallow
clear
sea.
Yeah,
water,
the air is a medium
depending
as well.
on variables.
So can you see fish 500 feet below you on super clear water?
All right, friends. I'm gonna have to smack the facts real
What
quick.
happened in this image, V-Man? Did the Earth fucking shrink, and that's the horizon there, just past the skyscrapers?
That's fog.
Oh shit!
Me personally, I believe it plays peekaboo.
So a high density of water in the atmosphere. You understand that with distance, the light is going to attenuate through the medium. That's why you can see the sun on the horizon. You can look at it because it's passing through all of that gas. So when it's above your head, you can't look at it because there's not so much of density of that medium to distinguish the light. Same reason why you can't see to the bottom of the ocean, or like Indio says, see the sun at noon when you're 400 feet down, because the light can't get through all of that water, even though a small portion of it might be transparent to you. Over distance, it's actually translucent.
Funnily enough, my friend, they actually have a equation that you can do. It's called the Rayleigh Atmosphere Extinction Coefficient, and when you apply it to the ambient atmosphere at the base altitude, so 0 altitude, you get pretty much no more than 350 miles that you can see. So the idea of seeing from one coastline to the other coastline of thousands of miles away is impossible. You can't see through that much atmosphere. It's just that simple. Now, you might say, well, hold on, Fred, real quick. So you might say, well, if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see everything I should be able to see within that range. Well, guess what? There's observations off the west coast of California where people are seeing islands and out in a range that's within that range, but greater than the range of the alleged curve of the Earth would allow. So in other words, off the coast of California, you can see everything that's within that range. So if anything, friend, your argument that I should be able to see things beyond what the curvature of Earth would allow is correct. We see those things all the time. So whether you realize it or not, you actually defeated that the Earth was a globe. So good job, the Earth is flat.
Even lighthouses can't be seen beyond 27 nautical miles.
Depends how tall the lighthouse is.
Most of them are not that tall.
All right, those are all great points, but we need the other guy to respond.
Still you, V-Man. Don't go quiet on us.
Did we brick him?
I was just going to point out we do have some really cool long-distance photography if he's interested in that.
Doesn't matter. By his own admission, he said, if the Earth was flat, I should see things beyond the curve of the Earth. They should present themselves within my field of view. And I presented him with an example that is true. Therefore, by his own logic, he now concedes the Earth is flat.
And that's based upon the misconception that he can see the moon at nighttime and it's thousands of miles away.
What? Well, he could definitely see the moon.
They don't realize that you're not seeing the surface of the moon. You're seeing the light that comes off the moon.
Well, how else would you see anything?
Exactly. That's what they don't understand. They think they're seeing an object thousands of miles away. No, you're seeing the light travel to you.
That's fair, but the main point here is that he's confused that if I can look straight up and see something that I assume is thousands of miles away, therefore when I look horizontally, I should see things that are thousands of miles away. But the atmosphere is more dense, the lower altitude, right? So the occlusion rate is higher looking out horizontally than it is looking diagonally, than it is looking straight up.
Yeah, that's why they put telescopes on high mountains so they can avoid the thick part of the atmosphere. They prefer mountains that are 12,000 to 14,000 feet.
All right, so if he's still here, what was his name?
Is it V-Man?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, V-Man, I addressed your question about the visuals and why it's different horizontally, look vertically. And I also addressed the fact that you can see things out horizontally within your field of view, within that 350-mile range, that supersede the globe geometry. So according to your logic, the Earth is flat, V-Man. What do you have to say about that? All right, he pleads the fifth. The jury convicts. The Earth is flat. I rest my case.
This conversation is brought to you by CatBeast. Use code AVERAGEFRACGUY to get 15% off your first order.
All right, now that V-Man's a flat earther, any other Globers in the chat? Any Globers in here have evidence against Catman's evidence that the Earth is flat? Sorry, against V-Man's evidence that the Earth is flat? Because he proved the Earth was flat. Matthew, got any evidence against V-Man's proof the Earth is flat?
I didn't understand it well enough to have evidence against it.
Well, I just used his logic, dude. He said if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see things far away. Right? So I used his logic and proved that that's true. So therefore, by his own logic, he has to conclude the Earth is flat.
Huh. Yeah. I don't think you can see through that much atmosphere, though, like you were saying.
Well, that was my point, Matthew. His point was if the Earth is flat, I should see things beyond the opaqueness of the atmosphere, which is ridiculous. So that means the limit of your view to be able to confirm things looking out horizontally is from ground level is going to be in the hundreds of miles at best. And we actually have many observations of things at that range, within that range, which supersede the globe geometry. So according to his own logic, that means the Earth is flat. You want to help him out, Matthew, you could present some globe evidence that proves the Earth is a globe. Then maybe he could, use those. Because what he presented concludes with the Earth is flat, so we got a problem here.
I mean, I always say the same thing.
You would say the same thing he did? That if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see China from the Empire State Building?
No, I always end up saying the same thing, so you've heard what I've said before. Basically, the heliocentric globe model is the best explanation for the observation. So I don't know if that counts as evidence in your mind, but that's why I believe it.
Except all long distance observations, right?
And Mercury and Venus observations.
Mercury and Venus observations are predicted by three-dimensional geometry. What do you mean about those?
Well, Venus can be seen in the sky for 3 hours on a good night.
Right.
Yeah, but we're on the wrong side of the Earth to see it.
Not for the first 3 hours.
Still on the wrong side of the Earth to see it.
Yeah, that's why it's not visible at midnight. Because Venus is closer to the sun than we are. Same with Mercury.
Yeah, draw that out on a piece of paper. See how it works out.
It works fine. What are you talking about?
The orbit of Venus is too small to be seen from the dark side of the Earth.
No, it's not.
Yes,
have you ever drawn it out on a piece of paper, or is that just...
Yes, draw it out on a piece of paper. You got a huge orbit for Earth and a tiny orbit for Venus. Doesn't work. Not for 3 hours. Maybe 3 minutes a day, sure. 3 hours? No.
What do you mean by a tiny orbit for Venus? What do you mean by that?
Venus's orbit is smaller than Earth's. Do you understand that?
Yes, it's smaller, right? That's what I said. It's smaller. It's closer to the sun. But what do you mean by tiny?
That means it's smaller than Earth's orbit. It's a tiny orbit, which means we don't see all of it from the dark side.
Well, it's only about 70% of the orbit of Earth, so it's not tiny. It's like smaller, but maybe it's smaller.
It's significantly smaller that it would be impossible to see at nighttime.
No, it works perfectly with the 3D geometry if you draw it out, because it's only 70% of our orbit, 71%.
You can draw 3D geometry.
Now take a look at Mercury's orbit. Even smaller.
Right. That's why it's not visible for very long before sunrise or after sunset. Only like half an hour. Even Mercury is like, 46%? So, it is smaller. It's about half the size, a little bit less than half the size. So that's why you can see it still.
Matthew should have challenged him to provide his drawing.
Yeah, I don't know if he's had one. I mean, I could provide one.
No, I said you should have challenged the guy telling you to provide his drawing.
Yeah, I don't think he had one though.
Are you sure? Did you ask him?
No, I didn't.
So, how are you guys doing? Good, good.
How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. My fellow flat earthers?
So you're a Glover?
No, I said I'm a fellow flat earther.
Yeah, but 99 to the infinity asymptotic probability is that anyone who says fellow flat earthers is actually a Glover. That's been our experience throughout history.
Well, I'm that 0.0001%.
I would bet against that. And I don't even bet.
So why wouldn't you just say hello like a normal person?
Because this is a flat earth Discord. We aren't normal.
Well, you get around your friends and say hello, fellow white people.
Yeah, I know. We're not normal. We trust our own eyes. Yeah, fucking.
Can you tell I'm white just from my voice?
By your whiny voice. Yeah.
Whiny voice, yeah.
How do you know I'm not black or Hispanic or Asian or Latin?
Who cares, man?
Because other people in the black community would have beat you to death for ruining their rep for having a low voice.
For having a what?
They'd say, put some bass in that voice. And they would beat you until you did. Put some bass in that voice.
Can you say that one more time?
You're pretty fly for a white guy.
What?
So tell us everything you know about flat Earth. We're all newbies.
You're not a newbie. I've talked to you before.
No, we're newbies, man.
Did you just like lose all your memory or something?
No, man.
Okay.
Oh, it's Mr. Magoo, Mario 64.
Do you know of me?
Yeah, you were in the other Discord the other day, weren't you?
I was at school the other day. And then band practice.
I think you were at band practice.
What do you mean I think? I'm pretty sure I know. But no, yes, the Earth is obviously flat. I've seen
it is obvious.
Yes, I've seen it myself.
That's why everybody thought the Earth was flat before some crackpot came up with the idea the Earth is a globe. Because obviously it's flat.
Of course it is.
Can you remember when the Earth looked flat to you?
Can I remember?
Any time in your life where you were in a place where the Earth looked flat? Can you remember? Oh, look back. Remember? Can you remember any time where the Earth looked like a globe to you? Any place you've ever been?
Where the Earth looks like a globe to me.
Yeah.
I saw.
And not your couch, and not your computer chair.
Let me think. Hold on. I'm thinking.
From memory.
Yes, I'm thinking. Oh, I saw the ocean once.
That looked round?
Looked pretty flat to me.
Yeah. Obviously.
I saw the moon. That was like the most perfect sphere I've ever seen. It was during it was at its closest point.
I go in neighborhoods and look at mansions so I can say my house is also a mansion.
What? That?
Yeah, dude. You look at other things to tell what the thing you have is, right? So you looked at the moon and you're like, "Oh, the moon is round. Earth must be round." So I go look at mansions so my house will be a mansion.
I never said that. I just said I saw the moon and it looked pretty cool. I did not say the moon's round. We must be round.
Yeah, who cares, dude? This isn't the Flat Moon frickin' channel.
Flat moon. Yeah, my dad tried telling me the moon is hollow, actually.
I mean, your dad probably thinks people went to the moon and played golf and drove around in a dune buggy.
Dune buggy.
Well, to be fair, looking at the moon and saying that thing could be hollow is much more intelligent than looking at the moon and saying, therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Good point.
Why don't I just join I don't know, some space agency or SpaceX and see for myself.
Only 27 people claim to have seen it for themselves, dude.
You talking about the Apollo astronauts? No, I'm talking about just the people that work.
Yeah, I think it's 24. There were some repeats.
Well, the Apollo 10, right? They were fucking. They didn't land on the moon, but they ran around it. Remember?
Yeah.
What did you just wait? What did Matthew just say? They went twice, therefore they count as an extra person.
No, I'm saying that it's 24 separate people.
Okay, good, because I was struggling with that logic for a second.
12 of them landed on the moon, and 12 of them orbited the moon but didn't land. And a couple.
Hold on there, buddy. Hold on there. Use accurate language. They allegedly landed on the moon.
Yeah, 12 of them said they went to the moon. 12 of them said they orbited the moon but didn't land.
That's very interesting.
So in other words, bro, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Just check this logic out, brother. Those guys went to a place where they could see the Earth in its entirety, supposedly.
Yeah.
So your counter to that would be, okay, I'm going to join a quote-unquote space mission and go up and see less than 3% of the Earth, and then I'm going to come back down and tell you guys the whole Earth's shape. How could that possibly occur, bro?
I mean, if I orbit the Earth, I think it'd be a little clear to me. Like, if I orbited the Earth, like I went around in a full circle, looked out the window, because how long does it take? Does it say it takes the ISS to orbit around the Earth? I did the calculation once, but
90 minutes.
What?
90 minutes.
90 minutes. Yeah, I could look out a window for a little over an hour.
What would that tell you?
Well, when I come back around in a full circle, I mean...
Well, I'm at my house right now, so if I go out the back door and I walk all the way around the building, and then I come back to the back door, does that mean my house is a globe?
No, like if you walk out your house, keep going forward in a straight line. Don't curve to the left or right at all, like you just said you're doing. And if I come around to the back, I'd be a little confused. But of course, you can't just walk that, you know. What did they say the globe is, like millions of miles? No.
Right. So if they took you up to let's say they took you up to the alleged ISS location, and you were in the ISS for 90 minutes. Do you think that you could possibly determine what your trajectory was relative to the surface based on only seeing less than 3% of the surface at any given time?
I don't know, but it'd be a starting point.
No, you'd be back where you started, dude, because you have no vantage point from there to even be able to tell how you're traveling over the surface, other than what you see out of the window, which is less than 3% of the Earth.
Wait, no, I got a question now. Wait, so you think the astronauts aren't actually faking it? They think they're really going to space and orbiting the Earth, but they're being tricked.
Hey, look, and we got direct evidence, dude, of people from NASA, including directors and people using the equipment, that they cannot tell the difference between a simulation or a real mission. And then we've got evidence of human beings being told they're going to go to space, getting into a craft, and then it turns out they were on a studio the whole time, and it was essentially one big prank. So yes, it is possible that you can be deceived by your own bias and your own interpretation of what's going on to believe something that isn't true. But that's neither here nor there, because even if you're at the height of the ISS, you would see less than 3% of the surface of the Earth at any given time. So you're not going to be able to tell me the whole shape of the Earth from that vantage point. It's just not going to happen.
You do you, pal.
I mean, I know that's a real quippy, you know, when you say something like "you do you." It's like, no, dude, if I tell you that by surveying less than 3% of an object at any given time isn't going to tell me the whole form of the object just by looking at it, I mean, that's correct, dude.
Yeah.
So me do me as doing reality. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you do you, man.
Right. So what you're saying is, if you went up and you flew around the Earth for 90 minutes and you ended up looking at a whole bunch of different land, and then eventually you came back to the point where you started from, your conclusion would be it could only possibly be a globe.
Yeah, you do you, man. You do you. I hope you know I'm just rage baiting you, and you're falling for it rather easily. Like, I'm doing something completely...
Who's raging?
No, it's called rage baiting. Oh my god.
Yeah, but who's raging? You're trying to bait people to rage. That's what rage baiting
God,
is.
learn slang.
Yeah, he sounds so irate. Yeah.
Literally, I was going to be on the internet when that term was invented. Okay?
Oh my god.
Like back in 99.
Listening to my dad say 6'7".
What?
Are you an atheist, Mario?
No, what? That
a gay
isn't any
theist.
of your business.
Well, you keep saying, "Oh my God," so I'm just wondering what God you're invoking.
That's none of your business. Hold on, bro. I'm doing something. Or actually, what do you mean? Hold on, bro. I'm just gonna leave. What?
Oh no! Please don't leave.
No, I actually admire that.
Come back. Whatever shall we do?
No, that's what he just did was admirable. He has something that he wants to do, and he's just going to go do it. And then if he wants to come back, he'll come back, rather than going through this prolonged leaving where 7 flat earthers try to tell him one last point before he can go.
You know, that's fair enough. Yo, just go ahead. If you say you're going to go, just go.
Yeah, he's like one of less than 10 people who've ever actually executed I'm going to go to do something and actually did it immediately.
Now you got me thinking, have I actually... Damn.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have many times. That's the answer.
I don't even say I gotta go most of the time.
Well, I meant like how many people do I know do that? What you just said.
Well, I do, but I stay in the chat. My avatar does anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, we can be long-winded.
Does the ISS even claim to do a direct circumpolar north to south circuit?
No, it doesn't.
Oh yeah,
The ISS, no.
from his so from his vantage point, he would have no way of determining whether there was 2 360-degree axes to the Earth. So he could stay up in the ISS for 90 minutes times 1,000, and it still wouldn't tell him the Earth was a globe.
You guys are the best.
The ISS is not a tool sufficient to that task. Which came first, Star Trek, the series, or the moon missions?
What do you guys think about that? I'm just curious.
Was it Star Trek just? No, wait. Star Trek, was that 62?
The data.
I can't remember. Sorry,
What do you
Raiden,
guys think about that? I was just wondering what you guys thought about that.
1966.
Oh, right, yeah, it was just before. Yeah, I thought, because that's what was my first thought was. It was right before, like, a couple of years. And then I was thinking, no, hang on, was it 60 earlier? Like, but no, yeah. 3 years before.
I was saying that for this reason. There's the iconic bridge scene where they're approaching a new world and you can see the world in the viewfinder. And sometimes you can see the whole world, but when they're actually, quote unquote, stationed at the new world, they're like looking at the world from an offside leftwards angle, and the curve of the world is in the upper left and moving down towards the bottom right to take up the view screen. And it's funny how a lot of quote unquote space missions in the modern day present the Earth from that same view.
You're right. Yeah, that's true.
when technically from the range that these other objects are, they would not be able to see that view because they're not far enough away.
It would, or it's a tiny world.
Yep. Very interesting how like the modern space stuff is like designed to match the expectation from science fiction TV shows.
Yeah, I've got a snapshot from Space Odyssey, and it's like what you're describing. And in the shot is a shuttle, and damn if it doesn't look a lot like what the shuttles from the 80s, man. Like, wow.
Just curious, do you guys still subscribe to that?
What?
What, JFK?
No. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
What do you even...
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How was that a conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part of...
People, let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask them that.
Ghosts would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief that's a fantasy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't believe it because of a conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed...
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea. This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Do flat earthers think that the...
You flat earthers think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off, so...
No, you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question, okay?
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Does
anyone know what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking you.
Does anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
if
think
that's even a possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person.
You're very sloppy with your language.
Organization.
And you're doing it intentionally so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as, I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You just did twice.
No, I didn't anthropomorphize.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20, Matt corrected me, only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they say they saw it as a sphere, then
that's not a measurement.
Wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you're essentially saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay?
Okay.
And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
Don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You could extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of the physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
In the oceans of the Earth, the oceans are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you could extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just curious if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just wondering.
This is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. Because you can't actually address what I said, in that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true, but you have an ideology which, that prohibits that.
No, I'm trying to understand. If you could extrapolate that.
Oh, you understand. You understand perfectly well. This is an act you're doing.
The mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or?
The mathematics that's behind the Earth? What?
Yeah, the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only dimension you need to know is all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers, that's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't, but...
How would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not clever. See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if...
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not. I just asked a question. I'm not doing anything.
I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. It's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No.
Which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and... I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the Earth, the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant.
Okay, then I'm not answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that, observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye?
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless you're going to argue we're on a flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference. And we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on it. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
Very obvious.
I'm not trying.
I wish you guys would come in here with some level of honesty, man, but I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all we don't have.
Yeah, I know, Sea Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come here.
No, you're always under the guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Yeah, fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or a ball? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy
between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then,
dude, like how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what? That's India. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay, that's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a referent to compare it to. But it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing, that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I could actually post a picture of, I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman. And a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match, is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating it. You're just evaluating it.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count. Okay, and they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, "Hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same." And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything. You know?
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you don't like.
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong. And you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective the earth looks flat, do you?
How do you determine if
do you accept that the earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat, yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, "Hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage." Good try. That shit don't fly. The earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can see.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now looking at, see, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why do you need to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat, yeah.
Yeah, but are they flat?
Distance, sure.
Are they flat, though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right, but you use that standard for other things. Like, it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand.
So subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
No, not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone. Do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field, and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying. This is just going through it roughly. This is not exactly what it is, but
it's not even close.
If you, I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
how do you know they're not? It's not a sheep.
How do you know it isn't?
Yeah, how would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look, and I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep. That isn't a sheep. The point
is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring, Indio? 12 feet?
Whether the surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple, I would say 10 long distance observations. Consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or?
It's not a distance, because we know what the water does.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here and then go somewhere else, and that's where it's curving?
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that mean?
The surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line in the surface of the Earth, because you got to try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line. Okay, the surface there, it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I can see how you...
Can you have a ball with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same because of the properties. Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you said flat surface. That's different.
that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my definition is...
Okay, let's switch it to a plane, okay? A 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point. But the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point. It must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point. Okay, and the point is that The surface of the Earth is not curving, measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees?
What does that mean? We're talking about a straight line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is, because I think it's a sphere, but...
And why is that?
I don't. How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
So, looking at a screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So.
You don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them is what I'm asking you. Like, you were presented these pictures, someone said, hey, these are pictures from space. What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even, for 1 second, you didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone. Or
no, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
where's that written
ridiculous.
Down? Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know.
No, I don't.
You, right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Well, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny. Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust. Right. You're not required to trust their claims, dude.
Indio, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen. You said you must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
you are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. But I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I didn't say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing, you know.
Yeah. Now you're going to talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So
yeah, you gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing, compactified. Because you're trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
Guys, again.
Okay, what do you
it's like, do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything. I'm not playing any games.
They're rhetorical gimmicks, dude. Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you how you can do it, but you don't care because you'd rather just believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, you know, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test all of it.
What do you mean part of it?
You said test their claims.
Yeah, test their claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there, you know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what we've been talking about, curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have, I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go. The call to arms. I think you should go down to, like, you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, this water doesn't curve, and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying, what do you think we should do with this information, in your view?
Tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern-day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. If you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. And the Lord said, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. Fucking got to ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Okay. Fair enough. That's good. I'm glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question, so. We have a good one, okay?
Ah, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank
you. Maybe you can entice NASA. They're going to pass the frickin' plate around. So did they pass like a frickin' hubcap around? What do they pass around? Oh, they pass around W-2s. Pay your taxes. Involuntary tithing. We got a bunch of cool dudes in here. We got a new perspective in here. What up, G?
What's up, brother? I heard some shit talking was going on in here.
Oh, Mansky was.
I went back and listened to that.
Yeah, Mansky was trying to, divide and conquer. Shit, they always pull.
Right? Is he still in here?
Yeah, he's right above you.
He said you called us retards.
Yeah, he said he called us retards. That's right.
Yeah. Obviously, it wasn't true.
Obviously.
Man, why would you do that?
Mansky, he gave up trying to improve the globe. Now he's into social manipulation, gaslighting, and fucking talking shit and trying to.
He was clowning on you guys. Yeah. Yeah. Mansky, what the fuck, brother? Come on. Say something. At least say sorry.
He posted some DMs and they were between you guys.
I know, I saw. I went back and watched it.
Oh, yeah.
Good you guys were on top of not just taking his word for it or whatever and made him have to try to prove it.
Bro, did you hear my reaction? I was like, what? In perspective?
No way. Oh yeah, he's clowning. He pretty much said you're retarded. No. They don't speculate. There's no lie about that. You know, there's nothing wrong with that either.
There's nothing wrong with speculating either.
Yeah. I just gave him some options of other places that speculate. You know?
Yeah, it's like how far you want to go, right? You can go into fucking, into GeoServer. You want to go into speculation, you're going to fall right down the freaking rabbit hole of speculation.
Yeah, you can.
Talking about aliens on a flat Earth.
Yeah. I think it's because he said something about, well, what is that all? Is that all I have to do is just figure out that water's level or something like that? And I was saying, well, if you want to go further with it, there's more to it than just that, you know. Anyway, Mansky, are you there? Giving you a chance to at least say, dude, I didn't mean to share DMs and try to make it sound like you were saying they were retarded when you really didn't even say that.
I know that is.
I was just paraphrasing. Sorry.
No, I was saying sharing DMs is sleazy chick shit, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
We did hit him up for
that bullshit.
We did hit him up for a name. We're like, yeah, you got a name? Goes with that story,
right? Yeah, Ethergrass gave me the heads up. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, man, no problem.
I just posted a 5-hour video from in here last night. Talk about a call to arms. That was hilarious with those
you
two
heard
guys
that
and you guys. Yeah, that was awesome. You and Drace.
Thanks, man. I haven't seen that little frickin' duo shtick in a while. We need to protest. We need gonna go down the Atlantic Ocean and be like, this is curved. This is not curved. This ocean's flat.
It's so true.
Tell everybody.
What are you going to do in 5 minutes? Tell them everything there is to know? And you're right about it being an individual thing. It does take, talking to each individual because they're all come from different places and how are going to take the information a different way. You couldn't just go out with a picket sign or yell at a car and, what do you?
I know.
I think that's definitely maybe part of the MO of people either just misinterpreting it or, trying to be creating a call to arms that, makes us look worse than people already think of us.
Yeah, I think they're looking for for us to say something crazy. Let's get freaking armed and go down to NASA and overrun them and find out the truth.
Right.
Like that thing back in the day that was like, we're all going to go to Area 51 and break down the fence and find the alien spaceships they're hiding.
Right, yeah. And when they tried that, what happened? They ended up having a reenactment of Woodstock or something.
There's a couple kids doing Naruto running out in the desert or some shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, it seemed like some agent provocateurs were getting the people to do that and trying to get people to show up for something. To enforce the idea that aliens are real from outer space and all that. The irony of it all is that if we ever forced them to tell us the truth in quotes, that'd probably be the last thing we'd ever want, because it would be their version of the truth. They would just co-opt flat Earth and make it the government's version of flat Earth, which I think they might still do.
I have a question. I'm sorry, whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on. Let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that, what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
taken through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any, on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. This reminds me of like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable, just in general, just not being given answers to these, like, what should be easy questions, like, why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James.
Oh, I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you, what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they combined the imagery of 8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh, yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know, I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? That they have a satellite up there that's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't, like, you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point it at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take like an astronomical telescope and start like looking around and get good images of like your surroundings terrestrially. Because they're made to take images of like low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one. And that they make ones for bird watching. And you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' reconnaissance surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. It's find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. What's freaking weird to me, though, is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
That was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it like really? Became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and like you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that like you have to kind of like trust what they're saying, because like your viewpoint from Earth, like you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, so you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. Like, this is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why like I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Like just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard. And these look freaky as hell. Like I just hate, like if this shit is this shit's weird. Like, if it is really weird and this isn't just like a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. Like, I just wish that they would just tell us straight up, like, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. they were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects, like, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally, with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be, also detected by the Atlas program, a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night, that there was there was some sort of burst in Moscow. But it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram. Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that, is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a frickin' telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like, they can get a better image than that. And, like, I would imagine they would just say, oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is. Like, they just
well, they're saying that that's gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just, like, emitting gas. Right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. That's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you believe
that's why it's that color? I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like,
why just like some items in the news, when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me, though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like, it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like, it's going to have a certain light signature that's detectable.
How do they know it's accurate, though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is, though, the stuff in the sky, like, whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That, to me, could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but that's
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a bit different. It's a little bit different, dude, because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined frickin' well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then redshifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does, like, from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It goes approaches the sun, and like all the redshift, that stuff's like, that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, oh, look, it's made of frickin' CO2. It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
You're saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light, and they go, hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese. Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of a fucking Ferrari and go, yeah, it's fucking steel fucking walls?
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. The light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But right? You're right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man. The real some CSI investigators would be they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their frickin' cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
sodium lamp, right? Yeah, I seen the sodium lamps and all that shit, right?
So. Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why doesn't that work?
That straightforward.
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material,
exactly,
not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and it also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory, and then it comes to how do you actually verify? So if you got an observation and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be like super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing like a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation. Like, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. Like I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they were looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said "wow," and they wrote "wow" on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal, because the person that was monitoring it wrote "wow" on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that WOW signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
I got something for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. There's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky. And they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in like a pretty consistent rate of speed in a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low-light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, Is he speaking? Or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but it don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of a quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You know, you're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially, you know, an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously, and then take off in another direction. Like, if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah, there's many people, dude.
Yep. You know, I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because, you know, after witnessing something like that, you know. I always think though, a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of the people back in ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up, or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what did they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being frickin' orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s to 50s.
I've been trying to look for, also, by the way, I've been trying to look for photos of the comet throughout its like life cycle. Does anyone have like a good source for that? Because the internet has literally scrubbed a lot of shit on this comet.
Not scrub. Try Yandex. Try Yandex as a search engine.
Yeah, I tried Yandex with it as well. And I couldn't really find anything.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah, it's just literally. I'll show you what I see on Yandex. Hold on. Yeah, I'll post what I see on Yandex here. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm trying to figure that out. Hold on. Here's an explanation of that last picture I posted in the side chat. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. And then like it shows NASA's blurry image and then just like a bunch of blurry images. Dude, I remember I've seen a comet before in the sky. And from a simple telescope. And it's pretty clear. Like it's a lot clearer than these pictures.
It says 1 degree length of slit on sky. That would be twice the size of the sun. Visually.
What?
Yeah, the sun's only half a degree.
Is it really? No, it's not.
Yeah, 0.52 degrees. Same with the moon.
Yeah, what the fuck? Then this thing's bigger than the sun? I mean, I didn't see it. Yeah.
Remember about 2 years ago when they wasted all that effort and resources to crash that probe into some asteroid to give us the cat litter imagery or footage? I wonder why they're not all over this. Did we have to suffice with this blurry images?
I hate it. I just like. I'd rather them just send us a blurry image from an amateur telescope and say, I don't know what this is. Like, I remember when the other interstellar comet came in, Oumuamua, with a weird geometry to it. Like, they just said, yeah, it has a weird geometry, and we don't know why. That's it. And they would just at least say that. But this, they're just like, here's a blurry image. We're not going to show you what it really looks like.
Yeah, because, fuck, man, even if there is something in the sky, right, they're just co-opting it for a PR stunt, you know? Riling up the masses, you know? Getting them nice and primed for aliens. Hey, mathematician, are you a Glober or?
I'm very skeptical. I do like the idea of flat Earth, but I don't like the lack. It's kind of like when I just don't like the lack of answers that flat earthers. I don't like that flat earthers.
Well, I can understand that if you enjoy staring at fucking blurry imagery, you'll never discern anything from ever.
Well, yeah, and that's disappointing as well. It's disappointing either way, and that's what I don't like about it, if that makes sense. Because it's like, it feels existential, the fact that there is, like, if there is a huge cover-up or whatever, then that seems like an existential threat. And
cover up all the nature of the Earth or this whole comet business?
No, the geometry of the Earth, I think, is very existential in nature. I just don't like that. Like, if it's a total lie, then I don't like being oriented.
Of course, no human being wants to be out of the loop, and we know that. That's natural.
Yeah. I feel like flat earthers are also.
That's not an excuse or justification to go and religiously worship a falsehood.
Sure, yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. I just like it's so disappointing.
And when you really break it down, even within a global paradigm, you are still a pleb on the ground at the end of the day that knows next to nothing. Like, whatever you are told within your paradigm is probably nothing close to the truth.
Sure, I'm an agnostic, and I think that to some extent it's like it's annoying that that religion is used to drive our existentialism and the way we think about our existence, and it's all just like a made up story. That and the thing is, when you become an agnostic, it's like the first thing you want to know is like, why is this story being told to us? Like, why are we all being lied to about this kind of stuff? That's so important.
If you actually think about it,
good answer.
The only major existential crisis that's ever faced humanity is generally being humans themselves.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that.
So, I would say, yeah, this is some existential issue in the sense that we have a world population that does not know how to interpret their senses or critically analyze claims made to them, and therefore are incredibly gullible and can be sold on almost any falsity if you put enough scientific consensus behind it. That is a recipe for disaster, more than any comet or climate crisis or whatever else you think are existential dangers.
I think it could be like a form of power over the masses. Like the The problem I have is that this power is used so universally amongst different systems of humans in the modern era. Like, I think our economic, social, and cultural structure in the US is very different than the rest of the world, but the rest of the world adopts this globe Earth. And that, to me, is like, I generally have a lot of faith when the world leaders agree on something. And when the world leaders agree on a lie, then that makes me more afraid.
Probably the world leaders you're aware of, that I'm aware of, that we're all aware of, right? Probably don't know any better. Like Trump,
yeah, I think they do.
It's a globe.
No, I don't think so.
I would say so.
I definitely don't think so. I think he knows. I think whatever it's like there's some information that'll just change people, and I think about
there's
like
still no relevance to your argument here fundamentally. We just need to go measure the ground. If 8 billion people are all in the lie, then so be it. 8 billion people are all in the lie, but it's a lie nonetheless. I don't subscribe to that, though. I say it's a very, very, very small handful of people. If it is an active lie, some other people in here, other flat earthers have different interpretations. They think it's, all this is spawned out of just immense incompetence, essentially. And we've kind of spiraled into this idea of reality that's completely, disconnected from reality.
I think it's way darker than that. I think it's way more grim than that. Like, for example, religion. I don't think religion is just used as a power tactic. I've always been like, when I was an atheist, most atheists I talk to, they talk about how religion is used as power, or as like a way of a form of power against the masses. And I think it's just a lot worse than that, because the thing about religion is that it has to do with your your existence, and whether or not you're going to live forever, or whether or not you're going to see your friends again or whatever after they die. And so, like, when you fuck with people when you fuck with people's way of thinking about that kind of stuff, I think it's really, really dark. And when you manipulate shit like that, I think it's really, really, really dark. I think, like, the idea of the Earth being round is seemingly harmless, but I genuinely think that there's a much darker reason to it than just like, oh, they just want to lie to us and just tell us that it's round as a way of proving themselves that they can make people believe anything.
No, I don't think it's just for the fun of it. I think it's very tactical. It's very calculated.
The problem is I've never heard a good enough reason. I think about it a lot. I don't have a really good reason.
Well, what reason do you need past the Earth measures to have no curvature to it? I never understand this when it's posed, because to go against that and say it's not a sufficient enough reason is to somehow imply that the ground will morph into curving if you get what? What's going to change that?
If there's information that
we both agree, if the surface does not curve, we can't have a ball. It's physically impossible. It's logically impossible. We agree, right?
Sure.
Okay, then. So all I need to do is demonstrate to you this surface doesn't curve, and you should be a flat earther.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can ask a question.
Was that the question?
Sure. Can you explain upward-facing corpuscular rays?
Upward-facing corpuscular rays?
Sure.
In what regard?
Yeah, can you explain sun rays that face upward from clouds?
I mean, they're taking up path. What of it?
The implication would be that the sun is below the clouds.
You could interpret it that way, but it's not necessarily.
It's not an interpretation; it's an observation.
Nah.
But you're not verifying that.
What do you mean? Would you like me to show you proof of sun rays facing upward on clouds?
To Glover's saying that I see a boat obstructed on the horizon, for example. Therefore, the Earth must be curving. Right? Don't deny the phenomenon, but how are you verifying your interpretation?
What do you mean? I see sun rays facing upward off of clouds.
Okay.
The only possibility from that is that the sun is below the clouds
and deflection and all these such things. There couldn't be any possible way this can happen.
And the only way that it could possibly happen is if the sun is below the clouds.
Well, is that true? Have you verified that?
Observation. What?
No, we get it. We get it. I've accepted.
Are you seeing the sun under the clouds? Is that what you're saying? What are you?
So you accept that the sun is below the clouds?
I don't know if Indigo's still here, but he posted a GIF maybe a week ago of this phenomenon, right, in the shadow coming over a mountain, or the shadow of the mountain then being projected up into the sky. I don't know if he's here. He can post it again.
Sorry, how does this prove the curve again?
How does it prove the curve? I mean, I'm not trying to prove a curve. I'm just saying that if the sun rays are pointing upward from clouds that you can observe, the sun must be below the clouds.
No, the sunlight is below the clouds. So what you're doing is bringing up corpuscular rays occasionally coming from what seems to be below the clouds, whereas in fact most days where you've got clouds, you have actual corpuscular rays afternoon, midday and morning, which prove that the sun is not 93 million miles away with parallel light rays.
How far do
you want to explain to me how the sun rays could possibly cast shadows upward?
It's just the light that's necessary. You understand that?
No,
light
the only way that that's
light.
possible is if the sun is below the clouds.
No, you just need the light to deflect in a certain angle.
No, you don't.
No. So I could put a lamp, right, then put a mirror, and then cast a shadow of some object, right, without a direct line of sight.
What mirror?
The lamp and the object. I'm not saying it's a mirror. Do you agree to that principle?
You literally said the mirror.
Yes, in that example. Because that was what I was trying to explain to you.
But that's not what actually literally. That's not what actually literally happens.
Well, have you verified what literally happens?
Yeah, I've observed it with my eyeballs.
Yeah, you've eyeballed it and made an interpretation. How did you verify?
That's all you do.
No.
Yeah.
Did you say that's all we do?
Correct.
No, it's not.
I think that's the easiest.
We don't just eyeball the ground.
Disproof ever.
It's flat and then say, believe us because of
I don't think you have any actual answer for why sun rays go upward.
Well, it doesn't seem like you understand the principles involved here of this phenomenon.
It seems like you're too dumb to understand what I'm saying. If sun
could you
rays
understand what I was trying to
go
explain to you
upward,
about the lamp? Could you?
If sun rays go upward,
yes,
it means that the sun must be below the clouds.
No, it doesn't necessarily.
Yes, it does.
How does it? Light
Because
can't
there's
deflect.
no other possibility.
Light doesn't deflect.
Not significantly enough. Not significantly enough.
Basically understood the principle.
My question is, how far do you think the sun is?
I don't know. No way to measure it.
First, you have to determine what the sun is.
Well, what do you think the sun is?
But
we have no idea. No one knows.
I wish I was that stupid.
So that would be you making a claim about what you know the sun is?
He left.
Yeah, we're told the sun is like a hot ball of like nuclear bomb, basically going off. But like 3,000 years ago, people were worshiping the sun. So I'm wondering, like, have we learned nothing since then?
Still worshiping it. Heliocentrism.
But the people who worshipped the sun back then, they didn't believe in heliocentrism, did they? Like the Egyptians didn't, did they?
No, but obviously heliocentrism is not just sold as this flat out kind of religion in itself. It's sold as a scientific understanding.
Yeah, but they do. That is interesting. You said that though.
Ages, you know.
They center the sun. That's like very specific. I wonder why. Like, I wonder what the symbology is there.
Sun worship religion never went away. It just morphed into a new form, right? A form that could survive the modern era, right? Survive and thrive.
Well, the history of ancient civilization thrived around the sun because the sun, along with water, was life-giving. So without the sun, there was no life. That's obviously why it became the center of attention.
Well, when you say without the sun, there's no life, I mean, I don't know how you'd be able to test that either. Like, because like every ancestor in our chain of whatever, they've had every day of their lives with sun. You know what I mean? The same can't be said about water, though. I mean, there was drought, there was famine,
part, right? In life flourishing, you know. I think that's what.
Yeah. I do think it's a very important part of life. I think it's like absolute. Like I think people in the ancient times recognize its interplay in light. Part. Yeah, I get that.
whether or not we could somehow survive if the sun just, disappeared tomorrow, it's another story, But I doubt if we could, whatever it would be, wouldn't be too pleasant. You know what I mean?
Well,
without this, we lose all our cycles. We lose the hydrological cycle, nitrogen cycle, carbon cycle. We lose all of that. We lose photosynthesis. People knew this. The reason it's so important to them and to us.
But why not just keep it the sun god of Ra or whatever? Why change it into this cryptic heliocentrism that we're secretly worshiping the sun without knowing it?
Well, I guess it's just like a transition of the time. Like the heliocentric model's really only been around for about 450, 500 years, the way we know it at that time. And that was because a whole lot of people were trying to work out the first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox. They were trying to develop their Christian Easter so it didn't conflict with the Jewish Passover. So that's where the modern study of the sun come from. So, of course, if you got 2/3 of the Christian world monitoring the sun for hundreds and hundreds of years trying to work this stuff out, of course it's going to become the center of attention again.
Well, it's weird because, I would imagine maybe the moon would be the god. Why is it this? What if the moon is the thing that gives us life? Maybe they just can't. They figured out that that's not the case because of the plants.
No, well, the moon and sun work in partnership, I guess. Without day and night, we don't get the thriving of life.
But we don't have a moon centrism. The moon is so disregarded in astronomy, as a subordinate astronomical thing.
Yeah, in many ancient cultures, it wasn't. In fact, most ancient mythologies, the moon was of high importance. It's just the modern Christian revolution, from about 450 years ago, that all the calendars centered around the sun rather than the moon. But the moon's not going to evaporate water, filter it in the sky, and redistribute it amongst the lands. The moon's not going to do that, but the sun does.
All right. Well, it was good talking to you all. I'm gonna look into this more.
Yeah, the more you look into the sky, the less you know. It's amazing. So, any Globers visiting today?
Hello?
You rang.
You said what?
I said you rang.
Oh, I didn't even realize I joined the Flat Earth channel. Wow. I mean,
It's interesting. No. No, how are you doing on this, very round Earth today? How does that feel? I mean, the Earth is very round. No.
I don't know, dude. I don't feel the Earth, bro.
I mean, sure, you don't have to feel it, but when you observe certain things and then you look at the scientific research, it all points to one thing, and it sure damn ain't fucking flat Earth. I mean, all the evidence.
If you take the scientific research papers and you arrange them in the shape of a giant arrow, is it pointing at the Earth?
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is actually. At a very round shaped Earth. I mean.
Yeah, go ahead and post a scientifically published paper in any scientific journal that validates a shape. Yeah, any scientific paper where the purpose is to validate a shape of something. Go ahead, post it.
No, this is actually way easier than you think. Do you have a house? Or, an apartment complex that you live in?
Yeah, what about it?
Which one is it really quick, just so I can, be aware? No, a house, right?
Where? Yeah, what about it?
Okay, do you have a driveway?
Sort of. What about it?
Does it curve up way? No. Does it curve?
The driveway?
Yeah, does it curve?
Not really.
So you're lying now. Does your driveway curve?
It's pretty much straight and straight.
So you're trying to tell me straight, so it doesn't curve upwards. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, it's straight. Straight on the side of a straight building and then straight the back of a straight building.
Do you know what a driveway is, sir?
Yeah. You think straight driveways don't exist? Are you kidding?
They don't.
Dude, your analogy is falling apart real quick. How about you just make your analogy without having to ask me what my driveway is?
Well, so hold on. We're going to just look this up really quick. And there's no fucking straight driveway here. They all curve upwards. No matter how much you try to look at it. No matter how much you try to lie to yourself. The driveway always curves upward. That's the whole point of it. Same way that, in this very real life example, that you try to cope with the fact that, the earth is round. So you try to say, oh no, it's flat. But then, there's...
the earth can be flat and round at the same time, right? Yeah. Do you understand basic words, basic shapes?
You know that people put in cement driveways, right, which are flat. So I don't know where you get driveways are all curved.
Okay, so the thing, they are all curved though. So you just lied to yourself again.
Wow, you're dumb, dude.
Either way, right?
You're telling me I never built a concrete straight driveway before, and I've never driven into any places that have a concrete straight driveway. Wow, you're crazy.
So really quick, okay. So here's what's happening. You're coping with the fact that you're wrong, so you just lie to yourself. Same way that you're gonna keep lying about the earth being flat to yourself.
Yeah, you're cringe as hell, man.
I'm cringe as hell. I mean, you're the same. Hold on, but
you can agree, right? You agree with that last point.
I can agree with this really quick. I can agree that you're a blob tard
for trying to say that the Earth is round and flat at the same time. I can't even take you serious.
Okay, so you
honestly.
got any? You got
Yeah, you
pennies in
sound
your
pretty
pocket?
stupid.
Any coins? You got any
Do I have
coins in your
what?
pocket? Or
Yeah, I have a lot. Do you want to see?
Or you're 100% brokey?
Do you want to see?
All right, take out a coin and describe.
Do you want to see? Wait, do you want to see? My bank
it.
deposit.
No, I don't care.
So you don't want to see? Okay, shut your bitch ass up now. Anyways, like I was saying, right? I mean, your claim made no sense, right? You try to say the Earth was round and flat at the same time, so don't talk to me. At least AI, has a better claim.
You ever seen a coin in your life?
Having
Or
what?
you're still using mommy's credit card?
You sound pretty grown. Grown ass man trying to. Do you want to show me some?
I can't tell. Your mental intelligence certainly ain't there. Maybe physically you are.
Maybe physically, okay. But again, right? You're the same blob talk saying the Earth is flat and round at the same time, like a dumbass.
Describe the shape of coin.
So, and you're trying to argue with me like a little bitch, right? So I'm not gonna keep talking to a little bitch.
We can go back to him if you want AI.
Oh, there's a nice straight driveway right there. Nice cement driveway.
Wait, so hold on really quick. I just want to say this really quick. I mean, I'm looking at the driveway, and it seems like you're a little bit blind. Right? You're telling me that's straight.
Yeah, that's straight, bro.
No curve right there.
Nope.
So you're just fucking lost then. I'm sorry. Because can I type in chat really quick so I can just like it's actually such a really bad argument. So you're telling me that's straight?
You to make your fucking point off of all this, man.
Oh, hold on, AI. Are you serious?
Yeah, that's straight, brother.
So you're fully confident in? Are you serious? You're not trolling?
Now that curb job transition that they did to the road, they did a really bad job there. Looks like someone ran it over before it dried.
Dude, I can't even. You're lost. There's nothing I can do. I understand that you were delusional.
Dude, just use the remix. Look, they have this feature in Discord called Remix. You press the picture, pick Remix, and then you can draw with your finger on it and show where the curved parts are.
Okay, I can. That's all I got to do. Hold on, I'm about to do it. Don't know what you're talking about. Hold on, really quick. I'm gonna even hold on. You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT too. Yeah. Yeah, slope is a curve though. Why did you put that in chat? What was your point?
Slope isn't a curve. Holy crap, dude.
Jesus.
It is though.
You're a tragic rage bait, man. You're tragic.
The slope is straight. Yeah, but I just looked it up on ChatGPT AI, and the driveways have different type of curves. So you totally wrong.
You said all driveways are curved.
Yeah, and I said, hold on, you weren't paying attention. They have all different types of curves, right? Which is still curved either way. Just because you have
Whatever, dude.
well, hold on really quick.
Dude, this is coming from someone who just said a slope is a curve. You probably think a straight angle is a curve.
That was my mistake. I'm a little bit, right? I mean, but AI, right? I mean, the point is, right?
Dude, people pay money for straight, flat, sloped cement driveways, dude. They don't pay the money for a curved driveway.
Well, no, so you're wrong. So you're wrong.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Either way, right? You're gonna have to get your reading glasses or whatever because I don't know what you have going on. That affects your eyesight to not see the perfectly curved driveway right there. I don't know what to do for you, right? But the whole point is, right? Off the driveway stuff, even if you're acting blind, right? Is the Earth has curves. Therefore,
Yeah, you've already admitted that the horizon looks flat, bro. We
No,
still
I
got the
didn't.
clip. Yeah, we'll just play the clip. We'll just do that.
No, I have a clip too. Hold on, thank you. I'm really happy that you spoke Indio because now
We'll just play the clip of you admitting the horizon looks flat.
Hold on. Let's play the clip of you saying that equations don't matter at all. Hold on.
Equations don't matter at all.
Yep, that's what you said.
In what context? In what context?
Hold on.
Is that verbatim?
No, I'm gonna. Yeah, that is your words.
Verbatim?
Yeah, verbatim. You said, bro, equations don't matter.
They don't matter.
Wait, so you realize?
What do they matter? What do they matter for?
Hold on. You just realized you thrown out most of your evidence, correct? Because most of your evidence is equations.
No.
You have those. That's the flat Earth evidence, equations. So you just thrown out your own evidence.
So what is the global Earth evidence? Not equations?
Wait, that doesn't matter though. Hold on. We're talking about you right now, right?
No, we're talking about you right now, and you admitting the Earth is flat, and you trying to gaslight AI into saying it looks curved when you already admitted it looks flat.
Wait, hold on. No.
Yeah, just go on fucking mute. You're a troll.
Man, that was painful.
That kid giggles more than his imaginary girlfriend, man.
What do you want to visualize that, man? Dude, his imaginary girlfriend probably tells him to shut the fuck up. Stop giggling. You're a blow-up dog. You're not supposed to talk.
I'm here to tell you, Earth measures flat. Oh, no, you don't, bitch. Fucking pops it.
Yo, we're done messing with low-tier frickin' speds, bro. Move on. Was that like a cartoon? That fucking one of the cartoon characters laughed like that?
Pretty much. I think, yeah, who was it? What was it? I can't remember now.
It's like one of the old Hanna-Barbera ones.
Yeah, he used to do that. I know Goofy kind of did that too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Goofy did that. Dude, I wish I could change frickin' names in the server, man. I'd change his name to Goofy right now. So I enabled discovery, so now we're you can discover us now in the Discord search shit. This is what it looks like.
Oh man, number one position.
That was easy, right?
Yep.
But I'm not happy, dude. We're not far enough away. We're only doubled up on the other guys. We need to be like quadrupled up.
Feminist Flat Earth Center.
Well, we got to start cross-pollinating a little into some of their places and be interesting. So that they're like, oh man, you guys are way more interesting.
How much you want to bet that second one's just filled with glowers?
Well, do you see their icon? It's like a flat Earth on top of somebody's head.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Oh, I'm banned from that one. Yeah, it's full of Glovers. They banned me.
Third one. Come chill with like-minded conspiracy nuts.
I don't think I've been in that one. I've been in the official Flat Earth one. They banned me after 3 days because I was just freaking cooking the Glovers because it's like super low tier.
Yeah, I bet.
I think I was debating like 6 or 7 at the same time.
Where all our lost ladies have went?
Where the what went?
Is it the Feminist Flat Earth Center? Is that where all our lost ladies have went?
Nice, look at that.
Is that a new thing for Discord or something?
What, the discoverable thing? No, it's been around the whole time.
Oh.
So if you scroll down to the bottom of your channel stuff, you'll see a discover icon.
Oh, yeah. No, I just wonder, why you've just done it now, you know?
Dude, Indio.
No reason. What's up?
Dude, New Perspective is mad at me now. God damn it.
Yeah, he was in here, dude. He was calling you.
I was at the gym.
Doing ice. Getting a side workout.
See, this is why I don't post. You guys always say post screenshots, post proof, and then I do it, and then I get in fucking trouble. I look like a fucking scumbag now.
No, you didn't post proof, dude. All you posted proof is that you talked to him.
Nah, some
you
of the
said
guys
he called us retards.
Bro.
Yeah, that's a minor detail.
I'm not posting shit for you guys ever again.
Yeah, actually post shit that actually backs up what you said, it says. You're misquoting yourself.
You guys take shit way too literally.
We take words too literally. Sorry. My
yeah,
bad.
But it's not a point of good argumentation. It just seems like it's just weird.
To take words literally.
Actually, you said the word retard. It's like, bro, come on.
Look, should we have conversations in which all the words have nebulous meanings, and then everybody just gets to decide for themselves what everything means? That's a horrible way to communicate. It leaves too much open to guesswork.
Having a relationship. Oh, you dipped? Yeah, I was like, I wanted to end those situations where words didn't mean the words they mean. I just get a wife, you know?
you want the equation for it? No, equations don't mean anything because even if you had equations and models, they would still need to be validated by experiment. Science is empirical. It's not,
The horizon should be, and check if that's actually happening. And we find that it's not doing that. Like we see a boat sail out, say you got a giant cruise ship, right? If you got real clear conditions and no waves, the cruise ship will just go out, and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then it'll get so small that you can't see it anymore. Okay, and it looks like it's gone. You can still see the horizon, but you can't see the cruise ship anymore. And then you can pull out a camera, like a super zoom camera, and zoom in where the cruise ship was, and then you can see the whole cruise ship again. So it didn't actually go over any curvature, which it would have had to if the Earth was a globe. It just went out of your field of view, right? Your range of perspective. But I get why, like, they didn't have these high-powered optics back in the old days, right? Where they might have seen a boat go out and they can't see the boat anymore, and they're like, oh, it must have gone over the curvature of the Earth. And then sometimes, obviously, if you've got like ocean swells, then it's going to look like the boat's disappearing bottom up, because the boat's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But those ocean swells are still close to you, right? So it's kind of like the ship's going to reduce in angular size, and it's going to look like it's disappearing behind the ocean swells bottom up. And then sometimes you can have some miraging effects and things like that make it look like it's sinking, right? One of the miraging effects is called sinking, where it looks like things are sinking in the distance. So, yeah, it's not caused by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I got a video here of a big giant cruise ship. I think it's a cruise ship. Anyway, it looks like a giant ship. But you'll see that when this guy, he's zoomed out, he's just standing at the beach, nice calm day, no waves. And when he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat at all. And then it's not until about halfway through his zoom that the boat starts to come into view again. And then once he fully zooms in, you can see the whole boat again.
I wonder how far that boat is. Probably like a few miles.
It's probably about 10 to 15 miles out because of other videos that I've got where it's like a similar sized boat, and we know the distance to the boat because you can check them on shipping radar apps, right? And it'll tell you the size of the boat, the name of the boat, and stuff like that. Yeah, like I got an observation here. I'll just find it. And we know the exact distance to this boat, and you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. Right, so here's a different observation. Right, so he's got on this one. He's got the second. Yeah, so with this one, he's got the camera set up at just 1 meter high. Okay, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon, right? Because the horizon's like the line where the sky and the ground meets, right? But he's looking out and he's got a wind farm out there. And the wind farm's like 11 point something miles away, 11.2 miles away. And then you can see a boat, when he zooms right in, you can see a boat out past the wind farms. Okay, and the guy that did this observation, Dr. John D., he tracked the boat on Shipping Radar, on 2 different Shipping Radar apps. And he looked up the name of the boat and how big the boat is and how far, it says how far away the boat is. So it's called the Shetland Trader. And he looked up the height of it, and then he did the math and worked out that, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It's 14 nautical miles, 14.1 nautical miles out, I think. 12.1 nautical miles out. Hold on, I'll post the screenshots from the shipping tracking radar. All right, so that's the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader. It's the only boat that was out there. And yeah, 12.1 nautical miles, which is it's like about 14 nautical miles out. Okay, and this is the ship. And then he shows you like this is what height the ship is. And then here's the calculations on an Earth curvature calculator to tell you how much should be hidden over that distance, right? So I'll just open up the curvature calculator. Okay, so the eye height, the camera height, 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Oh, he's got it in metric there. Yeah, 1 meter. And then the target, the ship's 22 kilometers away, which is 13.9 miles. Okay, so it says the target hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, which is 89 foot. Okay, and now we check the size of what the boat is. So I'll just post this. Just 1 second. Right, so this has got the height of the boat. Yeah, so it's like 7 meters or something like that.
Like 7 meters were visible?
No, the boat's 7 meters above. Like, can you see the image I just put in the side chat? So from where the water, because some of the boats like under the water, right? Because it's sitting in the water. So that's like 7 meters to where the deck is, and then it's much higher, above that, just the masts and things like that. But we can see like basically the whole boat if you scroll up and have a look at when he zooms out to it, you can see basically the whole boat. But the whole boat should be completely hidden behind the horizon by, what did it say? 27 meters. Back in just a second.
I wonder where this approximation was taken to like calculate like the Earth's curvature. Because like, if this optical camera that's like zoomed in this much and saw the boat, like, and that these measurements are true, then like something's not right. Like, who actually took these measurements?
Yeah, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. Right, he's like got a PhD, and he actually set out to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, so these screenshots are just from a full-length video on his channel, where he spends an hour and a half going over the whole observation. He shows you the whole setup, and he'll show you the distances and everything. He goes over everything in detail. But the main thing that we're looking at in this one is the windmill farm. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the windmill farm, and we can see it really clearly. I'll just repost. Whoops. 1 second. Yeah, I'll just repost the observation so it's right there in the chat. Right, because the main thing that he's looking at is that windmill farm. Okay, so I'm just going to, excuse me, I'm just going to show you a close-up of the windmill farm, just what it looks like close-up. 1 second. All right, here it is. All right, so this is the target. Okay, so the windmill farm's 8 miles away. The closest windmill's 8 miles away on the left. You can see 6 windmills when he zooms in. So the one on the left's 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further until the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. And then there's a picture just underneath that of what they look like close up. So when it's low tide, the paint's like stripped off the bottom of them. So you can see that black portion at the bottom. Okay, so when he zooms in, yeah, because the water like corrodes the paint off or whatever.
When it's high tide.
It's low tide when he did the observation, so you can see that low tide mark. When it's high tide, it comes up to like the top of that black bit there. But yeah. So we can do the calculations, right? So I'll show you a screenshot. Okay, so you can just go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator if you want to double check this. But this is just me taking a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. They all give the same results. Okay, so we put in the target to the object, right, which is the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, and that's 11.2 miles out, which is about, I think it's 18 kilometers, and then the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Okay, and then the target distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers approximately. Okay, so that's where the cutoff point should be for the water. That's like the horizon is defined as the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so at the bottom, 52 feet of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon. That's why it says at the bottom there, obscured object part, 52.9 feet. I think that's about 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower at the bottom should be hidden behind that horizon, but it's not. We can see just flat water all the way past where the horizon should be on a globe, and then all the way out to like past where that boat is until it kind of like gets kind of hazy past the boat. But yeah, this doesn't work on a globe. Right, over that distance, there's like a huge amount of curvature, like over 100 feet of curvature. If the Earth were a globe. Right, so he went back and he did it on different days, and he's got all of it logged. Right, he also does high-powered laser tests, where he shoots, instead of just observing things in the distance, he'll shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side, which would also be impossible if the Earth were a globe, because there should be, hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And yeah, that's what's good about this. Like if you don't have to just like blindly believe in this, right? You can say, all right, I'm going to go check for myself, if you wanted to, and you can go do it yourself, right? Like I did myself. I used to live on a big lake. I don't know if are you from Australia?
No, I'm from Canada.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, well, I lived on a giant lake, and we had like a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. So I went and did a whole bunch of my own tests across the lake, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline because it had like white sand beaches on the shoreline. I could zoom across and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake. I did it a whole bunch of times, and there should have been like way more than 50 feet of curvature over that distance, blocking my view. And yeah, there's just like tons and tons of tests, right? We've even had teams of field engineers have gone out, right? This group called Field Engineers Corps went out with a $30,000 laser, and they were doing like 40-kilometer laser tests using this beast of a laser, and there's like an hour-long video where they show the whole setup and they show the experiment being done, and there's like a big technical 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the temperatures and the laser specifications and stuff like that. So quite a bit of effort's been put into this, and we can't find any curvature. So then we go after, okay, so we do all of these tests, we can't find any curvature after thousands of different tests that have been done and observations. And then so we go hunting, you know, like who throughout all of history went out and actually validated this so-called curvature that's meant to be there. And that's where you start running into a brick wall, right? You're not going to be able to find anything empirical. You're going to find ancient Greeks that made a bunch of assumptions and did some calculations based off those assumptions, or people like Pythagoras that like literally were batshit crazy cult leaders, you know, and you know, yeah, you're not going to find any empirical evidence for the globe when it comes to curvature. That's for sure. Yeah, lots of information, man. I didn't mean to waffle on for too long.
Yeah, it's because like, like I can see hundreds of not hundreds. I don't know if I can see hundreds of kilometers out, but I could definitely see like 100 kilometers out. Like I could see like a beach shore from the beach shore. It's like, why can I see that if there's supposed to be a lot of curvature?
Right, and you can calculate like how much curvature there should be and how far away the thing is that you can see. And that's what people started doing. Like back in this, like kicked off really big in 2015 when Nikon released a camera called the Nikon P900, and it's like a crazy powerful zoom camera. And people were zooming in on islands and things like that were like way past where you should be able to see them. And they're like, hey, and they started like putting the videos online, and they're like, this does not work on a globe. And yeah, it's there's so many observations that have been done. And I've been looking for one that actually would match up with the globe for years, and I haven't seen one that not even close matches up with the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put another one in the side chat quickly, because this is a crazy one as well. Another one where it's like crystal clear conditions, no wind, real like dry air, not much humidity, because it's in Utah. So this is at the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and this is 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And this guy, he just sets his camera up 5 foot high on a tripod on one side of the lake. Okay, this is his camera setup. It's a Nikon P1000, one of the most powerful zoom cameras you can get. Right, and then he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake and testing to see what should be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so that's the top view from Google Earth, just showing where he was standing. He was standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's zooming across to the other side of the lake, which is at the bottom of the picture. Okay, and then he had a buddy over on the other shoreline, 21 miles away, who took some footage, and this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So he's going to be standing behind that camera and zooming over to this shoreline that you can see here. And now we do some math, right? Some pretty simple math. And we just use an Earth curvature calculator to make it even easier. Okay, so based off the eye height, okay, so you put in the eye height, 5 foot, which is 1.5 meters. And then you put in the target distance, 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And then it calculates how far the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the horizon distance should be 2.7 miles, which is, I think it's about 4 kilometers, something like that. And then the target hidden height, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet, which is it's just a bit over 80 meters or something like that, I think. Yeah, something like 80 meters. But yeah, a ton, right? Like a skyscraper worth of curvature.
Oh.
Okay, so now I'll just post the observation again quickly. Okay, and then I'll post a few screenshots from it because he did it during the day, and then he stayed there and he did it again during the night. So first thing you'll notice, the first thing we're looking for is that horizon. Okay, so the horizon is the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. That's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's what the horizon is. And on a globe, it's due to the curvature of the Earth. So anything beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles. Okay, there's no horizon. It just looks like flat water all the way across the lake. And then when he zooms in, you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake as well. Okay, and you can notice the big white tower that's in the background as well. Right, and none of that tower is obstructed. Right, so here's an even more of a close-up picture of the shoreline and the tower. Okay, so see the bottom of the tower, and then under the tower you can see the shoreline. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away.
Yeah, it's like you can't even see it. There's just none.
Yeah, so
Like, you
that's
can see
that's
the whole
from
building.
Yeah, you can see the whole building. You can even see there's like puddles all over the shoreline on the other side. And you can even at nighttime you can see the light reflecting off the lights there on those puddles that are on the lake there. So you can see the shoreline. That's the target's the shoreline.
Yeah.
So this is how much curvature there should be, right? If there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories high, sitting on the other side of the lake, then you would only just be able to see the top couple of stories of the skyscraper. The whole rest would be hidden behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. So yeah, and then after this, they actually did like a laser test as well. So he set up the laser at 5 foot high and made it horizontal and shot it across the lake, and then his buddy on the other side could see the laser beam. They actually shot lasers across the lake towards each other. So here's the some pictures of that. I'll post the full video it's from if you want to check it out later as well. He goes through everything. So that's the laser beam that he's shooting out, and then this is his buddy seeing the beam from the other side.
That's a powerful laser. Holy.
Yeah. Super powerful, expensive laser beams.
Imagine 21 miles, and it's still a perfect laser.
Yeah, they do diverge out a bit as the laser goes out, right? But when you have really good quality lasers with like a collimator, it keeps the laser beam nice and like a beam rather than spreading out too much. But if the Earth were a globe, right? If you're setting up the laser horizontally, the person on the other side of the lake should see the laser beam like 220 feet up in the air. There's no way the laser can hit the target on the other side of the lake. If the Earth were a globe. So yeah, that's where we're coming from, man. Like empirical evidence, actually testing it, questioning the globe, looking for someone to come in and say, "Oh no, here's proof that it's a globe," but it never happens. We talk to professors and physicists and satellite engineers and all sorts of people come through here, and none of them have any empirical evidence of Earth curvature. Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like when the laser hits the target. Okay, so this is from a different observation done by the team of field engineers, and this is 40 kilometers, so it's even longer one. Yeah, so this one's from a 40 kilometer test, and they set up this big giant target on the other side.
Oh yeah.
So this is like a team of field engineers. This is one of the most technical ones that's ever been done. So I'll post there's a video, an hour-long video where they go over everything and show you the whole test.
Hey, what are you guys talking about? I mean, sorry, that's a dumb question.
You happen to drop in between. Don't worry, it's all good.
Hey, how long have you believed in the flat Earth theory?
Believed? Theory? What?
Well, I don't want to word it in a weird way. I just don't know how else to express it.
It's actually measured as flat. So it's not really a theory.
Oh.
If you have a look in the side chat, and scroll up a little bit, there's a whole heap of laser tests. And what they do is they shoot lasers over long distance across large lakes, frozen lakes.
Yeah.
And not frozen, of course. And what happens? If we're on a ball,
yeah,
what should happen is that laser, as we get further and further away from where it's first set down, so they set it up horizontal, turn him on, and it puts a beam across the sky. Now, they measure the height of it at the start where the laser is, so we just pick a random number, 5 foot for example. And then they go along the laser. Now, when they get to about 10 miles, between the laser and the ground, or water in this case, should be 66 feet drop. When you get to 20 miles, it should be 266 feet.
Where do you get the number from so I can understand better? When you said the 5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. How do you know it dropped?
Well, that's the problem. It didn't. But according to the heliocentric model, we are supposed to be on a ball. Now, if we are on a ball with a given radius, then we should be able to calculate what the drop over specific distances should be. So in the side chat, I've just put up a spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Now that claimed radius is what we get force-fed at school. You might know it in metric or freedom units, I don't know. But if you have a look at the chart there...
If I took a laser and I took it on a globe, it would curve, but not when I do the laser across land. Is that what you mean?
Why would the laser curve? Lasers go straight.
Well, that's what I wasn't sure of because I've never used a laser.
So the laser that these guys were using, one of the groups, I think was worth about $30,000. So it's somewhat of a pricey investment. And it can shoot a laser, I think it's about 40 mile. It can shoot its beam.
So the laser always goes completely straight and how long does the laser have to be able to go to know that there's no curve at a certain distance?
Well, that's up to you. If you've got a laser that can shoot 30 miles, wouldn't you test it at 30 miles?
So let me ask you this. Let's say I have the laser and I'm pointing it and I look at, I'm not very knowledgeable with, how the land goes up and down in like hills? Would I have to also know that number? But I have to know it would be flat even though it's technically hilly, right?
Well, it's planar with topography. So yes, it's flat, but it's got hills and valleys and mountains and things all over it. If that makes it a bit easier for you.
Can the laser go far enough so that it could show a curve at all if the laser can only point straight?
If the laser can only point straight and we are on a ball, it most definitely would show it.
And this is why we perform these tests over bodies of water at Miyavi. Because water is the most stable, flattest when at rest, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So you take a lake or a river or whatever it is there, point A to point B, shoot over. And there should be a gradually increasing deviation between the laser at the point where it's shot compared to the other side.
Okay. So what would the laser, like if I'm looking through my eyes and looking at the laser and it doesn't show the curve, how do I know that the laser just doesn't go long enough to cover the space?
Because we can calculate what should be expected.
Oh.
And we compare that to what we get. And that was the math that I think Matrix was trying to lead you to or to point you to. Because we're given dimensions of the world, right? If you go to 20 minutes past the hour there, I don't know what time it is for you there.
It's 3 in the morning.
Right. So it's 3:24 for me. So at 3:20, you see that spherical trigonometry of a sphere with 959 miles radius?
Yeah.
Right. So they give us the specs, right? Remember in geometry class or whatnot, right? They give you a radius, R, and then you can calculate circumference and diameter and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? It's maybe grade 7 or below math.
I remember.
Same thing. So you can extend those basic concepts and figure out this type of stuff.
Well, here's my question, because we were talking about a laser. So I'm looking at the globe picture that you just posted at 3:20. So I see where it says 0 and then distance in miles, right? Is there a way that we can go to that point where the 0 is, like actually go there and point a laser 1,000 miles to see if we can see the curve there?
Right. So picture, 1,000 miles, I don't think that's very practical. I think that might be like $1 million or $2 million laser if it even exists. But according to the chart on the side, right, where it shows you smaller distances, right? At some point in that chart, you get to a scale that's fairly reasonable or, practical to work with, right? So you don't need 1,000 miles. And even if you did 1,000 miles, right, the drop, according to this chart, would be 8,133,896.99 inches. So how would you even know if it's going on top of over your head or not? You wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't be able to see it. So if you get something like 50 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, or whatnot, it's something that can be worked with. Follow?
Yeah, I think so.
So, for example, if you go 10 miles, right, if you check that chart out, right, 10 miles on the left, drop inches on the right, fourth from the left, right, 800 inches. If you divide that by 12, and you get to 66 or something. It's about the height of, what is it, like a 5 or 6 story building or something?
Yeah. Well, how do you know from the point where you're holding? You have to know how high you are up from sea level, right? And then you point it.
Exactly. So you're right
But
at the body of water, right on the shore. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, you can continue. I can't remember what I was going to say.
Apologies there. Yeah, you're on the beach or whatnot, and you see out yonder over there, you see an island or something, small little, thingamajig, little plot of land. You look it up, and it's like, oh, from where I am, that is 15 miles or something. So you set up a laser, okay, you level it right at the edge of the water, and you shoot it yonder, make sure it's level, and if the water's flat and horizontal, on the other side, the recipient should also, like, for example, if they took a target, right, a piece of paper or a carton or whatever, right, they lift it up 5 feet or 2.5 feet or whatever, that laser should strike it right at 5 feet. And if it's a ball that they tell us, it'll go over that person's head by, 60 feet or something?
Yeah. Okay, so for sake of example, so I can understand this better, let's say we pick a spot and we know our measurement of where we are, and let's say this. I'm just going to use a body of water, okay, like not like a I don't know, a lake maybe that's miles long, but we can see something. Let's say there's a buoy in the distance we're pointing to. What if we can't see it from our eyes view? How do we know? And also, how do we know where that number changes based on where you are from? If the water deepness changes too, how do you know if it?
So you're talking about, like, put the laser aside and then just do an observation. You look out far away, and the question is along the lines of, should I or should I not be able to see this thing if it is X miles away? And how do you figure that out? Is that kind of the question?
No, I kind of was wondering. You said that if we're pointing it straight, it would show a curve. It would go down a certain amount. I'm trying to understand how you would know how to calculate that based on where you are.
Right. The ground should curve away, right? The ground should go down, and the laser just keeps going in the direction that you point it, right? So from the perspective of the person on the other side, in the direction that you're shooting the laser, if they look back at you, they should see a laser ripping over their head up in the sky because they're lower, so to speak. You follow?
So Matrix has posted a couple of simple diagrams to illustrate the point. Sometimes it helps sort of visualize in your head like what we're talking about.
Yeah, zooming in there, Check that out.
I think it makes more sense when you say another person at the other end. So basically, if the let's say we were doing the experiment together and you were on the other side and I shoot the laser, what should the laser show me versus what it shows that you know what I'm saying? So what will it do that indicates that there's no curve? Will it be above you?
Right. Yeah, so if we're on a ball, the laser should zip over my head. If we're not on a ball, or not on a ball of said size, the distance between the laser and the ground where I am will be different.
Yeah.
And when we go out and do that, it is so different, so much so that it's basically at the same level, plus or minus a little bit, because we account for, or we acknowledge that there's fluctuations in different attributes of the air. Right, it's humid over the water. There's different temperatures and stuff like that, and we know that those type of things affect the path light takes when it goes through it, ever so slightly, right? But when you compound that over large distances, it can make arguably significant deviations from its initial trajectory, right?
So if it's dead flat, then the laser should technically reach you at the other side and not be in a way too high.
Right. So what we're talking about, I think, like, if you shoot the laser 3 feet off the ground, 10 miles out, or something like that, hypothetically, right? and you perfectly level the laser according to your standards or whatnot, on the other side, you'll get something like 3.5 feet, or maybe 4 feet, or maybe even 2.5 feet. Maybe it went down, right? Little things like that. Like, it's not perfect because in engineering, nothing's perfect. It's to spec, right? It's just certain precision specifications. Nothing's ever absolute in that sense, right? So it's always going to be a little bit off. But this type of off, compared to what it should be if we were on a ball, it's like hundreds of times or tens of times off, let's say. It shouldn't be that high. That's like 99 or 95% off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you ever make 100 guesses and 99 of them are wrong, or 95 of them are wrong, and then claim to be like the best guesser in the world? You know, you follow? Like, it's that type of situation.
Well, yeah, I really appreciate all that. That makes a lot more sense. I kind of wish I could try it now.
Wow. There are some videos. I don't know if anyone has them on hand right away. Yeah, there's a couple in the chat right now. Yeah, there's the FE Core. This is a group of field engineers, right? This is the $30,000 laser type thing. There are others where some Joe Blow or whatever picked up some lights or something, right? There's one that, what is it? There's a guy who went on a frozen lake, and at several intervals, I think 2 miles, 4 miles, 8 miles, or something like that, right? Gradual, different, spacing between them. He went to the other side so he can look down if he puts his head down on the ice and see them all in a straight line, right? Now, if the ground was curving at these distances, he should not see all the lights, but he died. And that's low tech, so to speak, at least in comparison, right? So there's a lot of interesting stuff out there. Forgive me if I'm yakking your ear off there, but there's a lot to this.
No, I guess what I want to know next is, because I've always kind of wondered, my brother used to talk to me about it when we were younger, but I didn't really listen much because he was always on about something crazy. But not saying it's crazy, but he was into all kinds of occult things too. But what was I going to say? It was an important question. Oh, okay. The Earth is flat. Oh, I'm trying to think of how to word this. If okay, space is not real, then what is the benefit of tricking people for so long?
You'd have to ask those who would be doing it if they are doing it. So the thing at like this point in the discussion, right? You come to the realization that what we measure outside does not adhere to the prescribed model. Then we start asking, oh, well, did they screw up? Have been, were they stupid? People who compiled all these different building blocks of research and study and quote unquote science, right, over the decades and centuries or whatnot, did they just screw up? Or was there a mixture of philosophical bias? So they embarked on a study, got some results of whatever they were studying, and those results implied 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 different things, and they chose one possible explanation out of those 3 based off of philosophical biases. And then down the road they go down that path, and then it compiles and compiles, when in fact that first fork in the road, they were leaning in one direction, kind of, based on their feeling, so to speak, not based on anything empirical, right? So it's a mixture of...
They just rolled with what they had, kept piling up, and more theories and more things and more, this explains this and this explains that, so and let's be honest, if you start with the wrong thing in the beginning, all the other things are going to come out wrong too.
Right, like the measurements, if they go out and make a measurement and they have super precise equipment, the numbers that come back, they might be super precise. Okay, that's like the actual studious part. But then what happens afterwards? Like they take these results, they go in the back room, they whip out a cigar, and they sit on their lounge chair, and they're like, "Okay, what the fuck does this mean?" Right, and that's where the storytelling starts coming in, potentially. You follow?
Yeah.
So it can be a mixture of all sorts of these things, mixture of philosophical biases, potential malicious intent, and then otherwise just faulty reasoning.
Yeah, like how Americans felt like they needed to prove something by going to the moon. Like they think they're like the superpower. Like I always wondered about that because of how early they claim to have done everything too. And in that technology and the way that they compare the technology back then to what they were doing just didn't add up to me either.
Mm-hmm. Like in this conversation, one bit comes up that puts the whole moon landing thing at least, into question, right? Because if you think about it, right, the first thing we talked about, the ground, right? It's horizontal. There's no measured deviation between point A and point B, etc. Okay, but now what about up there, right? You look up, you see little, blips of light. They move around. They have cycles, and we can predict them or post-dict them because they happen so often, etc., etc. Right? People think, oh, well, you just go up and you can fly up forever and just go out and out and on and on and on. Right? Yeah. That's an idea. That's an idea based on the ground being curved. If it's curved, or at least in the fashion they tell us, the ball. The ball is somewhere in the infinite vacuum of outer space. Right? Yeah. So this part, it comes into question too. Like, what's up there? They think it's infinite. And there's an argument to be made that it is infinite.
Yeah.
Right. That being, for example, right? Do you have at all like a early secondary school education in science or physics or whatnot before I started?
I have a basic understanding of, I'd say science was always my strong point. I mean, I'm not like a master in like quantum theory, but I've listened to.
It's very basic. Yeah, you'll see what I mean. Right? Check this out. Right, what happens if you take a tank of gas, right, and you open it up?
Yeah.
What happens?
It smells good.
No, gas.
What happened?
I mean, I can't. A tank of propane or a tank of oxygen, like scuba divers,
Yeah.
What happens if you open up the tank?
Well, then whatever's inside comes out.
It rushes out, right? Depending on the size of the hole and the pressure differential, like the difference in pressure on the outside compared to on the inside, et cetera, et cetera. You understand that kind of, right?
Yes.
That's happening because there's an opening, right, between these two pressure systems. Gas rushes out and it tries to balance itself out.
Right.
Basic. Right? Fills the volume that it can and then finds equilibrium, et cetera, right? So if we're floating in the vacuum of outer space, where up there is infinite nothingness, but here we are down here breathing air that is pressurized. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but you know how science is. Science will just explain that with the ozone layer, won't it?
Well, what is the ozone layer?
Exactly. I don't even know how I would define it.
It's gas. That'd be O3, right? But, gas wouldn't be containing gas, right? So that gas itself should be rushing out into the open volume. What they actually say is that gravity, there's a force of gravity maintaining the Earth's atmosphere and preventing it from being able to do what it should do according to the laws of entropy, which is expand into the available volume. But when we scrutinize that and we look more deeply into that, it falls apart, right? Because, for one, Nobody has ever performed a scientific experiment where they've manipulated the independent variable of gravity to indicate that that's the reason why things fall or that it has an effect on gas and can pressurize gas.
Yeah.
So it's a glorified idea, right? And there's some rationale behind it, but it's theoretical at best, right? Mm-hmm. So that comes into question, right? Like, I'm just getting out again. I don't want to yak your ear off, but there are so many pieces to this.
No, you're fine. Very interesting. I also want to know, like, what are the implications of, like, okay, we have an understanding of flat Earth now, but what else changes when we know that? Like, what other clarity comes through, or what can I do after? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It might put into question why you think you're here.
Well, I'm one of those people very syncretic, so I like to take things from many different sources and create my own understanding based on things, I guess. But
like one of the mainstream kind of worldviews.
I'm a believer. Right? I'm a seeker. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the mainstream worldviews that kind of underpins a lot of this, or rather, that a lot of this underpins this worldview, I should say, right, is that we all emerged out of nothing, right? A giant explosion, billions and billions of years ago, right? And things started flying around and then attracted to each other and formed balls. And, there was nothing. And then all of a sudden there was something. And we, came from monkeys and all this stuff, right? Like a big chain of events that is theoretical at best. But, it's armchair philosophical reasoning.
There's a chance I'm not a monkey, because that would be great, because I don't really like monkeys. And if I come from a monkey, that would make me sad.
Well, this whole thing puts that into question.
Yeah.
Because we could not have come from a giant explosion, whizzing around little balls and particles and whatever. Like it would not have happened like that. Could not have. Not in the way that they express it. So that's one reason why it might be worth considering this. Because if this is true, and a lot of us are pretty grounded in things, can see that, and then it's like, okay, there's potentially different meaning to my life than I previously thought. Like,
even some very vocal theoretical physicists are beginning to question the veracity of those sorts of claims. I mean, like, you've got one prominent theoretical physicist YouTuber who's actively challenging those views, not necessarily saying it's wrong, but demanding or challenging, right, academia and her peers to provide empirical evidence of it, because she sees none.
Oh, so she doesn't believe, or she does?
No, she's not. She's not taking really the stance of believing or not believing. She's just looking at the claim, examining the evidence, and finding that there actually isn't any evidence. And if there is any that's being presented as evidence, it's conjecture at best, right? It's circumstantial. It's interpretation of data. It's not actual. Just stands out in your face. Here you go, home run. This is the case.
Like, it's not common sense. It's more like, here's a guessing game. Have fun.
Right. Yeah.
There is a large part of it that is guesswork. And I can tell you from firsthand experience. So I had a good deal of time working alongside a group of genomics researchers, bioinformaticians, software devs, technicians, et cetera, and in that experience, I learned that, for example, the machinery that will take, for example, a cluster of cells, right? Someone comes up to you, takes a swab, puts it in your mouth, and then puts in a little capsule, brings it to a lab, right? You open that little capsule, you pour it onto this tray. You take this tray and you put it into a machine. And that machine does some fancy stuff to read the contents of the thing. It breaks it up, chops it up, all sorts of stuff. Those chemicals, et cetera. Okay?
Yeah.
And like, when you talk about reading a genome or uncovering your genome or just, all this stuff, this is kind of the process. And there's variations of it, but in a nutshell, what they do is they take the swab, okay? They do this thing, throw a bunch of chemicals on it, and then out comes, a bunch of little building blocks. Like picture like a shit ton of Lego. You dump a bunch of Legos all over the floor. Some of them are attached to each other, some are not, different sizes, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And then they run these giant computer software algorithms to try and fit them together the best they can.
Yeah.
Okay. And the best they can, what determines the best is really just a roll of the dice in the end. Now it's facilitated with, the more you have of this thing, the better of an idea you have. Fine, sure. Right. But that's what you get. You get a best guess end result of this giant.
You're using that as an example, right? You're using that as like an example, right? Like that.
Right. So this is the start of where, for example, these ideas would come from, right? So you have this thing, the output is this giant string of Legos. Red, blue, red, green, red, blue, yellow, whatever. Right? Remember ATCG, Gattaca, like, all the genome, right?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that? Right? Those are the Lego blocks. But the long string, or 20 some odd to 23 or 22 strings of it, whatever it is, I forget. Right? They were the computer idea or computer model of what that is for you, right? When you spit in the cup and all that stuff, is really just a best guess. Okay. So when they do that multiple times over a long period of time with a bunch of different people, and they start seeing little changes here and there in different parts, most of it's the same, whatever. They see these little changes and they suggest or they theorize that little change came from something that happened outside. Now, in many cases, there are, right? Little things that happen, you can witness these changes. Fine, not a problem. But when you extrapolate that out and say, oh, well, if you extend this backwards in time, billions and billions and billions of years, there must have been millions and millions and billions and whatever of these changes that just happened kind of randomly, circumstantially, and that they all converge to, our common ancestors, as they call it. That idea comes from this observation that these little changes from time to time they happen. But that's their best guess. It really is guess, right?
To prove that we came from monkeys just because we share a similar sequence that looks like the way the machine spits it out, right? So it's like, just because it looks similar doesn't mean that they are from the same. They're the same. They were the same thing, right?
Right. So what they'll do, right? They'll take. I think the study was, I think, in the 90s or whatever. The Human Genome Project took like several years, tens of years, if not more, of millions or thousands of researchers, millions and billions of dollars of all these different, research going around swabbing people or whatever, gathering all their DNA, putting them in these machines and collecting everything, right? And finding these sequences for each of them. And then they kind of like take an average, if you want to put it that way, of all of them, and they call that the Human Genome Reference.
Right.
The average of everybody that they studied, they call that a reference. So then they compare everybody in, from that point forward into the future against that.
Yeah.
See what I mean? They take that average and then they do the same thing for different species. They get averages for all these things. And then they build their tree. What they suggest might have happened going back if they take the worldview that we all came from a common ancestor. It's a philosophical position from the beginning that we all came from, right? It's not, at this point, it's no longer science or real study. You see, up until now, you're doing some research and study and fancy chemistry and shit like that. Yeah, okay, fantastic. Now the philosophy starts. You follow?
Yes.
This is where we're like, hold on. Because all these other things that we're talking about, they don't match up to that. See what I mean? Shit like that is what you come across when you start recognizing this stuff. And you're like, okay, you know, it's more than just the ground is level. It's like, who the fuck am I? Where are we? You know? Shit like that.
It's like we accepted one truth to everything, and then we apply that to everything around us.
But it's not even necessarily a truth. It can be true, at least in some regard, right? Excuse me. So, like, for example, someone might come up with an idea that, you know, we did evolve from, you know, other, you know, species, but we're on planar surface. Okay, that might be a cool idea. One of these things might be true, but how the hell are you going to figure that out? You know what I mean? It's in the right. You know, like it's just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what kind of sounds nice or what tickles your fancy based on who you are. Right? If you're a guy, right, or a lady that hates the world because it's mistreated you or whatnot, and then some idea comes to your mind that, oh, well, we don't mean anything anyway. That kind of explains, you know, the bad experience that you might have had, right? Oh, well, I'm just unlucky. You know, I don't mean anything anyway. Yeah, you know, shit like that. You know, it's really a personal philosophical thing. And then all these people happen to be very smart into, you know, academia.
Look for things to confirm their bias. Exactly. Like, and if you look at some of the literature from the origins of where these ideas came from, the people where these ideas originated from, they start and they express it quite blatantly that they have a foundational premise of us being, whether it's, you know, to do with evolution or the Big Bang, whatever, starts with the premise that we're not special, we're not unique in any way, we're not in a unique position in the universe, we're unordinary, right? I mean, we're ordinary, we're not extraordinary, we're not unique. Hubble said that, and I'm sure I've read literature from, like, you know, like other philosophers, you know, other so-called scientists that have expressed that view that they're starting from that premise, right? And that they are literally looking in nature for things which confirm that bias. Then they're not secretive about it. They're quite proud of that stance, right? And it's not based on, well, it could be based a little bit on, you know, like, you know, things observed in nature, like, you know, chaos versus order sort of stuff, you know. But ultimately, it is just a philosophical preference that they're taking.
Does anybody have
because the idea of, you know, there being, you know, like some sort of intelligence behind everything, whoa, that's scary, right? Hubble even expressed it as being scary, pretty much.
Does anybody have his quote on hand, or?
I'd have to. I could find it, but I'm on another page at the moment. So, yeah. Hang on a sec. I can go to the home server and find it.
Oh. So, Miyavi, like, long story longer, this is why. This is what a lot of this means. To answer your question initially.
Well, I always knew I always was one of those people who thought there's something in between the lines, you know, it seems like things aren't as easy as they want you to think. It's simple. Here's the facts. All right, now don't question nothing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that.
I remember one of the first times I kind of like had a little like a what the fuck kind of moment was in I remember back in high school. I was graduating and I had a chemistry course, did very well in it, whatnot. And I remember kind of consulting with one of my teachers about, oh, you know, what should I do? You know, going to college, whatever, right? You know, you're like, what the hell, right? And my teacher told me I was questioning whether I should pursue a scientific kind of career or whatever, or pursue my scientific studies, right? And I remember him telling me explicitly, he's like, okay, well, if you choose to go down that route, just remember one thing, that you can basically forget almost everything we taught you. You're like, what? Because in high school, they teach you shit like, okay, the atom, right? You start off in those classes, and they teach us like a little miniaturized ball, right? With other little miniaturized BBs and other little things flying around it, right? And then as you progress further, they strip away that idea, right? That it's a solid object and that it's just a little spherical, orb of energy, so to speak, right? With other little, right? One step after another, they decompose or they discard one concept and refill it with another.
And they still teach that kind of thing. Like they still try and present it in that way to young students, entering field of science, But then when you get to university level and they're like, sorry guys, same with gravity, same with a lot of other stuff. But I went ahead and posted that quote. That's a shortened version of the quote, I think, but the sentiment's there.
Yeah. So what I was getting is like, now certainly it was prefaced right at the beginning of the course is that these models were, they came from so-and-so, like the Bohr model, right, of the atom. And then whoever the fuck came after. All these different guys. Like, they always tell you, like, it evolved. So it's not like they're lying. You know what I mean? It was just, after all that effort to learn this one thing, you kind of forget that it's just an idea from a guy. You think it's true, right? Because you're putting so much effort into it or whatever. Or, you know what I mean? And then you have to discard it, right? So that was a tipping point for me. Like, they don't know, really. They got some ideas, but they don't really know. But they present it like they do.
Yeah, so how do they know, like, when a hypothesis is, they never reach a conclusion. It's always theories,
There's always more questions, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, really. Like, if you conduct some sort of study, you get some results, based on a certain assumption or whatever, right? And okay, this works. Until it doesn't, then you have to look further into it. If you kind of describe that scenario as, this is my best guess, right? It seems to work. At least I know it works to the point that I've tested it, right? That's fine, right? And you sweep the entire set of possible tests you can do, and they all work out. Okay, it's pretty solid, right? But the reasoning or the rationale behind why it works might be biased. So if you present it like that, scientific theory, right, then okay. But when people come off like they know this to be absolutely true, no matter what, and there's no evidence for it, that's where you're like, hold on, right? Or insufficient evidence, right? According to certain standards that they purport to adhere to, but don't actually, or should, even if they say they don't. You know what I mean? It gets very hairy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want yakking your there. I hope that covers a lot of ground there for you.
Yeah, it does. Well, thinking about that also makes you think about other implications in life too, like in a similar way, because then it's like almost like everything's more like a mystery. It's like, hey, so you kind of like, if there's no evidence for something, then it's not what we think it is. Sometimes we'll never know, but we can try. Like when there's no evidence,
You kind of cut out a little halfway with that. Sorry. Could you repeat that?
Hold on, let me try to reword it.
No, it was your connection. The wording sounded fine. It was just your Wi-Fi connection or something.
I think so.
Get closer to the router. Not too close. Not too good for you.
Okay, I don't know if that fixed it at all.
Sounds okay now.
Okay. I guess what I was wondering is, so basically, most things, like there's no real evidence. How do you know? Does that mean that most things might be like, okay, for example, we know the Earth is flat, but we don't have evidence of it being round either. So some things in life might just always be we don't know, but we're always trying to figure it out. Like we could also apply that to other things once we realize those truths. Is that what you mean? Like, are you seeking evidence for flat or for everything to do with our reality?
I mean, I wouldn't say everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm not omnipotent. I can't do everything. But I will apply this kind of line of thinking to things from time to time, right, that come up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just critical, basic critical thinking. Someone tells you something, you ask, okay, how do you know this thing? And they either flop or they don't. Now, if you have the acumen to scrutinize what they tried to give you when you ask them, then you can do it. Otherwise, you can choose to just trust them, take it at face value. Oh, this guy seems smart. Okay, he might be right. You know, I like the guy or lady or whatever. She's probably right, even though you really assess it. Then you forget about it and you just continue with life as if it were true. So if you can step back and be like, I have no way of assessing that. Let me put it on ice. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, cool.
It might be impractical to do everything like that because then everything gets delayed and shit like that. But as a rule of thumb, don't discount your ability to employ that type of, mental processing when interacting.
Me, yeah. Hey, I really appreciate it, but it's actually 4 a.m. for me. I should probably get some rest.
By all means, nice chat. I appreciate this. It's a bit of a stark contrast compared to what we're used to in here. So I appreciate the ear and good on you for taking the step to open the mic.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's always pleasant to have conversations like that with people who don't have some sort of invested, very biased, very dogmatic stance, and become combative. You've been very pleasant to talk to, so welcome back anytime.
Thanks, I'll come back. Y'all have a good one.
This is ridiculous. Now I'm asking you about a triangle, and you're telling me about the ISS. What are you doing?
I'm trying to teach you guys science.
Really? Oh, well, then that would have to involve the scientific method, wouldn't it?
Yeah, FIOC.
Okay.
Hypothesis. Yeah.
No.
Experiment.
That's the first thing that you do. No. You don't make a hypothesis first. You have to actually observe something in nature to perform an experiment on. Right? You have to have a dependent variable. So let's talk about science really quick. Is this a scientific topic? Shapes, geometry, measurements? Okay, great. So what is the naturally observed phenomena in this particular topic now that we're dealing with shape or the surface nature of the Earth?
Are we talking about curvature of cosmological objects? Then yes.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the Earth. You are pre-assuming, that would be a begging the question fallacy, that the Earth is a cosmological object.
That's not what begging the question means. But
yes, it is. You're assuming that the Earth is a cosmological object in the first instance, even part of your argument. You're assuming the outcome before you even get started. We need to know if the Earth is a sphere or not.
Interesting. What reason do you have to believe that the Earth is not cosmological?
It's not about me assuming something that it isn't. You have the positive claim here that the Earth is one, so you have to prove that before you assume it.
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
Great. So where's the Earth curve measurements?
I don't exactly No, off the top of my mind, but I believe it's at least 24 million miles, or something. I don't know.
24 million miles? Why are you even here?
1,000.
25,000 is 24,901 miles in circumference, according to the begging the question fallacy that it is actually a globe. So still, get me the measurements and how they were derived. It is a fallacy because you're assuming it's the circumference of a globe. I need you to get me the Earth curve measurements in the first instance. I want them now.
Wait, angular?
No, Earth curve measurements of the drop over distance on the surface of the Earth, consistent with a radius of claim 3959 miles in radius. Where did they get the curvature measurements from?
Angular momentum?
Angular momentum? That's not a measurement of curvature, dumbass.
I would have to look it up, to be honest.
Well, then go find out. You don't even know what we're talking about. You want to talk about the frickin' moon. We're talking about the ground you're standing on. Where's the drop over distance consistent with a radius of 3959?
Honestly, hold on. Let me get back to the...
Let's not talk about what you think I believe. I want the measurements of the Earth curve in the first instance.
Let me get back to the Lexus of what you were trying to say. That the Earth is not a cosmological object and everything else.
There's no evidence that it is. You're begging the question in every single instance. Your scenario, I'll ask you, do you think that the Earth is a sphere floating around in an ever-expanding vacuum? Yes or no?
Yes.
Terrific. So your claim is that the Earth is an object floating around in an ever-expanding vacuum with a radius of that sphere being 24,901 miles, and, excuse me, that's the circumference, and the radius being 3959. So it's incumbent upon you to get me the actual measurements that support that claim. That's what I want from you.
Oh, yeah. No, I can do that, but yeah, that's an
get them.
Hold on.
I don't care.
Hold on.
I don't care. Get them.
I don't know why you're mad.
Avoiding getting the arguments.
Hold on, brother.
Why are you avoiding getting the arguments? Just get the measurements. I've been asking for this for like 3 minutes now, and you have yet to provide it. This is the only thing that you need to prove your claim is Earth curve measurements. Yeah, well, while I'm talking, you should be getting me the Earth curve measurements and how they were derived.
Yeah, mostly you can do a semi triangulation through just putting balloons in the atmosphere. So, but I really wish. No, hold on. I came into this room.
I want them. I want some vague description of what you think is getting done. I want the Earth curve measurements and how they were derived. I won't accept anything less.
We actually can prove that just by putting a boat.
No, I want the actual method of measuring the drop over distance.
Have you ever worked in physics?
Great, another question for me. Even though he's not going to get me the Earth curve measurements, he's going to red herring on to asking me about whether or not I do physics. What a pathetic display on your part.
When I came into this room, I said I was going to treat everyone with respect.
Right. Why aren't you treating me with respect right now by answering the simple question that I asked you for at the beginning of this discussion?
You not to shut up.
Dump all over this particular chat room by not answering the simple question, which is how is the Earth curve measured? And you won't do it. You're actually spitting in everybody's faces by red-herring away from the actual brass tacks of the topic.
Please, will you just calm down for a second? Literally every time, and I know this because I was an airborne combat medic in the United States military.
Nobody gives a shit.
Hold on. We triangulate our positions when we're airborne.
Terrific.
Hold on, please. Can you just bite your fucking
I don't need the story. Just tell me the method.
We triangulate positions based on the Earth's curvature as well as airborne conditions. All right.
Based on the Earth's curvature. Great. Where does that come from? Who measured that?
It comes from the dissonance that is caused between the radiative analysis from 3 different.
You're just blowing smoke up everyone's ass now.
I am
You're
not.
making shit up. You're making shit up, dude. This is hilarious. So who measured the curvature of the Earth and how did they do it? Why won't you answer that question?
That's literally what I'm saying. We can use radiography to basically tell, okay, so this point is lower in curvature than this point at the berm. So, and we have a triangulation.
Lower? What do you mean? What do you mean lower? Lower according to what? Lower according to what?
My uncle and also a great mentor when I was young.
Oh my gosh, dude! Quit filibustering. We don't give a shit. We do not give a shit about your family, about what they did, about what you did in the military. I want the method on how you measure Earth curve. I don't.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. Actually, I am angry because you answered the question. I'm not asking. No, I don't give a shit about what you're doing. Just get me the measurements. Why won't you get the measurements?
All right. Why
won't you?
I already told you. My uncle.
You didn't tell me anything. I don't give a shit about your uncle. You're telling me a story about your uncle, and I'm waiting for you to show something.
4 picoseconds before you.
All right. I'm not going to do this with you anymore. Tell me how anybody in the history of mankind has measured the curvature of the Earth, drop over distance, consistent with a radius of 3959. Measurements, not calculations, not reverse engineering, not affirming the consequent. Who did it? How is it done? So I can go out and see that I can do it too.
You know what? You're right. The Earth is flat. All of you are retarded, and I hope that I hope that you suck up all the oxygen and find yourselves in a room full of nitrous.
Great. Now it's, wishing ill upon people. You're a class act, dude.
No, it's just that I gave you like 8 to 10 different.
You didn't give me anything. You gave me anecdotes. It's an anecdotal fallacy, in fact.
Because I love cynics and
Good grief! Nobody cares. Just ask the question.
Hold on. Will you just? But the problem.
I don't know why you're running your mouth, asking questions, telling weird stories. Just ask the question.
The reason I'm pissed with you isn't because I disagree.
I don't care if you're pissed at me or not. Ask the question.
It's because you won't shut up, and
I'm waiting for the question, but you won't ask it now. You're talking about other things. Me, mostly. Just ask the question.
He's still muted.
Okay, well, if we're not going to get any Earth curve measurements, instead, we're going to use begging the question fallacies and then bringing up things like triangulation. Is that triangle, is it in the vertical plane or the horizontal plane? Because either way, you're screwed. You understand? So, Earth curve measurements. Who did it? When? How can I do it so I can measure this Earth curve? Won't answer that question. Conceded, said that the Earth is flat.
Did you really just mute me so that you could make your arguments and I had no...
Well, let me apologize. I did hit the unmute button. It didn't do it. I'm waiting for the question. Go ahead and ask it.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, triangulation isn't based on a flat plane. No one... It exists in 4 degrees. But...
is this a question? Is this the question you were asking me?
No, I just was responding to what you said because you said a lot of things that I couldn't respond to because you muted me.
Ask the original question. Let's pretend that everything I said didn't happen. What was the question you were going to ask?
I was going to ask you, you're asking why do I think the Earth is round? Now, I've given sufficient...
I didn't ask that.
Hold on.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that. Excuse me, I don't like people lying about me. I didn't ask that.
Okay. Well, then
I'll paraphrase what he asked.
Why do you think...
I'll paraphrase so you know what he asked. The only thing he asked you is who measured the curvature and how did they do it so that he can do it and check for himself.
Thales is the first one that did it in, 3400 BC?
How do you do it?
Actually, he watched the stars, and he used the stars as a compass and used that to triangulate the particular position against the sun of the Earth. But my question is specifically, hold on. my question specifically, like, if you want to be agnostic about like the shape of the Earth,
I'm not agnostic.
That's on you. That's okay. But however, you've been grilling me a little bit too aggressively, I think. So I want to know, why do you so passionately believe that the Earth is flat when every other thing in the cosmos and the laws of gravitation demand that it's round?
Well, first of all, there is no law of gravitation as far as... Hold on a second. You asked me a question. Am I going to answer it or not? I allowed you to do that.
No, I'm sorry. Fair enough.
Okay. So first of all, I don't care about laws of gravitation, which is begging the question. I don't care about the cosmos in this scenario, which is begging the question. I try to avoid assuming things before they're proven. That's the difference between you and me. So I am not agnostic about the shape of the Earth, but let me put it to you this way. I don't actually know the shape. I know that the surface is flat according to the way that we measure it. I am very interested to know what the ultimate shape of the Earth is, although I don't think I can probably figure that out. Unless you and I can figure out a way to get beyond this realm and look at it from an outside view, we're probably not going to get it done. So, the Earth is measured flat and treated flat and used flat by everybody. This is not my claim. This is not my measurement. This is everyone's measurement, everyone's experience. The laws of gravitation, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're going to have to be a little bit more specific about what the laws of gravitation are.
How do you explain a lunar eclipse?
Well, I don't have to explain a lunar eclipse. That's not what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here. We're talking about the surface curvature of the Earth, if there is any or if there isn't.
There literally is, and I'm trying to explain it to you by asking questions.
So are you going to ask me a question which you assume that the Earth is a sphere and it is between the Earth and the sun and it is blocking out the rays of the sun to create a shadow upon the moon? Are you assuming all those things in the first instance in your question?
And what would be the corollary for your argument?
I don't have an argument. I'm not talking about eclipses today. I'm talking about Earth curve, whether or not there is or is not any. And you're not talking about that. Right, so in this situation, you're going to assume...
Have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
Of course I've seen it. So why are we assuming that because the sun... Excuse me.
Let's actually change.
Hold on a second. No, now we're going to change the question because you saw that it was baked with all kinds of assumptions, right?
It's ancillary, but still important and true. Have you ever seen a waning moon?
Waning and waxing crescent moons? Yes, of course. Everyone has seen this. What's the point?
There's a curve to it. You can just calculate the curve. You can calculate the curvature based on that.
Do you think that the dark part of the moon has something to do with the curvature of the Earth? You would be sadly mistaken.
There is no dark phases. Moon. You just don't see it because it rotates, but it's locked. It depends.
Oh, goodness gracious! You don't even know your own cosmology, bro.
Yeah, I do.
It's locked to what? The pre-assumed sphere in the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space that you're just already assuming and not proving? I want the proof that the Earth is a sphere in the first place.
I don't know if you know this, but I already explained this, that there's a...
I don't care about the moon being locked in your your fantasy is not important to me. I want the basis for the fantasy, which is curvature of the Earth being measured. That's the thing we're trying to get to. Stop using all these assumptive arguments, these begging the question fallacies. Where is the curvature of the Earth? Where can we find it? Is everything that you're going to talk about today just based on assumption only, or do we have measurements of the curvature of the Earth? Drop over distance. Where is that?
8 inches per mile.
Nope, that's not what it is either. My goodness gracious.
8 inches
it literally is.
Nope,
it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that's how curvature works. You asked me and I answered.
You left out the squared part. That is the claim. That's the claim of the curvature. Who has measured that in real life? Not the claim, dude. The measurement.
How many times do I have to say you can literally just go forward
Forward? You mean like in a horizontal direction?
Correct.
Okay, so you're moving horizontally, and that's going to tell you that the Earth is curving how?
Because it requires triangulation. Any navigator knows this.
Moving forward requires triangulation?
How do you think Americans ended up in a lost land that no one knew about?
Columbus got lost.
I don't need your incredulity. I need you to give me the measurements of the curvature of the Earth. You're still avoiding it. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why, because it doesn't exist. But you're going to go to something else. Guaranteed. And it's probably based on an assumption. Once again, guaranteed.
Are you trying to say that everyone on the International Space Station is a liar?
Once again, I don't know anybody on an International Space Station, where it is, and who they are, right? So let's not talk about something that's a red herring. It's an argument from incredulity. Now you're saying, wait a minute, you don't believe the thing that I believe? No, I don't. I want Earth curve measurements. Is there going to be another red herring coming?
Altsu actually has a point. Yes, this is triangle test time. Triangles will definitely give you your accurate position anytime, anywhere, even if you're lost in the fucking Horsehead Nebula.
Can I ask something really quickly then about triangles, if that's okay, says who?
Go ahead.
I've been listening to you guys talking, and I took like the small ball that I had. It's not like a big ball, but it's not a small ball. And I have a triangle for like fucking technical work, right, for drawings. Now, I've been trying to use this triangle to see how can I use the triangle, because it's all straight lines, right, to decipher the curvature of the Earth. Here's the funny thing. And go all the way on the ball. There's a part of the triangle that's just magically in the air. How can you triangulate then? That's all I have to say. I have to go now.
So triangulation just means that you use 3 points. So if you can use it magically in the air, what you can say is, okay, I'm 24,000 meters above the Earth, right? And then just choose
above the flat Earth.
Hold on. Use 2 of those 3 points on the Earth, and then your distance, and you can say, okay, I must be approximately here or there, right? It's very simple. You have to just, what you did was a more like a Copernican, or more like a random, like more geometrical analysis, when what you really needed to do, instead of X, Y, you needed a Z. So if you use Z, now, this might get into calculus, but actually doesn't really have to. But yes, you can use the z-axis.
Great. So anyways, you dodged the question that he was asking you. Now you're saying that triangulation is not actually a triangle, it's just 3 points?
That's what a triangle is, yes.
Sorry, no, the definition of a triangle is a polygon with 3 sides, and the internal angles of those 3 sides is going to add up to 180 degrees. That's what a triangle is. You saying 3 points is a triangle is incorrect.
No, but that's literally, if you draw lines between those points, then yes. No, I was completely correct. Still am.
So what 3 points? Give us a scenario. Give me 3 points that we're going to be triangulating, and let's see if it has any curvature in it. Let's start from the beginning.
Oh, sure. How about Barcelona, Washington, D.C., and Islamabad, Pakistan?
Okay. Get me a triangle between those 3 points. I don't know how you're going to do that, but go ahead and try it.
I mean, you can just literally draw lines between them. There's your triangle.
On the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, and these are straight lines.
Well, the lines are straight. That doesn't mean the curvature is.
So the lines are straight, so they're not curved. So between these 3 points, we have a complete triangle with no curvature, correct?
No, you have a triangle with curvature.
No. Oh, now we have a triangle with curvature. Let me ask you again. Do triangles have curvature in them anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, where would we be finding this curvature within the triangle?
If you draw a triangle, which is literally straight lines with no curvature, but you find curvature, which you would find only if the triangle has less than or greater than 180 degrees. If you have less than 180 degrees, that means you're in a concave environment. If it has more than, that means you're in a curved environment. If you have If you have exactly 180 degrees, that means that you're in a flat environment.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that if it has less than 180 degrees, it's not a triangle.
No, it's still a triangle.
Well, you said they...
No.
What's the definition of a triangle again? Isn't it a three-sided polygon with the internal angles of the three sides adding up to 180 degrees?
A triangle is just a connection between 3 points on any particular surface.
Oh, so now it doesn't have to be straight lines and it doesn't have to add up to 180 degrees with the internal angles, no? So the definition of a triangle is incorrect.
No, not necessarily.
What is the necessary requirement for it to be or to not to be? Oh, that's right. Internal angles that add up to 180 degrees.
Why do you think that international flights never follow?
Now it's another red herring. So it's a red herring away from what a triangle is.
You're just unnecessarily antagonistic.
I'm not being antagonistic. I'm trying to stay on this whole triangle thing, and you're telling me that apparently a three-sided shape that doesn't have 180 degrees internal angles is all of a sudden a triangle. But that's not how it's defined.
If you connect them through triangulation. So you have to understand what I'm saying is the triangle isn't on the ground. The triangle's in your mind. It's a connection.
Oh my gosh.
It's a connection with 3 points. It's a geometrical fashion. You should probably know this. However, if in physicality or physical reality, it adds up to less than 180 or greater than 180, then you either have a concave or a convex object.
Well, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If you don't have internal angles that add up to 180 degrees, I don't care if it's more or less, you don't have a triangle at all.
Go ahead. You have the burden of proof to prove me wrong. I'll be waiting.
Prove you wrong about what? You haven't proved anything correct. You're just saying that all of a sudden now we have 3 points that are connected. Bro, you're telling me that if we connect 3 points, but the internal angles doesn't add up to, now it's another red herring. We're going to ask about where satellites go. I don't know why you're talking about satellites right now. We're talking about triangles. What are you doing? Why are you running from this?
They're literally called satellites for a reason. Anyways.
Yeah, and we're talking about triangles. So we don't have an object or a shape with internal angles that add up to 180 degrees, so it's not a triangle.
Pilots use... I know because my uncle was a pilot. Pilots use triangulation all the time. Why do you think pilots never use a straight line?
Do the internal angles add up to 180 degrees on those triangles?
Not sure.
Is it triangulation if there's no triangle?
Oh, there's absolutely a triangle. I just don't know about the degrees.
Well, if it doesn't add up to 180 degrees, is it a triangle?
It's still a triangle, even if it does.
Okay. So you've decided to arbitrarily change the definition of triangle. Now it's a triangle if it doesn't have internal angles that add up to 180 degrees.
Mathematicians explain this to you, except you never read what they wrote.
Okay, tell me what the mathematicians are doing. Are they using Euclidean geometry?
Yes, Euclidean geometry is useful. However, it is not useful when you come across a z-axis.
What the hell are you talking about? What? 3 dimensions, that's Euclidean, X, Y, Z. What in the world are you doing?
No.
No, just nuh-uh.
No, I'm talking about fucking calculus, you goddamn mouth.
Super funny.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about trigonometry, since trigonometry is the study of triangles. We're not dealing with calculus right now.
Tell me about trigonometry. Please tell me about 1/2 base times the... Like, do you really fucking even know what SOHCAHTOA is?
What does that have to do with the topic? We're talking about triangles today. You're telling me that apparently now triangles don't have internal angles This is not a pissing contest for you and me, brother. This is about you showing me where the triangles are at, or the non-triangles that you say are triangles are.
Give me proof that the world is flat. Go ahead.
Everyone measures it that way. It's treated that way. It is measured that way.
The entire time interrupting me, muting me, and you've never once made any scientific explanation for why you believe the world is flat, whereas we have. Hold on.
You're right.
Actually, we have 13,000 worlds that we can prove are.
Bro, relax. You're correct. I didn't give you any kind of scientific explanation as to why the Earth is flat. You want to know why? Because it's not a scientific inquiry. We're not dealing with natural science. This is geometry. You don't even know what genre we're in. You don't even know what we're studying. This is not science. This is geometry. I didn't give you a scientific explanation because that's not what we're talking about right now.
I think you're all extremely talented people, and I wish you would actually study science because you would be better served. In fact, the entire human race would be better served in that.
Yeah, great. This is an ad hominem combined with, whatever the hell you're doing right now.
No, I already said that I find you guys very interesting. I just disagree with you. It's never personal.
Great. So where's the science that we're actually doing then? Can you give me the first naturally observed phenomena that we'd be studying right now? What's happening in nature that we want to find the cause of?
Ooh, there's a lot of things. First of all, the Kuiper Belt is extremely interesting. You want to look a little bit past Mars. There's an extremely interesting movement of celestial objects in that area. And from that, you can also learn about gravitation. But I would say, my uncle who served in Korea,
good grief.
Me, if you're ever confused or you ever want to know more, always go back to the drawing board. Go back to the beginning, right? And I think that's what you guys need to do. Because you might believe in a flat Earth, and that's okay.
We can go ahead and into the condescension. I asked you a question about the naturally observed phenomena that we are studying, particularly having to do with this topic. So what is it?
Supposedly, I have to prove everything, so I have to have 10,000 pages.
I'm asking you for naturally observed phenomena. I'm not asking for 10,000 pages. I'm asking for the naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah, you can just see the motions of the stars and the planets that Galileo Galilei.
Okay. Motions of stars. Great, we have one. Finally, the motion of stars. That's our naturally observed phenomena. So, what is your presumed cause of the motion of the stars?
Let me do a reductio ad absurdum.
Oh my gosh, dude. Why are you avoiding the question? What is the presumed cause of the motion of the stars? This is your baby. Let's see if we can go from the beginning to the end.
My baby.
So what causes the motion?
My baby. That's 3.
You gave me.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That's 4,000 years of philosophy and observation and science that has figured that out. Now, if you want to do all of that, then I'm going to have thousands and thousands and thousands of pages.
No. Boy, you're funny. This guy's...
Hold on. I love philosophers and scientists that go against the grain. My question is to you, since you are going against the grain, the burden of proof is not on me, it's on you. So why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured that way. Practically used that way.
It's literally not measured that way, though.
Experienced that way. Okay, well, then give me the measurements of curvature. No problem.
I already did.
No, you didn't. Anybody here see him post how we can actually measure the curvature of the Earth being drop over distance between points?
8 inches per mile, I already told you, varies by altitude because of obvious pressure. But
that's the claim. That's the claim. The claim is 8 inches per mile squared. That's not a measurement. That's a claim. Where can I find that 8 inches per mile squared in nature? Where can I measure it physically?
You know what, buddy? How about I just buy a ticket for both of us? to go about 44,000 feet into the air.
In a commercial aircraft? I've already been on a commercial aircraft. I see no curvature. That's not a measurement anyways. It's not a measurement.
Commercial aircraft only travel at 30,000 feet, if you're lucky. And that's over long distances. I'm saying 44,000. I'll take you.
So when the pilot gets on the speaker system and tells me we are cruising at an altitude of 42,000 feet, was he lying to me that day?
Yeah, no commercial aircraft is supposed to go that high.
So now the pilot's lying to me, according to you.
Well, every pilot in the world is in on it. That's what I find interesting.
This is exhausting.
I know.
True. Wouldn't every pilot in the world have to be in on it? Like, doesn't that it's too much of a secret to keep a secret in that regard?
The only way that you could actually go 44,000 feet in a commercial. Hold on. Is if you is if you were trying to avoid stratocumulus conglomeration, which would be a terrible idea, by the way. I would not suggest that as a pilot. I would suggest lowering your altitude instead of raising it. So, yeah, there's no chance.
Everyone can hear that you're bullshitting. Everyone sees the red herring that you're trying to pull. Where's the Earth curve measurements, please?
I already gave it to you.
No, you gave me the claim, which is 8 inches per mile squared. So where can I find that in nature? Where is that on the Earth?
It's about 1/70th of a degree per mile. So
okay, great. Once again, just a claim. Where can I find the drop over distance consistent with 8 inches per mile squared, please?
And I will fucking return to you with the same goddamn thing I said before. Just walk in a straight line and find it yourself. Just
straight line, so no curvature then. So you're telling me that I'm going to be walking straight across the
line. The line is straight, but it's still curved.
That's a contradiction. That's basically a law of identity violation right there. So it's straight, but it's curved? You've got to be kidding me.
You guys are impossible. You have no idea how calculus works.
Why did you scream in
calculus? We have a number of straight lines that are curved.
How do you have straight things that are curved? Can anybody explain that to me?
You never took calculus, did you?
Okay, so what's a straight curve?
Wait, can
you show me a straight curve?
Learn calculus.
Show me a straight curve. Post it in the side chat.
Go take an intro to calculus course.
Instead of just saying that, can you show me what a straight curve looks like?
You could just learn basic math.
Right, you can just keep saying the same thing over and over again, not providing evidence for your claim. Are you claiming straight curves as well?
You're uneducated and retarded.
So now it's an ad hominem. Great, you're doing great today.
Bro, you're just like fallacy. That's not...
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that, number one, if you claim, like the other gentleman did, straight curves exist, I want to see one instead of just saying, why don't I take calculus? And then you called me basically retarded or something. That's an ad hominem. That's in lieu of an argument. So you did commit a fallacy.
Damn,
you know how you can get... all right, when they said straight curve, they didn't actually mean like a straight line that is also curved.
Well, what did he mean then? Tell me about it.
I'll tell you exactly what he meant. If you go on a sphere and you take the normal at a point, and then you pick a direction, and you get and you pick a direction perpendicular to that normal.
Perpendicular, like 90 degrees?
Yeah, but as you walk along as you walk along the sphere, you keep taking a normal at every point, so it changes. It's not the same normal. And you keep taking this perpendicular direction. So now you have like a curved line that, moves along the sphere.
All right, so you have a curved line. Thank you. It's not straight. Now, the heading of that particular line in one axis could be straight, but ultimately it's still a curved line.
Yeah, it's a curved line.
Thank you. So it's not straight.
No, it wasn't.
No.
It was never straight.
Never straight. Thank you. So, and we're not assuming that we're on a sphere in the first place, right? We're going to actually measure the surface that we're on to make sure that it is.
I assumed we're on a surface for the explanation because when they said straight curved line or whatever, they also assumed that we were on a sphere. So,
right. Well, instead of us assuming that we're on a sphere, that we're taking a straight heading, although the line is still curved, we're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and measure the surface to make sure what we're on. And there is no curvature to measure on the surface of the Earth.
How are we measuring the surface?
Drop over distance.
What's that?
Well, that would be a drop in the vertical plane, by the way, away from your feet downward, consistent with a radius of 3959. We've been looking for that for a really long time, and we cannot find it. Do you know where we could measure this curvature?
I actually don't know what all of that is now. But
well, that's fair.
Yeah, I have.
Thank you. And that's just honest. Okay.
Or in favor of a sphere.
Okay, I'll be happy to hear it.
Before I explain it, I'd like you to explain to me how gravity works.
What is gravity?
So, yeah, like in your view, how does gravity work?
There is no gravity, in my view.
There's no gravity?
No, I've never seen any evidence for this thing called gravity.
Well, then why does the Earth orbit the sun?
Oh, that's a begging the question fallacy. You're assuming those two things are happening. That's just part of the story. I need to know if gravity exists and what it is. So can you tell me what gravity is?
Well, I could tell you, but now I want to know why the Earth isn't orbiting the sun. Is it?
Well, there is no evidence that the Earth is orbiting any sun. Do you have any evidence of this?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot to unpack here, but first you asked me to explain gravity, so I will.
Okay.
Gravity, in my worldview, is when two objects exist in the universe, no matter how far apart they are.
Can you hold on before you go any further? I need to know what this universe is. What is the universe?
What do you mean? What is the universe? It's everything.
Well, define it. What does it look like? I mean, what is its length, width, height? What is it? What is it?
Define the entire universe.
Well, I don't know what the entire universe is. What is it?
Well, if we can't agree on what, okay, well, I guess it's everything, and it has a radius of, I think it's 80 billion light years across. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't remember. Like, I saw that fact once, but it's that's like a rough approximation.
Is that a fact, or is that a claim that someone made and you believed the claim?
No, it's what I Googled. Like that's
okay. So you
I can Google it again, but
that's fine. So the Google told you that the universe is 80 billion light years in radius. What is it? Length?
Diameter. You don't
okay, it's
know
80
if the universe is finite or not, so it could be infinite.
There you go.
I'm not sure.
Well, it could be infinite, although we don't have evidence for infinity. We don't experience infinite. So what we're doing here is we're having Google tell us that this is the claim. Now, how do we know that? Because we don't want to build our worldview on just claims alone, right? Did someone measure the diameter of the universe, or is that just a calculation based on pre-assumptions?
Well, I don't know much about astronomy or physics, but I think they measured it by looking at the cosmic background. What do you call it? The cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Well, I could be wrong on that. I'm not sure.
Okay. So we have this thing called a cosmic background microwave, blah, 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 right? Yeah. What is that going to tell us about anything? We have some radiation.
I'm not the expert here. From what I've seen or heard, it's just like remnant radio waves. You know what? I'm explaining this terribly. I should probably look it up before making any claims.
That's fine. Look it up, read it to us, and then we'll probably have another question to ask because I think there's going to be some assumptions baked into what the definition is.
Look, I don't know how they measure the universe, and I have no reason to doubt anything that Google told me.
Well, yeah, you don't have any reason to doubt that, but that's your prerogative. That's a subjective position, right? I don't believe everything that the Google tells me, or AI, or anybody for that matter. Now, we're going to be talking about gravity. Can we not assume that the scenario that we're trying to prove here, or the situation that we're in, has to do with a vast, empty space called the universe with a huge vacuum within it, right? Let's just talk about how you can prove gravity here on Earth. Does that seem simpler?
Before you accuse me of making more assumptions, I just want to clarify that not clarify, just before going into this, I don't know what you believe. So I don't know if you think there's no gravity or whatever. I don't know if you believe the Earth. Okay, I guess I could infer that you believe the Earth is flat because, the channel is called Flat Earth or whatever. But if you have such a differing worldview from mine, I can't just, magically know what we disagree on before. So I make assumptions based on my worldview. And then you can correct me if you disagree.
Roboting, Sisu.
I think your Wi-Fi is cutting
hard, bro.
Right now? Is it still bad?
Oh, now it's better.
It's better? Okay. So anyways, I understand your worldview. Up until about 10, 11 years ago, I had the same worldview. So I know the story. Now I'm going to ask you if the story that you know, like I did, where did it come from and does it have any merit? Instead of just believing the claims, let's see if they have any merit and where they came from.
All right.
Silly Globers.
That's why I'm asking you the questions, right? Like I'm saying, what is gravity? And you're going to tell me about objects having some kind of magical attractive force or bendy space-time. Those are probably what you're going to do. Or you're going to conflate the two, which is often what happens. So
I haven't done any of those yet, so relax.
Okay, fine. So you haven't brought up either of those. So once again, I'm going to ask you, what is gravity and how is it proven?
It's a force that all objects act on all other objects.
At a distance?
At any distance. Could be on the other side of the universe, as far as I can tell. Whatever.
Okay, so what is the evidence for this? What is the scientific experiment that was conducted to prove this? So if we're going to do this in a scientific way...
I don't know how they can figure it out.
All right. So, I mean, that's just fair enough. That's kind of why I told you about why I'm asking these questions. So you've been given the story, but you don't know where that story came from and if it has any merit. Would that be a safe, not assumption, but is that a fair assessment?
I mean, I guess.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So if you want to tell me about gravity, the same story that I know, we both know the same story, but nobody's actually ever proven this to be true because, believe me, we've looked what the basis for all these stories are. Then why would we assume the thing to exist just because somebody said so?
Actually, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm not going to cut you off again. Please continue.
No.
I think to Steelman his point, it's kind of like if you put a bowling ball on the bed and you roll a marble, it goes around the bowling ball. That would be an example or like a demonstration simulation of gravity, but put on a bigger scale of like Earth, Jupiter, stuff like that.
Okay. So the Earth is resting on a giant bed sheet.
Yes.
Okay, what is this bed sheet made of? Is it cotton?
Bed sheet.
It's metaphorical, physical. So it's not physical then? So then we wouldn't have any physical ramifications or consequences if this is not a physical thing.
What is a physical thing in your opinion?
Material, things that you could touch. You know, it has weight or charge or spin or all that stuff.
What about air? Is that physical?
Air is obviously physical. Do you not feel air? Do you not breathe air?
You can't taste air, you can't touch air, you can't see air, you can't hear air, you can't do anything with air.
Great, but you can feel it and you can breathe it, and it is physical. It's called gas. It's a state of matter.
Are you feeling the air around you right now?
Yes, I am. I'm outside. There's a fucking breeze. Dude, don't be ridiculous. We know air is physical.
Well, we wouldn't say the breeze itself is air, right? The breeze would be something else.
Are you kidding me? So you're saying that the wind hitting my face is not air?
No, I said that's fair. We can feel the wind.
Yeah. So we don't have a physical, material thing acting on any other physical, material thing to cause motion. The fabric of the universe, quote unquote, isn't actually physical or material. So why are we expecting some kind of physical, material action?
The fabric of the universe?
Yeah, what's it made of? Someone told me it was like a bed sheet. Can I get a sample of this material?
Come on. Don't be ridiculous. You know they didn't mean an actual bed sheet.
Well, then what is it? Why is it causing a physical motion if it's not physical? What is it?
It's an invisible force.
An invisible force. So you're buying this. You think that there's a physical force acting on other forces that's not material.
Yeah, I'm buying it. It makes total sense.
Why? It makes sense to you that something that doesn't exist materially is having material consequences.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
It's actually conceptual. It only exists within the mind. How do non-physical, non-existent things have forces?
They just do. That's how the universe works. And
you got to listen to yourself. Can you consider that for a second? A non-physical, non-material thing that only exists within the mind of the man is what is moving things? Come on, bro.
Well, it'd be kind of like in the same point of if two clocks at different heights, they tick at different speeds.
What?
The speed. The speed. Well, it's the fact that it's rules, right? The rules of distance and time change from place to place. In the same way, if two straight moving objects slowly drift together.
All right, so you're talking about the atomic clock. It's the cesium, and the rate at which it decays is how they determine time. It's fairly accurate, but if you move it to different altitudes, all of a sudden it doesn't do it at the same altitude. So the observed natural phenomena is that cesium does not break down or decay at the same rate at different altitudes. That has nothing to do with gravity.
Wait. Hold on. If there isn't any gravity, then why are we being pulled towards the ground?
I'm not being pulled towards the ground. I've never experienced that in my entire life. Nothing is reaching up and pulling me. Certainly not anything immaterial.
Well, what happens when
if you jump off a cliff? What is hypothetically pulling you down? What is making you not go up?
Well, let's not deal with hypothetically. Let's talk about the fact that if I'm falling in a downward direction, then that would require a flat earth, but I won't get into the weeds on that one there. So if I'm falling, the air is not supporting me, I'm going towards the ground, but all of a sudden I stop. Why? Because I hit a different medium, probably a solid, like the ground. Now, what if I jump into a pool and I sink down a little bit, but all of a sudden I begin to ascend and go back up? What happens to gravity then? Now, why am I going upwards?
Why don't you fall up?
Because there's a greater.
Let's go with the first point. Why don't you fall up?
I do fall up in the pool. I was just describing that, and you didn't hear.
Why don't you?
Oh, so if we're in the hypothetical of just like air right now.
No, this doesn't even have to be hypothetical. So in a different medium, if I change the medium, it will change my vector. Congratulations, you guys have just debunked gravity.
Why aren't you falling up, dude? Air is less dense.
I'm in pool. I'm falling up. I'm coming to the surface of the water.
You're not in the pool, dude. You're just sitting around.
So we're going to change the medium. So if in the air I go down, but in the pool I go up. So if we change the medium, it changes.
Why don't you go up?
Bro, you're asking the same question. I already answered it. What did I say?
Retarded you are, you're dodging right now because you know you're retarded.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that if we change the medium, the vector changes, and you're not paying attention to that.
See, flat earthers are just fucking dumb.
Why?
See,
you're dumb shit right now, bro.
Like, so if we jump off a cliff into like,
it's medium dependent. There are objects that in air that will rise.
What is pulling us towards the lake and not away from the lake when we do like cliff jumping, for example?
So I go towards the lake. The air doesn't support me. I go into the lake. I go up because now it does support me, and I come back up. We have two different vectors, and we have two different mediums. You see the difference?
It doesn't really. So the thing that I don't understand, right? Let's take away the water part, right? Just completely. We're not talking about water. We can get to water on another point.
Okay, so if
you don't float up,
is the water inconvenient for your argument?
Well, we can get to that later, but I just want to ask a question. Why do you never float up when you do cliff jumping?
Because the air cannot support me. It's pretty obvious.
But how is it that air, so in the same way of like a helium balloon, right, can float up, how is it that you cannot float up like a helium balloon ever, unless, you know...
Am I more dense or less dense than the helium balloon?
But what determines the density? So, like,
holy
example,
cow, dude!
If I went,
oh my gosh!
To the moon,
Stop! Don't avoid the question. Am I more dense or less dense than the helium balloon?
You are more dense than the helium balloon. Yes.
And so within the medium of air, if I'm more dense than the air, I go downward. If I'm less dense than the medium of air, I go upward. Correct?
Yes.
Great. So where's gravity in this entire thing?
It's because gravity is the thing that determines density.
Gravity determines density? Really? Tell me about this. What's gravity again?
I mean, he's kind of right.
What is gravity? And how does it determine anything? Is it sentient?
It changes density. That's my... Sorry.
Gravity changes density. Yeah. Okay, what's gravity and how does it change density?
So density is... Let's see. Let's look this up.
No. What's
mass divided by volume?
No.
So
what is gravity, bro? What is gravity and how does it determine density? What's gravity?
Well, let's see. Let's look this up. So gravity is the rule that says mass and energy tells space how to curve, and curved space tells things how to move.
Okay, so curved space.
Like an evolution from the old idea of Newton.
Well, it's not an evolution. It's a complete replacement. You went from 3 dimensions to 4. You've included time now as a dimension, although both space and time are completely conceptual, so they don't tell anything what to do.
Did Google update?
Must have.
Doesn't say that.
So yes, gravity is the rule that says mass and energy tells space how to curve, and curved space tells things how to move.
So it's a rule now. So gravity is a rule. Who made this rule up? I want to talk to him.
Circular.
It's in the same way of like who made the rule of geometry, right? Like 2 times 2 equals 4. Who made that up? Right? It's more that we discovered it, not necessarily that we invented it.
Geometry, okay, wow. Gravity is not a rule. Gravity has to be something material to cause action. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
No. So then gravity is a rule now. So gravity is not a force, and it's not bending space-time.
I didn't say it was a rule.
That's how you defined it. You just read it off. It's a rule.
I didn't read anything off.
I'm just wondering, the definition that you read out, right? Is that?
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Is that a way to think about it?
T-Dub, he just read something and said he didn't read it.
Oh, that was a different person.
That was a different bloke. So gravity is not a substance, a field floating in space, or something like a push, right? It's a law of geometry or a rule.
So it's a rule or a law. So it's just something conceptual once again. So it doesn't
just in the same way as other laws of geometry.
So it's more of a description?
Yeah, kind of like fundamental rules, right?
Yeah, but it's incorporating cause. So it's more than just a description. It's as if somebody figured something out through experimentation or something.
It's kind of like if a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It's kind of like that.
No, you've invoked more than that. In that definition that was read out, cause was invoked.
So yeah, it's kind of like a squared plus b squared equals c squared. They form the basis of deductive reasoning and solving
that would just be
problems.
The description of what's observed. Nobody observes space-time curving.
Well, no one observes like a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
What does a squared plus b squared have to do with this?
It's just kind of like it's explaining how it's a law, right? Laws of geometry, kind of like how gravity is a law of geometry.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because geometry, what the hell? Gravity has not much to do with geometry.
So you're saying that there's math involved,
So
right?
the rule is energy and mass changes the shape of space-time. That shapes control how energy and mass moves.
What is space-time again?
Yeah.
Let's see. So it is the structure of reality that tells the universe when and where things exist.
The structure, this is a definite article, the structure of reality that tells, so it has some sentience and it tells things what to do. Oh. Where can I find this stuff at? Can I get a sample of it?
So in the same example of how there's laws of geometry, right? So a squared plus b squared must definitely mean c squared.
Sounds like reification to me.
It doesn't necessarily mean that a squared and b squared are like a sentient thing, right? That they tell that has to equal c squared. It's
is
just
space-time
like
matter or energy?
I don't see anything telling matter or energy what to do.
Well, I've never observed this. Right? Kind of like nothing tells c squared.
What about other matter and other energy?
Oh my gosh.
Equals c squared, right?
Please don't conflate equations with a law that does not actually exist. Okay?
So let's go on a hypothetical thing, right? So
no, we're not going to do with hypotheticals today. We're dealing only in reality. We're dealing with reality, not hypotheticals.
So what tells angles to sum to 180 degrees in a triangle?
Nothing tells triangles to do that.
Then why is it that all triangles have a sum of 180 degrees?
Why did nothing tell triangles to have internal angles? Oh my gosh, you're one of these. All right. Well, I mean, that would be a question for you, because now you're apparently saying that something is telling a triangle to have 180 degrees internal angles. That would be on you to tell us. I don't agree.
So you don't think triangles have the sum of 180 degrees?
That's not what I said, is it? So now you're taking my words. I think we're going to move on to the dude that we were talking to before.
You're the one picking words.
Yes.
They didn't say there's anything sentient telling any triangle anything. He said telling.
That's what you said. You said there's no things to do, right? There's some kind of.
You're cutting out.
Oh my goodness.
Telling is used metaphorically here. It's not. There's no.
I don't want to deal with metaphors. I want to deal with physical reality. Why do you guys have such a problem with physical reality?
Look, I'm sorry, but I cut off earlier. Sorry for the burp meeting, and I didn't hear what your answer was to jumping.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Well, please let him answer.
All angles in a triangle sum to 180.
First of all, I didn't say that triangles don't have internal angles that add up to 180 degrees. That was basically a red herring and a mischaracterization of what I said. Now, if you want to go back and clip me as to have said that, then go ahead. We have a live bot in here, or a live stream bot. You can go and check that out. So anyways, jumping. So in air, the air does not support me. So I go downward. The vector changes. What do you mean, why doesn't the air support me? It's just what we observe.
What do you mean?
Do we not observe the things that are more dense? Well, like, let's talk about density, right? So things that are more dense than the medium that they're in typically will have a downward vector. Things that are less dense than the medium that they're in will have an upward vector. That's the description of what occurs. What is space?
The absence of a medium around you.
An absence of a medium around me? Where would we find this, where there is no matter or energy within a volume?
You can just exit Earth's atmosphere.
So now you've gone from the physical to the conceptual, where you think that beyond somewhere, some point in the sky, there is no matter or energy?
That's not conceptual. That's very physical.
To me. Okay, so show me where it's physical that there's no matter or energy. And don't just point to the sky and say that's it right there. That would be begging the question.
But that's impossible.
What do I have to do to prove this? Do I have to go to space myself?
Well, I guess so, because right now you're making claims that are not proven in nature. In fact, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, no space or no energy or matter within a volume.
Yeah, physical is defined
as... Is there an atmosphere? Does Earth have an atmosphere?
Oh, no. Define atmosphere.
A sphere larger than the planet containing the gas that surrounds it.
What is the sphere made of that's containing this sphere-shaped gas, I guess?
It's made of gas.
So gas contains gas? Do you have a demonstration of this instead of begging the question that that's what's going on with the Earth that you think you live on?
You want me to demonstrate the atmosphere?
No, I want you to demonstrate gas containing gas. That was your claim. So gas contains gas. Can you show that to me in any demonstration?
Give a practical example.
All right. You want an example that hits close to home, that you can like see in your everyday life?
Dude, you could bring it to me from a lab where gas is containing another gas.
Yeah, but that doesn't work on the ground because we're already...
So we have to go to a place that no one can verify this is occurring, so we have to go to a place that is claimed to have this going on, so that would be a special pleading fallacy, and yet there's still no evidence for it.
We can't really go anywhere to prove this, okay?
Okay, so there's no...
have to zoom out.
No, that's zoom out. See, now that I can tell that they've pretty well brainwashed you, because you're imagining that someone is way beyond the Earth, out in this vast space where there's very little matter and energy, and you can look back and see that the gas is being contained by another gas, although we can't demonstrate this without going into the fictional conceptual thing called space. Is that about right?
Maybe. All right, look.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that space is not empty. Is that your view?
No, I'm not even claiming the space that you are trying to describe to me exists. And if it did, there would be no gas pressure on the Earth.
Space does not exist.
Not according to the story, because the story is there is an ever-expanding vacuum, the vacuum of space that the sphere Earth that is supposed to be in, that would be filled up with the gas that's produced on Earth. As soon as it leaves the ground, it would try to fill the available volume. And that available volume apparently is ever expanding, which means no pressure could ever be built on the surface of the Earth.
Are you not a flat earther? Or do you not believe in a flat Earth?
No, I don't. It's not a matter of belief. I know the Earth is flat because that's how it's measured and practically used and experienced by everybody.
Right. Well, let's say that you know the Earth is flat, but everyone is entitled to their own beliefs. Okay. All right. I think we all believe things. Well, yeah. All right. What's around Earth?
Well, obviously some kind of container because we have gas pressure here. You can't have gas pressure without containment unless you could prove to me that we can have gas pressure without containment with some kind of demonstration.
What's this container? Is it glass?
I don't know. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know how high it is, or its limits are. I have no clue about that. But what I do know is that the evidence for containment is gas pressure, and we have that.
So not only is the Earth flat, but it's also surrounded by a container.
Well, how else would we gain this gas pressure that we have?
Through gravity.
See, gas pressure is the result.
Forget about gravity for a bit, because that's
one second, bro. I just want to explain something quickly to you. Gas pressure is the result of the gas particles colliding with the walls of the container. That's how it's defined in physics.
All right. Okay.
So we have an Earth that is measured to be flat. We have gas pressure. There is no motion of the Earth unless there's an earthquake. So as demonstrated, measured, and experienced, the Earth is measurably flat, motionless, and contained. And that's everyone's experience unless you have a different experience. Do you experience any curvature of the Earth? Have you ever measured it? Do you ever account for it? Or do you always describe things as up and down? Me too. And I've never seen any curvature of the Earth at 40,000 feet.
Could you see the whole Earth?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm only about 30, 40,000 feet up, like you can't see the whole Earth.
Why not?
Because you're only that high. I mean, the Earth is pretty vast. It's pretty large. There's a limit to our vision. Even the air itself limits our vision. Did you know that?
I do know that, but what was actually stopping you from seeing China, for example?
Why would I see to China? Like I said, the gas would prevent me from seeing beyond, about 300 miles. Now, if I get up above the thickest part of the atmosphere, which is closest to the ground, I can see a little farther, but, still air to look through. China's a long ways away. You don't think you can see forever, do you? I mean, we even have angular size to contend with. Things in the distance,
we can see
size.
Not forever, but for a very large distances.
Well, okay, so
naked eye, but
right. Well, that's all based on the aperture of the lens and the availability of the light. So, how big of an aperture would you need to?
Wait. Hold on. You said that pressure gets lower the higher you go.
Yeah.
So what happens when you go so high that there's no pressure?
We've never been to that point. We always have pressure. That's the thing. So we still have gas pressure.
What do you mean we've never been to that point? What about astronauts? They've been to that point.
Well, that's the claim. But if they're into a region that is a vacuous region where the gas would be filling the space and it's not, well, then that kind of debunks their entire testimony, doesn't it?
Wait, could you repeat that? They went into a region that
is vacuous. That's the place where the gas would be filling that space, and it's not filling that space. So that kind of debunks their entire argument.
Doesn't debunk anything, even from your view. If you go higher, your
vacuum
gas pressure gets lower. So if you go high enough, there won't be any.
Yeah, they're claiming that the vacuous region that they are in is a high vacuum where the gas would be filling the space.
the gas was filling the space? Who's claiming this?
It would be.
Astronauts?
It would be. No. This is the second law of thermodynamics. This is natural law. Gas fills space.
What's okay? I don't see how this debunks astronauts.
Well, if they're claiming they're in a region where gas would be filling the volume and the gas is not filling the volume, is their testimony any good?
So you're saying they went up somewhere, and that they said, all right, they claimed to go up somewhere, and they claimed that where they were, there was no gas, and that is proof that they did not actually go up.
Yeah.
Why?
That's an extraordinary claim, man. Because it violates entropy. You know, natural law states that the gas would fill that volume.
That's the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy.
Okay, but you said that the higher up you go, the lower the pressure.
Right. But the highest limit that we've measured that pressure is not a high vacuum. In fact, it's not even close to where they claim to be in their ISS and the moon and all that crap.
Where is it?
Oh, we had a weatherman in here. What was his claim? Not beyond it's not the stratosphere. What was the height? Does anybody remember?
I think it is the stratosphere. That's nothing beyond the stratosphere.
The mesosphere.
They haven't measured the mesosphere. Yeah.
Right. So they've only measured everything below that particular point, and we'll try to ignore the sphere part. But
how high is the mesosphere?
Well, let's look that up.
Like 50 kilometers or something. 50 miles.
$50 to 85 kilometers. So yeah, somewhere in the ballpark of, let's say, 50 miles.
And that's the highest anyone has ever been?
Well, I don't know. I think the Bezos penis rocket goes to 60 miles, right?
I don't know.
They stopped measuring the pressure somewhere around the mesosphere.
Right.
Yeah, even below.
Do you happen to know what the pressure is at the mesosphere?
You can't measure it. It's not. You can only model it on a computer with baked-in assumptions. You can't actually.
Hold on. You can definitely measure that.
Okay. We'll go grab us the measurements then, because we had I've tried to find it. You can't find it, and we had a meteorologist that comes in here called Brandon. Okay, that's his career, and he even admitted that. He's a globe earther.
But
don't you measure the pressure with a barometer?
Yeah, you
just
can't
put that on the rocket.
Okay, go find us. Go find us who did it above the height of 50 kilometers.
Let's try this a different way.
No one has ever gotten as high as 50 kilometers and measured the pressure.
No, people have gone up a bit higher than that.
I find it very convenient that anyone that has claimed to go higher and has measured lower or no pressure, it's only a claim. They haven't actually done it.
It's not even claimed to be no pressure. It's just meant to be low pressure. Lower pressure.
What about the ISS? That's visible from Earth.
Yeah, well, there's some problems with that sighting, because at the distance that it is and its angular size does not match what it ought to be, because you really shouldn't actually be able to see it with the naked eye.
There hasn't been only one sighting of the ISS, I'm sure.
I know. That's why it's kind of problematic, because if you see it, the angular size does not match what it ought to be according to the distance and the actual size of the craft. So if you're seeing it, it's not at the distance or it's not the size that they claim. You pick which one you like.
So where is it?
I don't know. It's in the sky.
It's in the sky. Not orbiting Earth. It's just floating.
Well, that's what people observe when they look at it. It's in the sky. And plus, if you're going to describe this orbit, are you describing an orbit around a spherical Earth?
I didn't say anything about any orbit. All I said was ISS. You put that there.
I thought I heard the word orbit. Maybe I heard it on my own. Anyway, so it's not orbiting?
No, I do believe it's orbiting, but...
Okay, great. So it's orbiting. Is it orbiting a spherical Earth?
Yes.
Okay, where is the Earth curve of this spherical Earth that we can measure?
What is an Earth curve?
Well, it's the drop-over distance consistent with the radius of the globe that they tell us we live on, which would be 3,959 miles. In reality, we must have drop-over distance because, we're on a ball and everything. So that's called Earth curve. It's a pretty common term, but no one's actually ever measured this. We can't find it.
How would you measure it?
Well, you'd probably use some kind of, call it a light straight edge. We use lasers to try and find it ourselves, but you could use all kinds of things. You could even use water, because water, as we all know, comes to a level point on its surface, right? It's level across the surface, having no point higher or lower than. That's why we use water for leveling, because it always stays flat, horizontal on its surface. Cool enough, in nature, we have this huge water level called the oceans and lakes. They are always horizontal, flat, level across the surface.
You are lagging like crazy. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So, water apparently covers about 70% of the Earth's surface, and it's all flat, level across everywhere we can measure. So if 70% of the Earth's surface is water, and it is level, straight, flat, horizontal on the surface, why would we ever think that we lived on a ball?
Who says it's level, straight, or any of those things?
That's what we observe and measure of water.
I observe a horizon with my eyes.
Is it flat?
The beach.
Is it flat?
Yeah.
Great. So water is level and horizontal and straight and flat on its surface.
I saw a horizon. You can't have that with a flat Earth.
A horizon? You can't have a horizon on a flat Earth? Why not?
Because I would be able to see until the edge, or until the atmosphere would block me.
Yeah, which is about, 300 miles.
300 miles?
Yeah, the air is opaque. The most that we can... Yes, did you not know this? The air is opaque. The limit that we have, seeing through the air, at sea level, especially where it's the densest, is somewhere between 250 and 300 miles. That is the extent of which you can see through the air. It's not perfectly transparent. So
I believe you on that.
Okay.
But that would be a lot bigger than the distance of the horizon. So that would be an easy
horizon. Can you define horizon for me?
It's 5 kilometers.
Can you? No, I want you to define horizon. Good grief.
This is going to be difficult. I don't know how to define that.
Let's just look it up in the dictionary. I can do it for you. It is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground or sea. Apparent being that's what it looks like, but it is not a physical location. Somebody came along and told you that it's actually a physical geometric location and it would be around 5 kilometers for a 6-foot individual. Well, we've put that claim to test, and we found that we see much farther than that, which totally debunks the globe.
Right.
Yep. So there is no Earth curve.
Can you see 300 kilometers away?
Oh, rarely. I mean, most people, on a good day, on a clear day, I don't know, 10 to 15 miles. Some days you can see up to 30. Now, if you get up above the thickest part of the air, the atmos, if you get up above that, you can see much farther. We have observations between, mountains. I think Mount Canigou, well, that's 270 miles away. We can see that.
Mountains.
So,
that makes it, on a mountain, you can see farther whether the Earth is a sphere. Actually, no. Only if the Earth is a sphere, you can see farther on a mountain.
Now, hold on. It actually has to do, it's very closely tied to the observer height. So you have to factor in the observer's height and where the tangent or the sagitta would be across the surface of the curve, or, where the surface of the curve is going to impede your view. We've checked out the geometry, my friend. Dude, I know. Relax. It all has to do with numbers.
About surface height.
Oh my gosh, you do care about the surface height. That's what determines whether or not you can see beyond the sagitta. This is geometry. Come on, dude.
You're telling me we have to factor in 2 meters when you're on Mount Everest?
No, not 2 meters. No, I never said that. Why are you saying things that I didn't say?
Didn't you say observer's height?
Yeah, if you're at sea level, 6-foot observer, 3-mile horizon. That's what the geometry dictates. If you're up higher, you have to factor that in. Now, it changes distance to horizon, but you have to do the math.
Yeah. Then it'll be the height of the mountain plus the observer.
Yeah, so
at the top of it.
However many kilometers Mount Everest is, plus 2 meters. That's not very
No, this is not from Mount Everest. Mount Canigou has nothing to do with Mount Everest. Dude, you're all over the place. Please try to stay focused.
I'm trying. Believe me. I'm also eating, though, so I can't really look up anything.
So anyways, we've put the geometry to the test. We've gone to the ocean. It makes things really easy, right? So if I'm a 6-foot observer and I'm at sea level where the water is, then the water, or the curvature of the Earth, where apparently this water is wrapping around a ball, although we've never observed that in reality, would be blocking out things in the distance, or begin to block things out in the distance at around, 3 miles, a little less than 3 miles, but we'll give it to you, 3 miles. And we've tested this, and we see well beyond this point, and things are not obstructed. So there is no curvature of the Earth. So it's over.
I thought you said you can see maybe 30 miles on a good day. Good eyesight.
Yeah. Right, 30 miles
sea level
is way beyond 3 miles. Can you figure this out with no help?
Way less than 300 miles from the apparent atmospheric limit.
Good point. So that means we can see things 30 miles away, and they're not being blocked out by any Earth curve on a clear day. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, you said that we can see stuff at 300 miles away.
No, I said that our limit is 300 miles through the air.
Yeah.
The air is the deciding factor. Nothing, because there is no Earth curve in the way.
So why can't you see 300 miles on a good day? Why can you only see 30?
Conditions. Listen, I'm just going by what the math tells me about the opaqueness of the
That's a very big difference to, give it out to conditions.
Let's add some other things into this. How about the optic? How about the angular size of the thing we're trying to view? What is it that we're trying to see? Why don't you give?
I thought we were talking about like without any instruments.
And they're limited field of view and limited. They don't allow a whole lot of light into them. I mean, they're pretty good instruments. Our eyes are quite brilliant in design, but nonetheless, they have a limit as to how far you can see. The air is the limiting factor with the best optic in the world at 300 miles. Okay, so if we're talking about our eyes, what are we trying to look at? Are we looking at a mountain range? Or are we looking at a boat? Are we looking at a building, an oil rig? What are we looking at in the distance?
I'm sorry, I went to wash my hands. Why does it matter what we're looking at?
Because angular size with distance is a thing as well. All of these factors, right? Perspective has many things included in it. One of the biggest ones is angular size change with distance. Certainly you're familiar with this. Certainly you watched, Sesame Street, and Grover would come really close to the camera and go close or near, and then he would walk away and he would go
Sesame Street.
Well, I'm trying to use an example. So when things get farther away from you, do they change angular size or apparent size? Do they get smaller with distance?
What is angular size? You keep mentioning that. Isn't size just
angular size? No. Angular size is how you would measure it using an angle. So if you're standing far away from something, you can't actually put up a tape measure to it. Now you have to use degrees. So your field of vision
Right.
Right. The angular size is going to fill up a portion of your field of view. And as it goes away, that decreases. Angular or apparent size.
Right. Okay. What was the question again?
So that is one of the limiting factors as to why you can't see things far in the distance. I mean, 30 miles is quite a ways. So even a large oil tanker is going to be quite small at 30 miles. In some cases, angularly small enough where it is no longer resolvable. We call this the Rayleigh criterion. It all has to do with diffraction and the aperture of the optic and the available light, so on and so forth. But ultimately, things do get too far away and get too small in angular size to see or to resolve. And so we just can't see them. So at 30 miles, whatever you're looking at is going to be damn small. I don't care what it is. And anything beyond that, you're probably not going to see it just due to angular size.
Right. So 30 miles is the limit then of what we can actually...
I'm not saying that that's what it is. It depends on the object. It depends on the optic. It depends on how far away you are. Those are all things that have to be factored in, along with the conditions of the day.
Like, here's an example. The average visibility over Lake Michigan is 3 to 20 miles. Now, there are some days where we could see 50 miles across it, but that's pretty rare. But most often throughout the year, it's like 3 to 20 miles. Okay, where I'm at the moment, I check it quite often, even though it's like looks like a perfectly clear day. The visibility will be like 10 miles usually, 15 miles, something like that. The 300-mile thing, right? That's like a technical maximum distance based on technically perfect conditions, which never really happens because we have dust and pollution and all that kind of thing in the air. So it's usually much less. But like if the horizon should be at 5 kilometers, like you said, which is like 3 miles, and we're seeing something unobstructed at 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, that doesn't work on a globe.
I mean, even if the horizon was 5 kilometers on a sphere, if I placed Mount Everest outside the horizon, it would be pointing out of the Earth so much that I'd be able to see it anyway. It's not like a strict rule.
Hold on a second. Can you make that claim again?
If Mount Everest was slightly outside the horizon, I would see it.
That's confusing. That question or that statement doesn't make sense. Outside the horizon, what is the horizon?
I thought you defined it like 2 minutes ago.
I did. So what is the scenario? Let's say we're standing on a beach, okay, and we're looking out across the ocean, and let's say hypothetically there is a mountain peak that is as high as Mount Everest, which is somewhere in the ballpark of what, 20, about 30,000 feet, isn't it? Either way, big ass mountain.
Yeah.
Okay. And how far away is it from you?
It's just like its center is barely outside that, like 7 kilometers away. Just assume that it's like thin enough to not be on me.
7 kilometers. So you're saying like what, maybe 4 miles? Yeah, you're going to see Mount Everest at 4 miles, bro. That no one's arguing that.
You know what? That was a stupid thing. Didn't really prove anything. I have a better one. I actually go to Greece. I'm half Greek. I went to Greece every summer, and I went to the top part of actually. Well, I can't screen share, but you know what Peloponnesos is?
No.
Do you know how Greece looks like generally?
I mean, I can think about it on a map. It's, yeah.
It has like 2 separating parts, a top part and the bottom part separated by a little sea.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, I have been on the beach of the bottom part, right? And I could see the top part. I could see the mountains on the top part. But I could also see the horizon line, right? So the mountains were behind the horizon line.
Okay.
Right? But I could see those. And I could see the horizon line. So my vision didn't stop at the horizon line.
Nobody said that it did.
Well, if the atmosphere is the only thing stopping me from seeing further...
Dude, you're confused. I can tell that you're confused. Nobody said that either.
Right. What's stopping me from seeing further? Then
apparently nothing in this scenario.
10 miles. I don't know.
Nothing.
Whatever you want.
Nothing. Definitely not Earth curve. I mean, you're seeing these things at great distances. What you need to figure out is if there's any Earth curve in the way. We checked. There isn't. There's a lot of optical effects that kind of make things look weird, but you're still seeing it. Therefore, welcome to flat Earth.
He's kind of doing a weird thing, Setsu. Like you're saying, okay, well, these observations go against his idea of the like horizon, like what he said a horizon was, or with curve, right? And then his counter is, well, why can't you just see for infinity? Gotcha, nerds, right? But he's jumping over the point, like he just keeps not grappling with what you're telling him. So it's kind of painful to listen to, but
that's fair. That's why I kind of want to back up, because I've maybe oversimplified things. This is all geometric, right? So observer height does matter, and the object distance does matter, right? So if the Earth is a sphere,
points. Come on, I'm really trying to listen as closely as possible.
You're doing good.
You're doing fine. Listen, don't worry about it. If you're confused, it may have to do with the way that I'm presenting it. But this is purely a geometric claim about the curvature of the Earth and the rate at which it curves and how it would be obstructing things in the distance based on their height and their distance away. There's always going to be a relationship between these things, because the claim is we live on a ball of a certain size. And therefore, the consequences of the size of that ball would dictate when things begin to disappear, especially from the bottom up. That's what it would have to be. So the sagitta or the hump or the curve or whatever is between you and the object that you're viewing is going to grow or decrease depending on distance, observer height, and target height. All of those things matter. So sometimes it's better to look at, some kind of Earth curve calculator or other to get the idea of what we're talking about. Now, the air and everything else, those are more to do with people saying, well, why can't I see from, the coast of California to Japan? or whatever. Well, it's just too doggone far. The angular size and, of course, the air between you and those points would prohibit that from occurring. You're not going to see it, period. It's too small. There's too much air in the way. Now, with the things that we can see within that range, within that 300 miles, just based on the air opacity, and then we have to back up a little further because things change size with distance, apparent size or angular size, however you want me to describe it, those things matter. So now we have to come back into the range where things are optically resolvable, and that's not very far. So those are the things we have to consider. What are we looking at? How far away is it? What is our observer height? What is the target height? How much should be obstructed? All of those things factor into what we're talking about. Does that make more sense?
Right. What's the target height? What I'm looking at? Well, it depends on how tall it is.
Yeah, how tall it is.
All right, give me all these parameters and I'll give you them one by one. So first of all, observer height. I'll say, I'll 5'5". How about that? That's my height.
I'll give you one that's even way easier. How about 1 foot above sea level? We'll make it really easy. I'll tell you why it's easier. Because the claim geometry of the Earth curve is that the horizon must be at 1.22 miles. Now, I'm talking about the Earth, the physical Earth curve. Okay, because some people that believe in the globe say the horizon is actually the physical part of the Earth, that hump or that sagitta or whatever that's blocking things out in the distance. And if this is a purely geometric claim, then the horizon where things start to disappear, if the observer is 1 foot high, must be at 1.22 miles. So if you have a camera, let's say, and you put it on a tripod, and you put it right at the beach where the water is washing up on the beach, so it's 1 foot above sea level, then the geometric point at which things will begin to disappear is going to be at 1.22 miles away.
Okay. What's the target distance for that?
Well, let's give ourselves some targets, shall we? How about some oil rigs? Because there's a lot of oil rigs out on the ocean.
I actually pulled up an Earth curve calculator, and for 1 foot and 30 miles target distance, it is actually exactly 1.22 miles. It was like the default on the calculator.
Well, no, what it's telling you is that things will begin to disappear at 1.22 miles because your observer height is 1 foot. That's what it's telling you. That is the horizon distance. That is the geometric horizon distance for the observer at 1.22 miles. Does that make sense?
What did you say that was different from what I said?
Well, because when you put it in the calculator and you say that your target is 30 miles away, it's telling you from your observer height where the horizon's going to be. That's why it's an Earth curve calculator. So things will begin to disappear bottom up at 1.22 miles. That's what the calculator is telling you. That's the horizon distance.
If you've got
it's just confirming what I told you.
If you've got an Earth curvature calculator up, Drace AI just put an observation in the side chat. It's actually the one Seisu was just telling you about. So if you put in the observer height at 1 foot and the target at 9.4 miles, because we have an oil platform at 9.4 miles, put that in.
Target hidden height 44 feet and horizon distance 1.22 miles. That's the output.
Right, now have a look at the observation in the side chat.
Distance to the object has nothing to do with the horizon distance. It's all about the height and sphere size. You can change the target to 10, 20, 30, 40 miles. The distance to horizon will remain the same. All right, I'll put it to 10, 20. Yeah, it is staying the same.
Right. Because what it's telling you is that the horizon or the Earth curve, do you know what I'm saying when I say tangent point or sagitta? If you have a ball and you put a little stick figure on one part of the ball and then you look across the ball or the sphere or the circle, that curved part that's going to block the path of where you're looking is going to be in the way. It's geometric. It's the Earth curve that's blocking you from being able to see past that point.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense? Okay. So if you're 1 foot high, if you have a camera that's 1 foot high off the sea level, at 1.22 miles, that curve is going to begin to block things out in the distance, because that is the curvature of the Earth that you can't see past.
Yes.
Okay. So we have an observation in the side chat where we had someone do this very thing. He took a camera, a pretty fancy camera. They're hard to find these days. It's called a Nikon P900, but they have a great optical zoom. It's like 83x, so it can really zoom out there. It's a very good camera. He puts it right on the shore where the water's lapping up. We'll even provide the video for you. It's got all the geometry, all the distances. It's all cataloged and recorded. And he's looking at these oil rigs, and these oil rigs are 6 and 9.41 miles in the distance. The horizon, if you look at the observation, is behind the oil rigs, meaning that the horizon should be at 1.22 according to the math that you've confirmed. It is 10 times that distance, just apparently. We don't actually know how far away the horizon is because it's actually just an apparent location. It's not physical. It's not geometric, meaning that there is no Earth curve to measure. The horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. But you can see the oil rigs from the base to the top, unobstructed, horizon in the background. That debunks the entire globe Earth claim.
Is that really the base? Why is the other one so short?
Well, it's angular size change, right? So they're not the same distance away from each other. So the other one, which is farther away, is going to look smaller.
It's 4 miles further away. Bro, it's 4 miles. It's 4 miles further away. It's really far. Think about how far 4 miles is, okay? And how much smaller something's going to get in 4 miles. It's also a slightly shorter platform than the one on the right as well. Like
I gotta give it to you. This is some really cool, like, experimentation going on here.
Yeah, we've been trying to do our homework out there in the field. You know, people are doing their best to try to find this Earth curve, and we're having a lot of trouble. I'm going to hop off, man. It was good talking to you. Someone else can continue this conversation, but thanks for coming in. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being cool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good conversation. Yeah,
no
man.
Minds have been changed today.
Yeah. This is the thing. You know, you shouldn't change. Like, we would probably respect you less if you came in and changed your mind just after having one small conversation with us. This is the first observation you've seen. The fact is, we've got hundreds and hundreds of these observations, even better, much better ones than this one, and longer ones than this one. But this one's a good example because it's easy to follow the math, right? Because it's from 1 foot observation height. But on a globe, because of gravity and because of the radius value, that horizon has to be at that distance that you looked up on the Earth curve calculator. It has to physically be there at 1.225 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind the 10-mile away oil platform. You shouldn't be able to see it, but every single time we go out and do observations like this, we can see way, way, way further, not just a little bit further, like 1,000+% further than what you would be able to see if the Earth were a globe. And then people have taken it to the next level and started using super expensive high-powered lasers, and they're shooting these high-powered lasers like a $30,000 laser over distances up to around 40 kilometers. So they're setting it up just above the surface of the water, and they're shooting it across a lake that's 40 kilometers across and hitting a target at just like 1.5 meter height on the other side of the lake. And this is a team of field engineers doing this as well. So there's all of this empirical evidence. When it's not something that you don't need to trust, you can actually go and replicate these tests yourself if you really wanted to. You don't have to trust it. It's not faith-based like a lot of the globe stuff. Whereas you have to have faith in NASA photos and things like that. Whereas this is something you can go and test if you want to.
I would really like to reward this experimentation because it is a lot of effort to go through, but unfortunately it's not not any amount of experimentation is going to change my mind because the sphere Earth just makes way more sense to me.
Yeah, well, you might think that now, and I thought that as well. I probably said those exact words when I started looking into this first. But after you start looking into this, after a while you'll realize that what we're saying actually makes the most sense. Okay, we're not, they've basically replaced people's common sense with nonsense over their whole life. Okay, because you've been taught it's a globe your whole life. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. So it's a natural mechanism for your brain to try to hold on to that belief system. And you have to go through cognitive dissonance and you're going to try to cling on to that globe. But the more you look into it, the less the globe's going to make sense. And the more what we're saying is going to make sense.
Well, Flat Earth is going to have to do a lot more work to convince me because it's not there's so many things that just don't make sense to me. For example, space not having any matter in it, gravity not existing, orbits not existing.
Can I just ask you
what?
Can I just ask you a question? Have you discussed the fact that you experience a flat, motionless Earth directly every day? Have you acknowledged that yet? Because you're saying that it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But your senses, your physical senses, detect only a flat, motionless surface. They don't detect a ball. Like when you go outside to the beach and you see the horizon, that horizon is flat. It's motionless to your perception, the ground. So, no, what actually makes sense, what conforms with our senses, is a motionless topographical plane. That's what we experience as human beings on Earth. So this idea that it makes more sense to be a globe, it's not that it makes more sense, it's that that's what you're used to. That's what you've been told over your entire lifespan. So it's more like an emotional connection than a sensory, sensical one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that doesn't give me an explanation for gravity or any of those other things.
It wasn't intended to give you an explanation for gravity. That was intended to point out to you that
I get what you're saying.
It's to say that the globe makes more sense when the globe doesn't even comply with your senses.
And what for you is gravity?
Well, hold on. That's not.
Sorry.
I've already explained that, but I will again.
Okay. Thank you.
It's the force that every object applies to every other object in the universe, no matter how far away.
That's like a religious version, though. What do you actually experience it to be in reality?
I experience it as the downwards force that pulls me towards Earth.
Right. Well, that's what you could actually say. You could say, I experience some things to go down towards the ground. Not everything goes towards the ground, right?
What doesn't?
Well, gas. Like a helium balloon. Doesn't go down towards the ground.
Clouds.
These things are lighter than air and have another force called buoyancy, counteracting the force of gravity. It's stronger than gravity. That's why they stay where they are or go up.
So they go up because they're lighter than air, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
air being lighter than air doesn't make any sense. Air is just expanding to fill the volume that's available to it.
I didn't say air was lighter than air.
Yeah, but that was Cyclone's example, like gas, air, I
mean, what kind of gas? There are heavy gases, I assume. I'm not really a chemist, but I know helium is lighter than air.
They don't form pools. They don't form pools on the ground.
But either way, before we get into the weeds of it, how would us dropping an object and seeing it go downwards, how would that at all tell you anything about the Earth being a spinning ball? It just tells you that...
Not directly, but indirectly. It would,
no, not even indirectly. It tells you nothing about the nature of the surface of the Earth. Does it? When you think about it.
It tells me about gravity.
Think about it, Lord. Yeah, and that is, you observe some things descend towards the ground. That's all it tells you. You have to then speculate as to what is causing this, what is the nature of this downwards vector. And the speculation that they've given you, the theory, is this theory of gravity where they theorize and assume that the Earth is a ball. And that's how you're stuck to the outside of it. They had to come up with a story about how you could be stuck to the outside of a spinning ball. And that's what gravity is. But
why did they have to come up with this story?
Well, because otherwise, logically, you'd be like, well, how could I be on the exterior of a spinning ball when things on the exterior of a spinning ball go flying off of it?
So, why would anyone care what I think?
That's a strange question to ask. We're not, it's not like people are relying on your claim to understand where they live. We're just trying to explain to you that things falling to the ground don't prove that you live on a spinning ball. That's obvious.
Exactly, because it sounds crazy, right? Because you go outside and you go, okay, looks flat, everything's still, like I'm not moving. And then somebody tells you, yeah, but you're on this giant spinning ball, right? And that sounds crazy, right?
Why would they tell me that? What do they have to gain from telling me that?
They tell all of us, not only you.
Well, they get to control
what do they have to gain?
Worldview, don't they? They get to control
I don't know.
Everything you think about reality.
If they don't want to gain anything, then surface is curving.
Oh, it's just going to confuse them.
Yeah, I know, but that's the logic. If they don't lying, if they don't, whoever you think they are, that means that Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, which doesn't hold. That's obviously illogical. That's what he's saying. He's saying your question, like, why would they lie? Even if they had no reason to, it wouldn't change the fact that the surface is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, and therefore not a ball.
Well,
but there's a bunch of reasons. It's basically just control. They're controlling your mind, and therefore you.
A lot of times you bring, not you specifically, but I guess this whole voice channel has brought up the fact that I've been fed a narrative and I've been lied to my whole life. And that needs justification for me.
And what is the flat earth narrative?
We're not the people who gave you the narrative, so it wouldn't be for us to justify why they've given us this narrative. We've been given the same narrative.
It is on you to justify that because
justify why they've told us this. We're just going out and looking at the horizon, dude. We're pointing out it doesn't match the globe.
That's not what's going on.
Yeah, you just got shown it. Remember, the horizon was beyond the oil rigs, yeah?
I'm not saying you didn't do that. I'm just saying that the whole flat earth community is not just a bunch of people taking experiments. It's a bunch of people taking experiments trying to prove that what we've been fed is a lie. That's a very big part of it.
No, they're not trying to prove it. They're pointing out the horizon. They're saying, look, the horizon is beyond the rigs. Let's check and see if that matches the globe math. It doesn't match the globe math. So that's not them trying to prove whatever. It's like they're just pointing out the horizon and comparing it to where it should be on the globe. And they don't match. So beyond that, I mean, we've got no obligation. I mean, why don't you figure something out? Tell us.
Why should I I should figure out why the globalists are feeding us, not globalists. What do you call them? Globe peddlers?
Globe it will be easy to call them. It will be easy.
Globe. Yeah. Why I need to justify why the globe peddlers are telling us that we're living on a globe.
No, you don't. You don't actually have to speculate on that because you have nothing to do with it. You were just fed the story. But for some reason, you think we should tell you that, as if we are these people who fed you the narrative. We're not. We're just pointing out that the narrative doesn't match reality.
All right.
So the question then is, the question on the table for you is, okay, observable reality is not matching what I've been told. So do you either A, ignore observable reality and pretend it doesn't happen, or B, accept observable reality and accept that what you believed about the world is wrong?
You have to understand that when you're telling me that I've been fed a lie, I need to know by who and why. See, it even
I know you want to.
Like
I know you want to, but you would understand that short of these people telling you, whoever they are, there's no way for you to know. And even if those people did tell you, how would you know if they're telling the truth? Since they've already demonstrated they're capable of deceiving you. So, listen, dude, I get it. I mean, you want to know who and why. Why have they done this? I mean, we could speculate all day for hours, but if you still don't understand the fact that we're standing on empirical evidence and measurement, then why would we waste our time explaining or speculating on why they've done this if you don't even understand that they have done it? That's what we're focusing on. We're just showing.
I'm trying to understand why they have done it. That's exactly what I'm trying to understand.
Get in line. Get in line. Get in line.
Well, I'll give you my speculation on why they've done it. It seems to me like they've hidden the fact that this system that we're in, the Earth system, is intelligently designed. And it's not a globe, right? We're not in space. It didn't pop out of nothingness into existence via a big bang and then have gravity pull all the mindless matter into place. None of that occurred. So they've fed us a creation narrative that makes it possible for existence itself to be random, accidental, and meaningless. When a flat, motionless, topographical Earth that's contained could only reasonably have come about by intelligent creation. So it essentially tells us that we are existing within a greater being's creation. And that's effectively what it's concealed from a lot of people, I would say. Now, was that the main motivation? Who knows? I mean, they could have had a bunch of other motivations. They might just think society wouldn't be able to handle the idea that they're in an intelligently designed system and that there may be some ultimate purpose to them being here. Society just can't handle it, so we're just going to tell them that's not really the case, or it's possible that that's not the case. You know, money, control, power, normal stuff.
Flat Earth is proof of God?
Yeah, a lot of people call it God, a creator, some intelligent designer.
And the people telling us that we're on a sphere don't want us to believe that God exists. They're anti-religious or anti-creatorist.
Well, in some ways, yeah, you could look at it that way. Cosmologically, they've said they abhor a special position, which means they hate the idea that the Earth is in some kind of central position of creation. So philosophically, they've taken it out of a central position and they've put the sun, or the great attractor, or whatever you want to call our point of rotation, into the center. So, yeah, it's like a theosophical, cosmological, philosophical religion going on here with the globe.
I think this is really the root of the flat Earth debate, community, everything. This is the main point. It's not about experiments.
No, it's not the main point.
No, it is. No, those questions arise from the observations and the tests. Not the other way around.
Consequence.
The main point is the surface, man, not the God.
Yeah, don't do that. I indulged you requesting speculation. with
No, I wasn't talking about God. I was talking about
that we'd done the observations and the measurements. The measurements confirm no curvature. So this is a consequential question of those measurements. It's not. This isn't what it's about. It doesn't start here. This is where you get to after you realize the surface measures flat. Okay, so don't get that twisted.
Fair enough. All right, so flat Earth didn't arise from speculation that we're being controlled. It was the other way around.
No,
measurement.
Measurement, man. He told you like 3 times now.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say before you cut me off. Thank you very much.
Yeah, measurement.
It arises from the measurement. All right. Well, that's great.
Yeah, it is great. Empirical evidence for reality at last. Now, try and find some measurements of a globe. See how you get on.
I mean,
do you think you'd be able to find any?
As far as I've been fed, or I mean, not fed. I mean, whatever. The first instance of a measurement being taken was from, I think, Alexandria, where there was some mathematician that put a stick on the ground, measured the shadow, and asked his disciple to walk to the neighboring city. And they measured the shadow at the same time. And
that's Eratosthenes.
They saw that it was different.
Yeah, but like you said, he didn't measure the Earth. He measured shadows. He was already assuming a globe. And you can do the same test. You can assume either it's a globe or it's flat. And it just changes the assumption about the distance of the sun, the size of the sun, the direction of the rays. But yeah, you can do that on a flat Earth too.
If you don't believe that the shadow can be... No, if you believe that the shadow can be different at the same time on 2 different parts of the Earth, then that means the sun is very close. Correct?
How close?
Well, just not infinitely distant.
Well, no, yeah, it would just be the difference between parallel or divergent rays.
No one said it was infinitely distant. Even in the sphere model, there's a distance. It's just very large. It's almost parallel.
No, it's just an expression within astronomy. It doesn't mean...
No, they said Eratosthenes assumed essentially an infinite distance of the sun.
Yeah, he didn't have the precision to measure it exactly because it's so far away that it's almost parallel.
Well, he assumed that. He assumed a near infinite distance, parallel light rays, and a globe Earth, a curved surface. So that was an assumed curved surface, but why has it not been measured directly? And
That's not what I
try to measure it. Is it not detectable? It's just flat.
He did measure it. He measured 2 different shadows at the same time of day.
Not the Earth, not the curve.
Not of day.
Yeah. So
if the shadows are different, that means that either you're on a sphere or the sun is very close to the flat Earth.
Or just closer than it is in the sphere conception, to the point where the rays are not parallel but divergent.
What will confirm that shadow? Private. What will confirm that shadows are truth? What will confirm that measuring shadows, it's truth?
Hello, everybody. You can do it yourself.
Okay, I make a shadow. I see one shadow, it's bigger than the other one. Is that confirming that surface is curving?
As I said earlier, if the 2 shadows are different...
I ask you only this question. Does that confirm...
I am answering it. If you don't cut me off, I will answer it.
Okay.
If the shadows are different at the same time of day, you either have a sphere or you have a flat Earth with a very close sun.
Okay, so how did they, because this was in the BCs, this is over 2,000 years ago that they say this occurred, right? So Since then, I'm sure you'll agree, we've progressed quite significantly with technology. We've got lasers, we've got optics, all kinds of things. So who has verified Eratosthenes' assumption of a curved surface with a measurement?
I mean, you can do this right now, and it's actually much easier to do now because, we have phones and instant messaging. So you can just find an online friend.
Messaging. I'm talking about measuring the surface. Like surveyors, right? You heard of surveyors?
Yeah. Just let me finish.
Honestly.
They level a surface? No.
Guys, the transmission's shit right now. Let's all have some sort of valuable
new guy.
improvement.
Shut up.
Writing down.
Shut up, dude. So who's verified this assumption that Eratosthenes made that the surface was dropping over a distance due to curvature? Who's measured that since the BCs, where it was assumed?
I'm sure a lot of people.
Okay, I'm glad you're sure. Could you find one, at least?
You're asking me to find the drop over someone who has measured.
Yeah, somebody's measured that assumption that Eratosthenes made, that it was a globe and it had a curved surface. Where's that been measured and verified in the last 4,000 years?
I'm Googling it right now.
Presumably MIT or NASA or someone, went out and confirmed this with some measurement. The Navy or something.
I mean, probably. It's going to take me a while to find.
Why? You've got Google. You can just type in who measured the curvature, right?
Well, all I'm finding is Reddit threads on flat Earth discourse. Because this is a very
weird.
flat
You mean when you're Googling... So when you're looking for who is the actual person who measured there to be a ball Earth beneath our feet, it's just sending you to Reddit threads. That's weird.
And it should be independent of NASA.gov versus globe. Right.
Surely it would send you to MIT or Oxford or Cambridge or something.
Exactly. Independent of any argument between flat earthers and globe earthers, right?
All right. I'll type MIT measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So when does it say they measured it?
Listen, if you can't bring any proof of a globe Earth, then the Earth's flat.
Good point. Why else would it be any different from observable reality if you've got no evidence to the contrary?
Exactly.
Good point.
I had loads of evidence that isn't really valid within your worldview.
Well, we need to start with the curvature because all your other evidence assumes the curvature, but we want to just make sure that this assumption you're making is actually legit. And so far, it's not looking good. It's actually measures flat, not curved. But, you're figuring out they're not even trying to tell you someone's measured it, basically. You're looking for some hard data and information. And they just said, hey, some guy in Greece put some sticks in the ground and assumed a globe. So good enough. What did you find?
Well, it's going to take me some time to read. I can't just do hours of research on the spot.
Yeah, dude.
It's kind of
we've been doing this for years. This stuff takes time. If you want to understand where you live and what your situation is, that takes time. That takes effort. So by all means, take that time, make that effort. We're not trying to dissuade you from that. You saying, I need to actually look through this is a great thing to say. Of course you do. Now you're figuring out that these are the claims that are being made that your teacher never actually explained to you. You need to go and fact check them. That's the process.
Well, we're having a debate here on an argument or whatever, conversation. And
no, we're just having a conversation, dude. This isn't a debate.
Well, yeah, whatever. And you can't expect the other one to just, if I just fucked off for 2 hours, you wouldn't be waiting for an answer.
When I'm asking you these questions, it's not because I expect you to know the answer necessarily. It's to show you or make you think about what you should be researching to try and understand this. Okay, so you're finding the information, or you're searching for the information. That's what was intended, for you to realize that there is information that you need to acquire to be able to even think or talk about this. Because school has not prepared you to think about where you actually live. It's just giving you a story. Anyway,
when you ask me for evidence, what you're really asking me for is evidence that aligns with the flat Earth.
No,
because I could give you
empirical evidence is specifically what we're asking for. So that's information and evidence that can be observed, measured, tested, verified by us in reality. Okay, that's what we're asking
about
for.
Photos of the Earth taken from space. Why is that not evidence?
How do you verify those to be real? What's your process?
Look at them.
Okay, but I can look at pictures of Bigfoot and unicorns. Looking at them doesn't necessarily
there have been photos of the Earth way before we had, Photoshop or any image editing programs where you could do that.
They've been manipulating images since the 1800s. Since photography was first invented, they were manipulating images. Yeah, it's pre-Photoshop, but they've got a million techniques for creating fake imagery. So yeah, basing your entire worldview on unverifiable images is not what I would recommend. But anyway, I'm going to peace out. So it was a good chat, and I'll let one of the other guys take over. I'm sure BJ, if you're about, P-Dub,
good chat.
Pick it up. A good chat, and good luck with your search.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's a video of amateur rocket being shot up into space, and you can clearly see a curve, but these guys just always change the subject or ignore it.
That means it will be also on the ground, if you can see from the rocket.
Bigfoot, unicorn shtick.
Yeah, that would be the curvature that we're asking for the measurement of that no one has.
That curvature. You can see it.
Okay, so why can't you measure it?
So are we trying to disprove flat Earth, or are we trying to prove globe Earth here?
Well, they'd be the same thing.
There's two sides.
In order to disprove the flat Earth, you would need to prove a globe, because
okay. So where are the globe tards? Are there any globe tards in the call?
Yeah, we're just speaking to a few of them. Okay. No, the first guy was cool. What is it, Mansky? He's a big time globe head. He's been coming here for months and just like sideshow Bob walking on rakes 24/7. But the first guy, who was that? Because he could actually hold a conversation. So we've not got someone from the flat Earth side who can pick this up. Who's on? TWN? Says who? DJ?
I am, but I may not be for very long.
Drace?
What I would say is that if that imagery that Mansky's talking about is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and when we go to a 20-mile lake, or we look across a 21-mile body of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at about 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of about 260 feet at the other end. But that's not what we find. So sorry, the imagery.
We set aside the curvature drop for a bit, because I'm presenting here a photo of the Earth, and you're saying that it's been manipulated. Is that correct?
I'm saying that if it is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles or a circumference value of around 25,000 miles, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and look across 21 miles of surface of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of 260 feet at the other end. But there isn't.
That's just a statement that you made now.
Yes, correct. So any imagery that's presented to you as some kind of evidence or a claim that it is representative of the Earth as viewed from a very far away, and it comes with those values of this Earth's size, its radius, its diameter, its circumference, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and we look across 21 miles of surface of the water, we shouldn't see clear to the other side, but we do. So therefore, do what you will with that imagery. Think about it as you will. If you want to just rest your faith on that unverifiable image, that's on you. Right? But meanwhile,
Well, you've got to actually explain the steps.
Yeah, sure.
You can't just tell me that because I'm looking at a circle with some kind of radius that this needs to happen.
Right, so if that is the Earth and its surface is curving, then there's geometric consequences, right, to what we will see and what we can measure on the surface here on Earth, right? Meaning there's a curvature rate to it. So roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means over a distance of about 20 miles, there would be a curvature drop of around 250 feet. Do you understand?
Right.
How much drop is there? How much drop is there?
I'll go to the Earth curve calculator. We've got, I don't know how to use this in conjunction with the image, whatever.
Because if the Earth doesn't curve as much, that means it would be an even bigger globe.
True. Look, if you're just looking at the image, if it was, for the sake of argument, not touched at all, right? No Photoshop has been altered. They just took it off, like they printed it as soon as it was taken, right? And nothing happened to it. Would that mean we live on a sphere? If the image was true, mind you.
The correct term, I think, is oblate spheroid, but yeah.
Hypothetically,
so the image,
if it was true,
the image has been, changed.
If the image was true, the Earth would measure accordingly, curved. However, besides doctoring, there's a very simple explanation, and that they used a wide-angle lens which curves horizontal lines. So if you look at the video, early on when they're close to the ground, does the horizon appear curved? If yes, then this is a wide-angle lens.
I don't know, I don't see a video, and I'm not talking about a specific image. There's lots of images of Earth.
Yeah, and we've gone through you're welcome to try to find one. We've gone through thousands of them, and we have hundreds of ones that don't have a wide-angle lens, and they show flat horizons.
Can you show us that?
According to the math, the ISS is too low to the ground to have the Earth curve, and so they need to use wide-angle lenses to make it appear curved.
Can we all agree that you believe that the image is doctored?
No, I didn't say it was doctored. A lens effect does not mean the image is doctored.
What about an image like without a wide-angle lens?
You have to show me a specific image for me to claim it's doctored or not, okay? It doesn't really matter because the surface determines if the Earth is curved or not. And so if you have an image showing a unicorn in your backyard, and then we go to your backyard and there's no unicorn, I am not obligated to believe in your image. Do you understand?
I can't actually send anything in the chat. I can't send an image.
So you don't understand?
No, I do understand. I'm trying to send an image and I can't.
That may be an issue of just being too new to the server, so you might have to, participate more in chats until you level up, and then they'll grant you that access.
Right. So, Do half of you believe that the images are doctored and half of you believe that it's using a wide-angle lens? What is the actual consensus on this? Is there a consensus?
How would there be a consensus on multiple images? Each image is specific to that image. We don't have an imaginary consensus. We're not a cult like the cult you come from. We're not a cult like the cult we left. We're just the people who left your cult, okay? Get it through your brain.
Okay. You can also decide that none of the images are indicative of a globe, that they're either wide-angle lenses or doctored. They're not mutually exclusive. I'll just send DJ the image, whatever.
There's many potential causes for the images. You like us can simply.
This is the most standard image. I didn't like.
I understand. I'm just saying any image that contains the globe in it, you can just go test it yourself. Does the reality curve like the image is presenting to you? If it does not, the image is not true, regardless of how it was made.
Right. So, okay. Some images are made with a wide-angle lens, and some are doctored. Can we agree on that at least?
Yeah, sure. NASA admits we have a link here for you from NASA to a graphics designer working for NASA who created the blue marble image. They freely admit that they doctor some images and create some images. Many people believe those images are real images. There are other images they claim are real images, and we simply test the surface. So we don't care what other people claim when they don't have any evidence backing those claims. The evidence comes from reality conforming to your images or not. If reality doesn't conform to the image, then the image clearly isn't true regardless of how you derived it. You could have created it through an AI. Whoa! That doesn't mean it was doctored by a human or using a wide-angle lens. There could be other methods made to create images, what was he called again? Math Powerland. One of the earlier flat earthers. He claimed to have worked for NASA making paintings, very realistic paintings of globes. And he ended up making a comedy routine after he stopped working for NASA and was like, is this a painting or a photograph? And he had globes. And he made fun of this because he was and ended up becoming one of the earlier flat earthers because his paintings were so realistic that people believed they were real pictures of actual globes in outer space. But we're not making claims about the entirety of supposed space pictures. We're testing those claims. The pictures themselves are the claims, and we're testing the claims. Do the claims hold up in reality? And they don't. That's the simple.
I'm not doubting any of that, okay? I'm simply saying, all right, let me put this as cleanly as possible. The images could have been painted, doctored, photoshopped, created pixel by pixel, manually written in a text editor, all right? It doesn't matter. An image as of 2026 has no value whatsoever. It is not proof, all right, alone. But let's say for the sake of argument that an image was not doctored, it was not painted, it's not fake, all right? For the sake of argument, all right? If the image was actually real, taken on a spacecraft outside of Earth, right? If all of those things were true, never mind that you don't believe in them, just say that they were.
Yeah, I'll
The one I
answer you.
just posted. It
If all
doesn't.
of those things, if
I
all of
haven't
those things
finished.
were true, okay, sorry.
All right. If all of those things were true, and you just take any random image like the one I sent you, right? That would indicate that we're on a sphere, right? But I know you don't believe all of this.
No problem, no problem. If we assume all of this is true, and we went out into outer space and we saw the Earth as a ball, the Earth would measure as a ball on the surface. It doesn't. So your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And your image doesn't make any sense.
What's wrong with it?
Well, on one half of the ball, you have Africa.
And that's a problem. Why?
Well, on the other side of the ball, you have North and South America, Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, all the oceans and seas surrounding.
So?
That's why it's a problem. Think about it, sir. Use brain.
On the other side, we have too many things. I'm pretty sure if I went on Google Earth and I can get this exact perspective and everything will be fine. In fact, I'll look right now.
Well, then you have the same problem with Google Earth.
WebGL is not supported on my browser. That's great.
Hunter, this stuff seems to be going in one of your ears and out the other. Good luck to you, dude.
Hello, guys. How are you guys?
You just told me that my image makes no sense. Out of the blue.
How are you, bro?
I'm great.
Yeah, it makes
Where are
no
you from,
sense
guys?
because this is not something.
Where are you from,
can
guys?
Sense. Sorry. I'm
Where are you
responding
from?
to him real quick, and then I'll okay.
No. Respond to me.
Yes.
Quick.
Yes.
Where are you from?
No. First, I'm responding to him, and then I will respond to you. Don't make me mute you. So it doesn't make any sense because what you experience is a flat, non-rotating world. You see the stars and the sun move in the sky, and you experience the world as a locally flat plane. That's how it's described, that's how it's mathematically used, that's how we function and use the world we live in. However, there's this belief that the world curves beyond what we can experience, and that special people can go outside the globe and experience it as a globe. Meanwhile, you, the plebs, cannot. And so you just have to believe in the superior people, and then you are enlightened because you are part of the religion of the globe. Sorry, we don't buy into that. We actually go out and test their claims, and their claims fall flat.
Unintended. I'm kidding. Yeah, I just realized that I was gonna make a different point, but then I fucked it. I'm sorry, but I don't follow with this whole religion thing, right? With the globe people.
Yeah, it's a globe religion. If you didn't know, the globe religion started as a cult within Pythagoras as a secret doctrine of the Pythagorean cults, and then spread into the mystery schools of Greek, ancient Greek, and our whole current worldview is built on this ancient mystery cult and their secret doctrine. And that's what everybody's been programmed to believe, even though they don't have actually any evidence. All the supposed evidence for it is just logical fallacies, and that's why they removed logic from your curriculum so you didn't understand how you're being manipulated. and then
they removed logic from the curriculum.
Yes,
That's
they essentially
not true.
removed logic from the curriculum. You only get a primer and a slight education on it if you go into philosophy, but even then, it's drowned out by all of the different aspects of philosophy. Back when we had the trivium and the quadrivium, logic and rhetoric were some of the primary things that they taught children, and so they were better equipped to identify logical fallacies. Meanwhile, we get taught Aristophanes, for instance, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would act like this. We see shadows act like this, therefore the Earth is a sphere. This is circular reasoning, but because it's dressed in math, it's dressed in authority, people don't realize.
That's what I've been trying to get at with my whole sphere photo. The point of the sphere photo is not about proving the existence of a sphere from just a photo. It's about getting you to acknowledge that you believe in someone that is oppressing us, controlling us, and feeding us false ideas.
I don't need any belief in that because I can just go out and measure the world and see that someone's not telling me the truth. For I don't know his reasoning for not telling me the truth. Maybe he's just confused. Maybe he's a dumbass. Maybe he inherited this lie from some other guy who might have been malicious. I don't know. I am not them, but I can test the fruits of their labor. I can test if the Earth is actually curved or not, because we have access to the Earth.
You can't be making this whole thing about us not being taught logic in school, about a cult created in ancient Greece, about them wanting to control you, and then just go on and be like,
"No, them wanting to control you." That's you putting words in my mouth.
Well, not you specifically, but it was said in this voice channel earlier.
Yeah, that's because we're not a cult like you. You come from a cult where there's a unified belief that you have to believe. We are an independent group of researchers who all have different opinions and beliefs. However, the only thing we share is the empirical, scientific, and logical necessity of reality. And so we teach each other logic. We go through science and physics. That's what we care about. We care about the empiricism, the measurements. If the Earth were measured curved, we would all be globers.
You just can't do that. You can't call me. You can't say that I'm in a cult started in ancient Greece, and then say you're just an independent group of researchers. You can't have it both ways.
That's just how it is, because we are not a cult. We don't have a unified belief system like you do. You have one, and you are here policing for your belief system, because you have a cognitive dissonance when being faced with the idea that your belief system could be wrong, because you were raised in cognitive ease. You were raised with the globe being in all of your programming, all over entertainment, in your education, and you were never presented any alternatives. You were presented this as it was a concrete reality, and so it shaped your ego and your worldview as you think you live on a ball. You think there's outer space and other balls you could go to, and maybe aliens out there, and it creates this whole worldview for you, where you're like random accident of the universe.
If it's so easy to understand, or maybe not to understand, but if it's so observable and measurable and provable that we are on a flat Earth, then why is the consensus different? Why is flat Earth a minority and globe Earth the majority?
Because there's billions of gullible people just like you.
It's actually very easy. In the 1800s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers. In the 1700s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers. And there's always an opposition to this, and that's because the cult, the secret knowledge, the holders of the secret knowledge, we know how the world is, and if it's not how we thought it was, then we were wrong. We were telling everybody things that were wrong, and it's hard to accept that. That's sunken cost fallacy. So there's just human psychological reasons when people get caught up in beliefs. You can see this around any belief, like Scientology or any other thing, where people believe something so hard that they just don't look at reality for what it is. They try to insert their belief into everything, and when it doesn't matches, they just find some excuse to try to make it match. And that's what we keep finding. We wanted to believe the Earth was a ball. None of us wanted to be a flat earther, okay? It was most of us who came to this wanted to debunk them, and so we were like, okay, yeah, let's go out and test it. Well, like we'll figure out one way or the other, and just confirm the globe again and again and again until the flat earthers concede. However, what we did was confirm that the Earth isn't a globe over and over again, and eventually we just had to scratch our heads and be like, okay, like who do I talk to? It's far easier to convince people of a lie than to convince people that they've been lied to. And I don't really expect you to believe me or us. I just want you to think about your own beliefs, and then be critical of your own beliefs. And then as you're out and about, and you can look out over the sea or whatever, and you can see, wait, I can see way too far for the globe. And that might cause some interest in science and logic and reasoning. And you might dig into this and figure out that the Earth isn't a ball, but it requires you to find it within yourself the desire to actually search and learn and test these things, because nobody's going to give you all the knowledge. You think the people who want to maintain power would give you all of the knowledge when knowledge itself is power?
See, there you go again, making claims about people holding the power for themselves. Like you just said that. You can't unsay it.
No, this is just basic human psychology. I'm not claiming a grand conspiracy. I'm just saying there are people in this world who have narcissistic tendencies. There are people in this world who have sociopathic tendencies. There are people in this world who are greedy. There are people in this world who are selfish and don't care about humanity. Like, there's many people who do, but the naivety of humanity and most people is to think there's no bad people in the world. There's no bad people who want to keep an advantage over you. And I don't presume to know who those people are. All I know is that I can test the surface, and the surface doesn't match what they told me.
And everybody knows there's corruption in government.
Yeah, my sister says everybody knows there's corruption in government, and we can quote her on that. I mean, it's not hard to imagine that some people are malicious, and I'm not saying that the whole globe idea is a malicious plot. It could be, but it could also just be a massive misunderstanding, and people building on that misunderstanding because they believe in the authority and the accolades of the ones before them. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Or it just could be true.
No, we measured the Earth and it isn't a globe, and so it cannot be true.
Look,
if it's
the two main reasons.
If it's so true, why do you and this printer guy resort to illogical circular reasoning and just wishful thinking?
We don't see it as illogical, wishful thinking. We see it as logical and reasonable.
Okay, give some logic. That's not your. No, dude. Let printer flounder. But he's demonstrating his own illogic. Have you not been listening, Matthew? What has
Yeah,
Printer?
floundering.
What argument has Printer given that's logical?
I'm not. I don't want to like butt in on their.
Okay, well then be
Let's let
quiet.
them continue. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't be
it's also
quiet
not
just because this
logical,
guy told you
Matthew,
to.
It's not logical, Matthew, to say that circular reasoning is logical because you believe in it. That's so far from logic. You are a teacher, bro.
The two main reasons you've given me as to why people actually no, that's a lie. There's a lot of reasons you've given me as to why people don't believe in flat Earth, is because, well, I'm just gonna list them all. That's the way they grow up with. That's what's been taught at school. It's cognitive dissonance to change your ideas. It feels bad. You don't want to feel like you're wrong. And that's also what the cult feels. That's why they don't want to change their ideas, because they're also going to feel bad.
What? The first part was all good, but what the cult feels, I don't remember saying. I don't remember personifying a cult. Yeah.
Oh no, you did say I was in a cult, and you did specify that it started in ancient Greece.
Yeah, I call the globe religion a cult. Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked why the cult hasn't changed its views. You said that they didn't want to feel like they were wrong.
Yeah, that's called the sunken cost fallacy. Like, once you start doing something, you prefer that to have been the right choice rather than the wrong choice. And so humanity generally has this bias where you try to keep up with a broken relationship, even though at the start you should have seen the signs that this was never going to work out. It's just basic psychology.
You know, that's difficult to argue with. To argue that these points are invalid would be really hard, because it is hard to change your opinion.
Listen to him rationalize. Crazy.
I don't even blame them. Like, it's tradition. We were raised in this. Like, you see this all around the world with other kinds of traditions. People are raised in this. It's really hard to just let go of your tradition, the thing that you feel like is a part of who you are. It's very familiar, the globe. Like, we were all raised on sci-fi, on the TV. Many of us had rockets and globes in our cribs.
My Cope rationalization is noted.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of aggression towards globe people.
Dude, don't be a snowflake. I don't listen. I pity the fool.
No, come on. You've got to agree.
No, dude, I was once just as brainwashed as you are.
See, you're calling me brainwashed.
Okay, I'm calling myself previously brainwashed. That's what you're not hearing.
No, you said you're just as
looking to be
brainwashed as you
offended
are.
by everything. Don't be.
I'm not offended. I'm not actually offended. It's just
okay. Good. Then move on with it.
Yeah. Maybe. Never mind. Forget about that.
So, Printer, shame on us for being.
He's showing you his perspective, like just like I was showing you my perspective. Like, from my perspective, having left the globe belief, I felt like it was like a cult.
and now interacting with the people from the globe belief, it feels even more like a cult because of how they react and how triggered they get just by the idea that some of their foundational ideas about how the world is are wrong, because they put so much faith into this whole system.
Yeah, we don't want to stereotype you, right? So we'll try to avoid that. This is what we've gathered from countless conversations and even being introspective ourselves about how we've behaved when we first encountered the information. So we don't want to project that onto you. This is just what we've observed. That the globe belief is devoid of any empirical or logical foundation. And everything that tries to defend it usually is from a place of either anchor bias or, I don't know, wishful thinking, just a desire to stay on that side for whatever reason. I can't divine anybody's reason for wanting to hold a position that is devoid of empirical evidence or logical consistency.
But they have that illusion of logical consistency or internal consistency within their model. And because they don't understand what a reification fallacy is, they think the model represents reality. And so, because they never were taught deeply logic and how fallacies are so they could identify them, they end up just accepting these things. And especially because it was taught when they were so young, it creates the foundation when they were too young to actually question it. So when you get further in schooling, you're already building on that foundation you assume is true, and if you question it or you don't write the right answers, they fail you on the test. And so it becomes a very programmed machine that pumps out people who believe certain things, and then you find out over time, working in your field, that a lot of the things they taught you in school were outdated, and we're actually moving in this direction now. And so the school creates a certain idea in the general public, even though, like, we get a lot of people in here who think Newton, for instance, still works and is a thing that is believed within physics, when it's a convention that's already been falsified within actual physics. But most people don't know that because they don't go far into physics. They just hear the popularized things on TV or on TV shows and form their opinions based on that.
I mean, look, I'm kind of back here into a dead end because there's really two sides to the flat Earth theory that I'm aware of, and one of them is the experiments, and the other is that that we've been raised wrong, that we've been taught wrong, and all this other stuff. And we can't really seem to agree on any of those. We can't agree on gravity. We can't agree on the drop-off thing, the drop-off distance. I don't even really...
Well, we have no problem agreeing on gravity with many globers. The problem is most globers don't know anything about gravity and don't know that Newton's been debunked, Einstein's been technically debunked. And so they have 79 new theories within the highest levels of academia concerning gravity. There's like 20 different ones that are competing, and are some of them at the highest levels, and some of them are like modified Newtonian dynamics or modified versions of Einsteinian or quantum gravity or holographic gravity. So there's a bunch of different theories right now about what gravity is. But it doesn't change the fact that flat or globe, we all have a downwards vector and things fall. That's just what happens. The effect is the same regardless of your imagined geometry. Gravity has never been a problem. We can even use Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity with flat Earth. All you got to do is change the mass distribution underneath the ground, and it will work the exact same. So the effect is the same, regardless of the geometry. The assumed cause has really nothing to do with the geometry.
So there is gravity. Like
Well,
we're not.
yes, there is there's
There's an
little
effect.
g. Yeah, there's little g, the effect. We all observe that. Everybody does. There's a problem here with languaging in that people call little g, the effect, gravity, but they also call the cause, big G, gravity. And so when you have the same name for the two different effects or two different things, like because big G isn't really an effect, it's just an assumption about what causes the effect because they can't test the assumption. And that's why we end up with so many different theories because they can't test it.
If I can add to that, Andreas, quickly, there's also an issue in the language when it comes to the claim about, oh, it's proven because we've done an experiment to prove it, right? Wherein in this sort of experiment, in this context, what they're calling an experiment, it would basically be a measurement or like a test of sorts, whereby, they drop a thing, it's in a vacuum, okay, they measure the density of this thing or calculate it, whatever, compare that with the surrounding medium, and then they drop it, and then they time, the time it takes to fall. They call that an experiment. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that setup. You're measuring the time it takes from point A to point B. Perfect. You have all your things sorted out. You have your control variables and shit like that. The height, the density gradient, not gradients, differential, et cetera. Right?
The confusing measurement. The confusing measurement with experiment.
Right.
Measurements are perfectly valid forms of gathering true knowledge, or because they translated science is now knowledge and not the correct application of the scientific method. So you can call it science within that perspective. However, it's not doing an experiment as much as it's just trying to measure something and control the other variables that could affect the measurements.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
There's also contention.
If I may, right. He asked, what's the problem? The problem is, again, like I said before, and like Dre started off by saying, there's a problem in the language. If you go around saying, I did an experiment to prove gravity, look, I dropped my phone, there's gravity. Okay. Versus, I did an experiment to, test what causes water to boil. Those are two very distinct, areas of inquiry, number one, but also the setup to actually get a result, right? The results are very different, right? Not to mention the process of achieving that result. So to call them or to label them as being, worthwhile being put under the same umbrella is faulty. But we do it kind of colloquially anyway. Go ahead, Tita.
They're two different experiments, aren't they? Why?
One's not an experiment.
One is an experiment, one is an observation. So, you can observe a measurement and you can measure something and get good information out of that. However, an experiment is something to establish a cause and an effect, or cause to an effect. And so you start with finding an effect in nature, like things fall. And so you presume, what's the cause of falling? And you might think, well, if I scratch my head and jump, that makes things fall. Retarded. But that would be your positive hypothesis. And when you try that, and it doesn't make things fall that didn't fall before, then you realize, well, I proved the null hypothesis. I proved that my presumed cause wasn't true. I was just imagining some garbage, and it had nothing to do with what was happening. And that's why the scientific is scientific method is so valuable because you presume the cause, and then you manipulate that presumed cause to see if it has an effect. If it has an effect, like in the case with the water boiling, you heat the water and it starts to boil, you have proven that heat causes water to boil. But when you just measured something falling, you did not prove the cause of that thing falling at all. You just measured something fell. And then if you then take that measurement of the thing falling and then make a bunch of assumptions and mathematics and create a whole model, you can create 79 different models of gravity through different mathematics based on the same effect, but because you never had a cause to test, you can't validate if that cause was the cause of the effect. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I lost you. That was too long. Could you simplify it a little bit? What was your main point?
Let me try. Okay. In one context, you're literally manipulating a thing that you are supposing is causing the other thing to happen. Right?
All right.
Right? You literally manipulate the temperature, keep the pressure constant, whatever, and you see that eventually the water boils. Okay?
Okay.
In the other.
Right? And in the other, you're not manipulating shit. You're just dropping something.
Just observing the effect.
Yeah, and you're measuring how long it takes. You're not manipulating the thing that is supposedly pulling the thing down to see if it actually pulls it down. Or changes.
How would I
do
it correctly?
Just quickly, that leads to an assumption that this, whatever the reason for your object falling, has an influence over all matter, right? But observably, we don't see it influencing gas.
Yeah. So from this, you can extrapolate out and assume a bunch of stuff, and that's where the storytelling starts to come into play, right? So whereas if you could, for example, say, okay, the mass of the Earth is pulling the thing down towards it. That's your hypothesis, right? That would be the variable responsible for the effect. If you could, hypothetically, manipulate the cause, i.e. manipulate the mass of the Earth, and witness a variance or a change in the rate at which things fall, right? Let's say, I shrink the Earth, in half, and I witness the acceleration of the thing downwards cuts in half, say, just for example. Or I reduce it by 90%, and the rate goes from 9.8 to 0.98, right? Cuts that in 10. Shit like that, right?
But even if you could do that, right, you still haven't. You've just demonstrated that there would be a relationship between an object's size or its density or its mass or whatever, right, versus the density or the mass of some other object, right?
Yeah.
You still haven't really established what that interaction is exactly, because Einstein came along and said, right, without the experiment, well, Newton was wrong. There is no force or field emanating from the matter just because it's matter and grabbing onto other things and influencing each other that way. No, he says there is no interaction between those objects at all if there was no space-time.
Right on.
So he's got a third variable involved now.
Yeah. There's a lot more to it, right? But what I outlined would serve as a good stepping stone in that direction, right? Whereby
shrinking the Earth down.
I'm just giving you a silly example, dude. And the whole point is you can't actually do that.
Well, exactly. Right? Is there an experiment I can do?
In this context, no. Because supposedly the Earth is responsible for this thing, or the Earth's gravity is responsible for this thing. Well, the mass, I should say, which causes the gravity. So there's an assumption that those things are intrinsically linked. Right now, implicit in that assumption in the first is that there is a giant mass, for example, in the heliocentric model, floating in space in the first place. Okay, that's the kind of sneaky motherfucker that you kind of just have to ignore or just absorb and forget about. Okay.
There's an experiment you can do for specific gravity.
Right. Yeah, there's stuff that you can test, dude, in this fashion that we're talking about. This is one such that you can't in this sense. So it's as if, over time, it was recognized that you can't really do that in that sense. So the rules of the game, say, or the rules of the field, kind of like, adjusted or they laxed a bit, So as to allow this, context to be enveloped in this field. And okay, we can't really fully experiment in the way that we know we should, but fuck it, we're just going to do it anyway this way with the rules relaxed and still, qualify it as being science. It's almost as if that's what happened. I don't know. Seems like
they freely admit this at the highest levels of academia. They'll say, like you'll ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, "What is gravity?" and he'll say, "I don't know," because at the highest levels, they're like, we don't actually know what gravity is, but we have a pretty good guess, and we have calculated the effect, so we can like model it and do all sorts of things with it, and it's useful. But as to proving it, the effect, it's super difficult. First of all, like he was trying to describe to you earlier, but at the same time, our current theories of gravity don't actually hook gravity into the small things, like the kinetic molecular theory doesn't use gravity. A lot of our basic science on the super small scale just doesn't use gravity. If we were assuming gravity, like all matter would start to collapse in on itself if we were coming from the matter itself. So it's kind of hard to understand, and that's why Einstein came up with his bending and warping of space-time, and because now you have a bending and warping of a conceptual medium, and you can't measure it and you can't test it. All you got is the effects, and so the medium is just bent to conform to the effects, and that's why it works so well. But when it came to like distant galaxies and star clusters, Einstein didn't work anymore because the galaxies were turning too fast, and the galaxies appeared too old for the Big Bang, and all sorts of things that made the current cosmology kind of fray at the edges. And so we have a lot of people exploring the fringes of cosmology today. We are just the people who are checking the foundations to the cosmology. And once the foundations shift, the whole thing shifts.
Right. So what I've gathered is that dropping something and measuring it is not a valid experiment. It's not real science.
No, it's not a scientific experiment. That's right.
Yeah, it's not a scientific experiment. It's a valid means of you could measure something dropping, and it could be a valid means of gathering information, which could be considered science.
So what is the actual consensus on gravity? Does it exist or not?
Sorry. Printer, can I ask you something? Are you at all familiar with the scientific method, like formally?
Starts off with making a hypothesis, I think, and do an experiment. There's like 7 steps. I can't really remember them now.
Okay. So I guess you learned it a little bit in high school. Did a couple things and then had to drop because you changed fields or something.
I'll Google it now. I'll just refresh my memory.
Go for it. And then let's walk through it. Right. If you guys, if I may, you guys, I don't want to interrupt. But I want to ensure that Printer understands why we're saying what we're saying here.
Make an observation, ask a question, form a hypothesis, run an experiment, Analyze the data and draw conclusions. Share your results. Repeat the scientific method.
Right on. Okay, cool. So in the context of you take your phone, you drop it, what do you observe? Or excuse me, you take your phone, you suspend it in the air, and you let go. What do you observe?
I see that it falls.
Okay. Second step.
Why does it fall?
Yeah. So what do you propose is the reason why it fell?
Form a hypothesis. Fell because of gravity.
Okay, cool. Does it go into more detail what the hypothesis consists of?
All right. Fell because all objects. I forgot the name for it. All objects act upon each other with a force at any distance.
I was asking, in that outline that you have there, does it show you the constituent parts of a hypothesis? Maybe research that quickly.
Just form a hypothesis. Wait, I need to
just Google definition of a scientific hypothesis, let's say.
All right. A proposed explanation for a phenomenon. It must be based on observations, and a scientific hypothesis must be based on observations and make a testable and reproducible prediction about reality in the process beginning with an educated guess or thought.
Perfect. Okay. Does it say anything about the variables? Sorry, guys. I don't
know. I don't see anything.
Okay. Well, basically, your hypothesis, the setup requires your proposed cause for the thing. Okay. And then you have your observation, which is the effect, which depends on which depends on the supposed cause. So you have your dependent variable, the effect, influenced by the supposed independent variable, the cause, right? That you get to control or manipulate throughout the experiment to see if it affects the result. Okay.
Right.
Independent variable, dependent variable, and then you have a single one or a set of other variables that you want to maintain constant. They call them control variables. That might be influencing this entire thing that you try and, to the best of your abilities, control for. Okay.
Right.
You'll find that online everywhere. Might be botching it a little bit with some terminology here, but you get the gist. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. So in this setup, with your phone, you observe your phone falling. What would be the independent, dependent, and control variables in the setup?
The independent would be the fall speed, I guess, or fall time, and the control variables would be,
or even just the sheer. Sorry. But even just the sheer fact that it falls.
All right. The fact that it falls, its a weight, size, atmospheric pressure around it, elevation. I guess those should be all remain constant.
So the weight you can maintain constant. You can probably do it in a vacuum, so you can maintain the air pressure. Humidity also, because it's in a vacuum. Humidity is 0, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
All right. I don't see a problem until now.
Okay. Now, what about the supposed cause, the independent variable?
Well, that's my hypothesis, isn't it? I'm testing it now.
Everything that we've outlined is defining the hypothesis. Okay. There's one critical thing, right? You already said it. I just want you to see the key into the hole. Okay. Right. What is the cause of the effect? Supposedly.
Supposedly, it's gravity.
Wonderful. So there's your independent variable.
Right.
Experiment. What's your setup? What's your method? What are you going to do?
I am not going to do this right now. I'm going to break my phone.
No, I'm not saying drop your phone, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Like outline it, right? You got a plan for this shit, right? Okay, I want to figure this thing out.
All right, I'll drop it from 1 meter. All right, and I'll place a stopwatch next to me, and I'll press start as I drop it. How's that?
No, I'm not saying do it, dude. Okay, now check this out. Now it seems like you've changed the supposed cause.
Why have I changed it?
Okay, so in the hypothesis, if the supposed cause is gravity, right, the Earth's mass pulling it in for whatever reason, there's bending, warping space-time, or there's some invisible three-toed gnomes pulling down your phone with, like, you know, lassos or something. Who knows? Whatever. Okay, whatever. If that's the supposed cause, but here you are not necessarily manipulating that supposed cause or that supposed variable, but instead changing the height at which you drop your phone, right? You're basically implying that the height is responsible for the gravity. Because that's all you're changing.
What do you mean I changed it? I didn't change it. It'll be 1 meter the first time. It'll be 1 meter the last time.
Hold on. Wait, let me just. Can I bounce in here real quick, brother? You said that your supposed cause is gravity. So we've got all of our controls. The height is the same. The temperature is the same. The air pressure is the same. Everything is consistent. So now we need to perform an experiment to get the dependent variable to occur. So you have an object. And I don't know what this object is. I don't even know what the observed natural phenomena was in nature, but let's just say we have an object. We're trying to make it fall because the falling is the dependent variable. That is the thing that is observed. So now you have
that was the independent variable.
No, the dependent variable is the observed effect. It is the effect. The falling of the object is the thing that you saw, correct?
So you disagree with the other dude because he told me that was the independent variable.
No,
he did not.
You misheard.
The dependent variable is the thing that we're trying to cause in the experiment so we can verify our independent variable.
Yeah,
right, fair enough.
The dependent variable depends on the independent variable. Right, the effect depends on the cause. Go ahead.
You say gravity is the cause of the thing falling. So now we have all of our controls, we have our object. The next thing you need to do is vary and manipulate the independent variable. In this case, you would have to find an environment that you can add some gravity and take some gravity away to see if adding the gravity makes the thing fall or take away the gravity and it does nothing. Right? So, what is gravity and how are you going to manipulate it?
Why would I have to change gravity?
Because that is the thing that you said is going to cause the effect. So you need to add the gravity to get the effect that you're looking for.
I'll go to the ISS and I'll drop it from there.
Holy cow, dude. What are you talking about? Gravity, what is it?
I've answered this question like 50 times already.
Yeah, well, what is it?
I'll give you my standard response. It's the force that is applied from every object to every other object at any point in the universe.
That's a vague description, and it's just describing something that we don't actually observe.
Well, did you ask me what gravity is just to disagree on me on it? You already knew what I was going to say.
No, I actually didn't because we get different. Right, why are you freaking out, bro? I'm being very calm with you. I don't know why you're getting so excited. Do you think you could just take a deep breath? For crying out loud. So, you are ascribing this is a description of something that, read it off to me again. What is it?
I actually didn't read it from anything.
Oh, so you made it up on the spot. What did you just describe? What is it?
All right, I'll read it off of Google. Gravity is the law that every object with mass attracts every other object in the universe in proportion to each mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Okay, great. So what you need to do is get us whatever that gravity is and put it in this experiment to see if it causes things to fall.
You asked me to change the variable. You didn't ask me to personify gravity and put it in the experiment.
Dude, you're the one that has personified it. You're the one that has given it this vague description, even by Google. So we have to add whatever it is that you think is causing the effect. In this case, what is it, mass? Or is it an attraction of mass? Okay,
yeah.
Put that in your experiment, vary that, put it into the experiment, and see if you get the effect that you're looking for.
Yeah, Printer, nobody was asking you to change the variable. What I was highlighting to you is that you implicitly did change the variable simply by changing the height. Because apparently the height is now...
Hold on. Wasn't I just told to change gravity in order to verify the experiment?
No, you're not following along very well. What I said is the...
Yeah.
In the independent variable is the thing that you would ascribe the causal mechanism to, the thing that makes the other thing fall. You have all your controls. Nothing is changing. We're trying to make the effect, the falling, occur. You said it was gravity. I asked you, what is that? And now you're saying it's some kind of force having to do with mass or something. Okay, well, that force, how can we put that into the scenario to make the effect that we hope will happen? How can you add that to make the effect happen? The dependent variable. How can you make the falling occur? So you're going to put in what? Mass? Or maybe you're going to put in a force? Well, which one is it?
Define put in.
I'm saying apply this to the object that you want to fall.
You want me to apply gravity to my phone?
Yes, that would be your independent variable. That's what you declared.
And what would I apply mean in this context?
That's what I'm asking you, because you actually...
you told me to do it. You have to define it.
Yeah, I'm not the one here that's supposed to define gravity. You are. I don't know what it is. You have described it to me in both your words, and then you gave me Google. So how do we get this into the experiment to make the thing fall?
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. It's your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't have to apply anything. Gravity is just there.
Oh, so now it's just there. So you just decided to declare on your own volition that this is why it's happening, even though you can't make it happen in an experiment. That, my friend, is pathetic.
I made a hypothesis, and then I confirmed it using an experiment.
You performed no experiment. You did not apply an independent variable. You said it's always there, and that's why it happens. That's a baseless assertion fallacy, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Printer,
if it's not all...
Check this out. Okay, this ruffling of the feathers that's going on. Okay, this is you internally starting to recognize the difficulty of this whole thing and why you can't actually do this. As we stated before, okay, you're coming to the recognition that you can't manipulate the supposed cause of the effect. So then you, as you just said, like not 10 seconds ago, you basically just declare it's there anyway. Follow?
How would I, all right, let's say I didn't declare that it was just there. Would I have to change it or not?
If you want to actually explore why the things are falling, you have to come up with a reason, right? A supposed reason, and then demonstrate that supposed reason actually affecting it. Period. It's very, very simple. In this context, obviously you can't, because you can't manipulate gravity hands-on. You can't manipulate the mass of the Earth to demonstrate whether it's going to have an effect on the rate of things falling, or the speed, acceleration, whatever. You can't actually do that. Therefore, it does not qualify as being scientifically experimented on. Period.
So I do have to manipulate it in order for it to qualify.
That's the whole point, dude.
Well, I asked just a few seconds ago if I have to change it.
If you want to change the entire... Hold on. Change as in alter the value, like manipulate the variable itself, or do you mean basically change the entire experiment, swap in a different supposed cause from this one? What do you mean?
Change the value.
Change the value. Yes, you have to do that.
I have to either come up with a different cause or change the value of gravity.
Yeah, you can suppose anything as being the proper reason, so long as you can manipulate it and demonstrate that it does or does not have the effect. So you can outlaw if you suppose something, you demonstrate that it doesn't have the effect, then it rules out that this is the cause, and then nobody else has to bother checking it again if they don't want to. Right? So there's value in null hypotheses, dude. Right? But you actually have to have the test, or the experiment, I should say. It has to be a valid experiment, where you actually do manipulate the variable. In this case, you just can't in the first place, as you are coming to grips with reality about it. You can't in this case. So it doesn't qualify.
If it's not gravity, then what is the effect? What is the cause? Sorry.
Fantastic question. And guess what? Everybody's wondering the same fucking thing.
I have been wondering since the start of this voice chat.
Mm-hmm. But you also came in storming that, it's the Earth pulling shit down because of the maths. Right? So you either don't know and are wondering, or are certain and not wondering because you're already certain, or you're in the middle somewhere. Or you think it might be this because, I don't know, you're biased in that direction. You were told that ever since you were a kid. I mean, we all were, right? It's not an attack on you personally, right? But these are the facts, man. It's an open question. Even as Drace mentioned before, I think. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the same thing. We don't know. Next question.
Wait, so you don't know either?
Of course not. How the hell would I know?
No one in this voice channel knows why the phone is falling.
Homie, did you not listen to Drace 10 minutes ago? Outlining that there are currently 70? In the 70s, okay, number of different competing extensions or whatever to Einstein's theory.
So all right, well, that clears up your position. That's really all I wanted to know.
That we don't know? I'm surprised that hasn't been...
I wanted...
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't...
to clear up your position.
Yeah, and we're not making claims about that. We're just trying to show you that the people who come in here storming that they do know, don't actually know. But they say it anyway. And then we inquire about these details, and they're like, they don't know. So their arrogance, slowly subsides, and they're like, okay. Sometimes they just leave and come back and argue the same points again and again and again, But at least, it seems like you're coming to this realization, which is good. Now, if we're wrong, okay, I'll caveat all this with this. So if I'm wrong on this, and we're all wrong on this, okay, I want to know. Okay? So come back if you find something.
That is not what I already stated. That's not gravity.
What?
Sorry. What?
Well, you said come back when you find something, and it's clear that the something that I've tried to tell you that it is, you haven't accepted, so I need to find something else.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, if you come across something, right, something novel or whatever, feel free to bring it to the panel.
Now, the biggest problem that you're going to be bucking up against is that there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. So These are more circumstantial observations than they are anything else. If you take an object and you put it in a medium, it may go downward. If you put it in another medium, it may go upward. This is what we observe, but we cannot actually give you concretely a cause as to why these things happen. They just do. It's almost like a law. We just observe it. We can't really explain why. This is just what happens.
You're talking about water now, right?
I'm talking about any medium. So you can take an anvil. It will fall downward in both air and water. But then if you put it in mercury, which is a liquid state of metal, then it will float in mercury. It will go upward.
What's your position on buoyancy?
Buoyancy is something that we observe. But the term buoyancy actually begs the question of gravity. What we do observe is specific gravity, which is objects in mediums where they are less dense go upward, and when they are more dense, they go downward. That's what we observe.
I mean, that's true. So why not? All right, never mind. Well, I still have more questions. For example, why do you believe in this dome?
There's no belief in the dome. The evidence for any kind of container, we don't say dome, but a container for the gas pressure is required to have the gas pressure in the first place. Now, you say somebody here told you about a dome. Who was that?
That was you.
I didn't say anything about a dome.
I mean, the container. I called it a dome.
Okay. So there's a container for the gas pressure that we have on Earth. This is not disputable. We have gas pressure. The requirement for gas pressure in physics is containment.
Does it go under the flat Earth as well?
What do you mean under?
I mean, if let's say the container was like oblong thing or whatever, is there no up and down of the flat Earth? What I'm not getting.
Well, as far as we can tell, the Earth itself is horizontally oriented. That's how we experience it. Up and down is the same for everybody. So it is a horizontal plane. What its complete construction is, I have no idea. I have no idea what the entire, realm looks like overall. But if we have gas pressure, then it must be contained.
Have gas pressure. Why is he asking about buoyancy now when it was addressed a long time ago? I don't remember why. These are relevant. Okay. The dome exists because of gas. I'm going to Google gas pressure. It's caused by the force.
First of all,
by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. Although the force of each collision is very small, and these refer. Okay. You were going to say something?
No, I mean, if you're going to call it a dome, that's fine. I don't know if it's a dome. There's a containment.
You don't know what shape it is?
I have no idea. What would that matter? We have the gas pressure. It could be a cake top for all I know. I don't know.
But it can't be a cube if the
Bro, the thing is, we don't have a replacement cosmology for you. We are not a different belief system to believe in. So we just have measurements and evidence and logic that proves the old belief system false. So we don't have a replacement for you. So asking us about the edge of the world or how things work that are unknown have no relevance to our actual arguments or points.
I still think it's worth talking about.
Well, fair enough. We would begin to, yeah. If you're going to speculate, we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say, if you want to speculate, we have speculation Sundays where people can speculate about why they think this works or that works, and we'll be like, well, how do we prove that? And if there's no way to prove that, nobody's going to believe that. We don't believe things willy-nilly here. We try to be empiricists about things. If we can't measure and prove it, there's no reason for us to even entertain it normally.
The curiosity.
You can't really prove this dome, can you? You can't
we can't.
You can't measure it. You can't test it.
Sorry, friend. The dome that you think exists, because you keep using the word dome, the evidence for the dome is the gas pressure. The container itself, the gas pressure is the necessary antecedent, or the container is the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure. You cannot have one without the other.
Yeah,
but there is a downward force.
Yeah, no, that doesn't affect gas, though. That's the problem. If you take gas and you release it, if you take two bulbs and connect them with a valve, you have gas in one bulb and vacuum in the other, and then you open the valve, the gas will expand into the available volume, and it will not be impeded at all by any imagined gravity. And so this is the second law of thermodynamics. This is the most simplest demonstration. I have a recording of Richard Feynman saying that this is the most basic demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics. They claim we live in a vacuum, an ever-expanding vacuum. That means the gas would just continue to expand into the available volume and be gone. And then the next layer and the next layer and the next layer until you have no air on the earth. And then the entire ocean would evaporate. And then you would have no air, no liquids, and everything would die. That's the globe in a nutshell. It's violating natural law, which we can demonstrate here on Earth, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and it does not impede gas at all.
The reality is that the story behind the Earth being a ball within this vacuum is that however many billions of years ago, this ball Earth was cooling and off-gassing. So all of that energy, heat, gas that was leaving the surface of this ball would be leaving and filling the available volume of the ever-expanding vacuum, meaning no pressure of any kind would have ever been developed in the first place.
Let's say that I accept the container, all right? No strings. What's around it? Is there matter around it, or is there nothing?
How would we know that?
Yeah, just
choose any one. Is it not one of those two things?
No, this is not multiple choice speculation. You're asking us a question that we cannot confirm. Why would we even speculate on something so silly?
Two things.
No, bro, this is not pick your own cosmology day. We're not just willy-nilly deciding what.
Can you just humor me and do it?
No.
Can we just humor you and make up a new cosmology? We can do whatever we want if we wanted to do that. We have done.
I'm not asking you to make a new cosmology.
That's exactly what you're asking us to do.
There's plenty.
No, I'm simply asking you to. Sorry.
Yes, you are asking us to make a new cosmology, and there's plenty of flat earthers who have done that. We are not those people. We are empiricists. So, making up beliefs and imagining things are true, is not what we do. We like to test if those people can bring to us their imaginations, and we test if those imaginations are true, and if they're not testable, we don't have any reason to believe them.
We're not going to create a fantasy.
Like,
wait.
To create a fantasy.
So you're presenting a false dichotomy. You're giving us two options, neither of which you could even possibly verify.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to engage in false dichotomies with you. Sorry.
I don't see why this is such a big deal. I'm simply asking what's wrong with the container.
Anyways, what is the point? Why would we do this for you? Why are you asking us to speculate about stupid shit?
It's stupid shit.
This is because you didn't learn logic well enough in school. You didn't realize that you were making a false dichotomy, and you're asking us to be illogical. And we don't want to be illogical, so we refuse.
You don't want to imagine what's around the container.
No, this is not a place for us to imagine things. If you want to imagine things, go to one of these, places where people think that they're dogs or cats. Imagine whatever you want. We're not going to engage in that. It's pointless, fruitless, time wasting.
Yeah, anybody can imagine anything outside of the reality. You can imagine there are ponies, there are leprechauns. You can imagine whatever you want. We don't want to imagine anything. Because if you start imagining things and believing in a certain imagination of yours, because, I like this one, well, that creates a bias, that creates tinted glasses that you now look at reality through, where you try to match reality to your belief. We don't want to become biased like that. We don't want to taint our clear eyes. We want to see the world for what it is and let the world tell us what it is based on what it gives us, not based on our imaginations and trying to match the world to those imaginations.
So there could be anything there. There could be ponies, there could be whatever. We don't know.
We don't know, yes.
That I was not expecting so much backlash from that question.
We get this all the time.
Right, how about this
annoying.
One?
It's annoying because we get this all the time. Let me just finish this. We get this all the time where people tell us, what's beyond the end of the earth? And the same idiots are telling us, well, the earth is a globe because air moves around a tree. We're not making claims what's beyond the known earth. We're just making claims about the surface of the earth that anybody can go out and test. And we're not even asking you to believe our claims. We're just saying, maybe you should question your claims and go check them.
So anything outside the earth is off limits. Is that what you're telling me?
Anything outside the earth we don't know. Like, it could be many things. There's if you actually started to research this and look at all the different ideas of the different flat earthers, we're the conservative flat earthers who stick only to the measurements and the empirical and the logic. And so you can't come to us with some retarded idea of how you think the world works without evidence. However, there's millions of flat earthers in the world. And
I didn't even present an idea. I simply asked you what's out there.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. There's many of flat earthers in the world who have imagined how the world is beyond the known land masses. And if you look into that, there's many interesting tidbits you find within it. However, you'll notice that they all have a belief they're trying to push, because aspects of what they believe are not verifiable. We like to stay within the verifiable. So you can explore this topic and find what you're looking for, but we're not going to do that for you because we don't do that here.
Right. So Like, you just don't care about anything outside of the Earth? Like the moon, the sun, the stars, nothing?
Oh, we care about all of that stuff. We just are not delusional enough to think that we know what that is without enough data to determine what it is. And so that means that we can look at all of the different speculations about what it is without having a bias that makes us go like, oh, I'll dismiss this out of hand because it doesn't match my ideas. And so we can look at all of the ideas and be like, well, there's problem here, there's problem there, there's problem over there. But they had some interesting ideas over here, they had some interesting data over there, and so the more data you have, the better idea you can have about the world, but there's always going to be a problem with you don't have enough data, and that's the position we're in right now. We can't make you a map. We can't map the whole world for you. What we can do is measure the ground, and anybody can do that.
So a consensus can only be reached if anyone can perform an experiment on it.
Yeah, essentially, if you can make it so that it's completely logical, you have evidence to support it, and like, yeah, then you can get people to have a consensus on it. Problem with current consensus is we have a bunch of fallacies, and people have a consensus on the fallacies, and then they appeal to the majority because many people believe the fallacies. That's just stacking fallacies, and we don't do that here. We like to stay empirical, give us the data, or we'll just ignore the claims because the claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
But it is true that everyone has to be able to perform the experiment, right? Within reason.
Essentially, yeah, that's basic empiricism. That's repeatability. If you can't repeat the experiment, if it's something that you have this special fairy dust that allows you to talk to the fairies, and that's how you know all this stuff, and we just have to accept it because you have the special fairy dust, and we're not allowed to get any special fairy dust, then that's not acceptable.
So, if I was a millionaire and had access to a special hot air balloon that allowed me to go above 70 kilometers, let's say, and I just kept going up, and I reached the container, and I made some measurements about it, and I came back down and told everyone, that wouldn't be enough because no one else can do this. I'm the special fairy that can tell people whatever I want.
Yeah, you claim you have this special technology. Of course, that's a pretty absurd example. With
hot air
balloon, because we have sent up all sorts of balloons of all sorts of types, and we know how high they can go and where they stop. So it is not reaching any imagined dome yet, because we can't get high enough. We just have not been able to go high enough. They claim the ISS, for instance, is circling the Earth, and we get these pictures, and we see this Earth curve in the pictures. But if you look at the math, the ISS is so close to the surface, it only sees about 3% of the surface. And so it has a horizon line, just like you and me, that's circular around the craft if it were at that height. And I don't know that it is at that height. That's just the height they tell us it's at.
So where is it then?
I don't know. I didn't put it up there. I can't verify its position.
But it is somewhere high up.
No, not sure how high it is, if it even is there, because there's many different ways of spoofing its position. So you could see something in the air and you think it's the ISS, but it could be many different things, and we have no way of determining which of those things it actually is, if it is. So you see,
I find this problematic because not everyone can perform experiments. Not everyone can perform every experiment, especially the expensive ones.
Oh, I agree. Like it's not reasonable for you to expect someone to perform every experiment for every single thing. You can watch many experiments if you want to understand something. You don't have to perform all of them yourself. You can watch other people perform them, and then. But if you're gonna try to like build on that or make claims on that, then your experiments, you would need to do experiments to validate that. Like I am writing a optical framework, for instance, a scientific paper essentially, and before I publish it, even though I have a bunch of data collected over the years from other sources, I'm gonna make my own data to go with all the other data before I publish it.
Even though you have your own data, you're going to make your own data to go with the other data before you publish it. How is that helping anything? You can't, like, that's not allowing me to do the experiment for myself.
For instance, the optical framework, when you create something like that, what you want to do is, and that's what I did, is you make it falsifiable. And so people can go out, if they want, try to replicate your findings, and if the findings don't come out that way, then you have falsified the framework. And most scientists and most people don't allow for this and don't give this opportunity because they are scared of their funding. They are dependent on this. I am not. And so I don't care if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong and somebody proves me wrong, I'm happy because I learned something new. Just like I went into this flat earth thing, I wanted to prove them wrong, but because they showed me that I was wrong in my assumptions, I was like, okay, I'll test this other thing because I'm not going to believe you. I don't believe anybody. The world informs me of what I believe, and so I'm not subject to the manipulations of other people.
You said that they can falsify you if they want. How are they going to do that?
It's very easy. For instance, when it comes to the globe, they tell you that the horizon should be X far away based on the geometry. And then once optics got more advanced and we started seeing far smaller things with larger optics and zoom capabilities, we suddenly started realizing we were seeing 10 times beyond the proposed Earth curvature, which we assumed was the geometric limit or the horizon. And so after that, they started saying, oh, well, the horizon's apparent. Well, there must be refraction causing the light to bend around the globe and making it appear flat in all observations up to the horizon. And then beyond the horizon, that's where it starts to curve, boys. It's somewhere we can't detect. That's where we start to see the curve. But it always looks flat up to the horizon. And we can see way too far, so it must be refraction. Problem is, they never actually tested that, and they just kept on assuming that the light was, whenever the observation didn't match their presumption of the globe, they would just bend the light to make it match. And so it became an ad hoc excuse to save them. And so I proposed a simple test, because visible light refracts at a certain rate. Infrared light refracts at a lesser rate. And so the two wavelengths don't refract at the same rate. And so you can take two cameras, one calibrated for infrared, one calibrated for visible light, and then you can observe the horizon with those two cameras. And in the visible light camera, the globe predicts that you would see further in visible light because the light is bending around the globe, making it appear flat so you can see so far. However, infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light, so it wouldn't bend as much, wouldn't allow you to see as far. So you have a prediction for the globe. You see further in visible light, less far in infrared. And then for us, we don't need Earth curvature for anything. In my optical framework, I describe every single refractive effect over a flat surface. It's very simple and very easy. So for us, infrared refracts less, so it causes less ray loss. So when the bottom rays of objects in the distance get refracted down, if those rays hit the ground, you're not going to recover those rays, and so the bottom of the object will be occluded or will be obscured. That's just the light hitting your eye.
Right. So you need two cameras for this setup. Or
yeah, that's to falsify my framework, and because what I've seen through a bunch of other people using infrared cameras and people taking pictures is once we use infrared, we actually see further because infrared cuts through the haze and allows us to see further, and it doesn't refract as much, so we have less ray loss. And so that's the inverse prediction if the Earth is flat, is that we would see further with infrared, less far with visible, which is completely the opposite of the globe. And all of the data I've seen so far seems to support the flat Earth position, or that we see further with infrared, and that's why all of the world record long distance photographs are all taken in infrared.
Right. Well, here's my problem with this take on experimentation. It's that you don't trust isolated experiments that can't be replicated. And that sounds like common sense, like why would I trust that? But let's say that you are the one performing the experiment. And the experiment was you go build some device and you go really high up and you find the container, right? And you see it. Or you don't see it with your very own eyes. Maybe it's made of something like, I don't know, that you can't see. Then you come back down and you try to publish your findings. But no one else can do this. No one else can build this experiment, and no one else can falsify it unless they have giant wads of cash just lying around.
Yeah, but I don't have giant wads of cash. This doesn't require giant wads of cash.
Your experiment doesn't.
No,
but
you're inverting it, because the Globers claim that you require giant wads of cash to get things into low Earth orbit, and even Werner von Braun and Elon Musk claim that to get to the moon would require multiple rockets to refuel in orbit, which didn't happen with the moon landings, for example. So it's clear that that was a lie, because they didn't have the fuel to get to the moon, according to the space experts.
Moon landing costed billions of dollars, though.
Did it?
A free experiment.
Yeah, and who got all that money?
It was used to build the rocket. And it was financed by the American government. Am I wrong there? Anyway, that's besides the point. My point is that if someone actually did go up and touch the container, no one would believe them because they can't replicate the experiment.
Well, they should be able to replicate the experiment if someone can go and do that.
Why? They don't have the capacity to. They don't have the money.
How did they do that? How
With
did
a
they
lot of
do
money.
that? What technology did they use to do that?
They used a hot air balloon. Or alternatively, a rocket.
So, like, why isn't other people testing it? And, like, if
Anyone
one guy
can
comes
make
up
a
with
hot
an
air
anomalous
balloon?
result, we need to figure out why he's getting a different result from everybody else doing it.
I didn't even imply that they...
This is kind of like with the flat Earth. Everybody else is doing it, and they're finding the Earth is flat. Meanwhile, there's this one guy who claims that he has done it with the same equipment that like everybody else is using, but somehow he found it.
I'm trying to... You're not really getting my point. I'm trying to put you in... I'm trying to make you put yourself in the perspective of someone that actually goes and does this. That actually builds a rocket and touches the container. And then comes back down and no one believes him. Because they can't also build the rocket. And I'm trying to get you to see that there's a problem with that. You can't expect all experiments to be replicated by anyone.
No, I agree with you. There's a giant problem with that. Someone claiming to have done that, and then claiming that when he did that, he debunked observable reality. That's a problem. Why would you believe that?
Debunked? What do you mean debunked observable reality?
Because the guy who, in your example, the dome in your example is the globe Earth. In the globe Earth, they claim they have so much money.
No, it's not the globe Earth. It's the container.
No, bro, it's the same analogy. The analogy is the same. In your example, the container is the globe Earth. They claim they have the power and the money to go and verify the container, the globe Earth, but nobody else can go do that. And then when we go actually and test the ground, which should be curved like they claim, because they have the secret knowledge, it isn't curved. So we know that they are not telling us the whole truth.
I'm sorry, am I wrong that you claim that there is a container that causes gas pressure around the Earth?
There is containment of the gas. We don't know how that containment works.
Okay, so let's say someone wanted to try and find out. So they build a rocket and they go up.
Yeah.
Right.
They go up and
they either see it or see something else.
They can't go any further, and then what?
And then they come back down.
Yeah,
and try to
they
tell
went
people
up,
about
they
it.
couldn't get any further. They didn't find the end. So how did that help?
What do you mean they couldn't get any further? You yourself said you don't know what's up there. Why are you assuming now that they couldn't get any further? What does that even mean?
Because that's how rockets work. Rockets push off things.
Okay. I don't think you're getting my point here.
I get your point. You're imagining that what is my point? Up into the, you're imagining what if somebody went up to the sky and touched the imagined end point, and then went down and told everybody, well, I have the secret knowledge of the end point of the sky, and nobody believed him.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
Where are you going with that?
I'm saying they should believe him.
Why? Because one retarded guy who was hallucinating on shrooms and believed he did all those things, claimed he did those things. Why should we fucking believe him? That's called being naive and gullible, buddy.
Well,
You need to actually test his
buddy.
claims. If he claims that you can go up there and you can do this in a hot air balloon, and people go up there and they can't, then you know he is bullshitting you. Just like we go out and they claim the Earth is curved, and we go out and test it, we know they're bullshitting us.
Nothing that has been said up to this point has pointed me to think that you can't go and touch the container. What's stopping you from going higher?
Rockets push off things. So, like, if you take a rocket and make it push all of its exhaust into a completely vacuous chamber, the vacuous chamber will fill, and it's not until the gas hits the wall of the container that the rocket moves forward.
No, that's not true.
Oh, we have evidence of that.
No, you don't. That's wrong.
Oh, we have.
I'm sorry, but when you throw something, you're gonna get immediately pushed back before that thing hits any wall. You can try this with yourself now by throwing the bottle.
Are you in a medium?
Yes, I'm in air.
Yeah.
That doesn't disprove anything.
Oh, you're pushing against the air.
All right, and so is the rocket.
Yeah, you're claiming the rocket's in nowhere.
No, I never made that claim. I simply said that rockets can go up.
Yeah, and eventually the air gets so thin that they don't work very well. And so there's different types of nozzles and different things they do to try to make them work better and go higher. And that's why you have ballistic intercontinental missiles. However, there's a limit. You can't go pushing off nothing.
You can. It's Newton's third or first, I don't remember, law of motion. I can't prove it because I'm on Earth. To prove it, I would have to go to space.
Yeah, unfalsifiable nonsense.
No, it's not unfalsifiable by you. You're saying that it only happens because I'm in a medium.
You could not prove it. That means it's unfalsifiable. You cannot.
I can't prove it by your standards.
You have to go into Narnia through the magic closet to talk to the lion and tell me he's real.
Wait, what?
All right. Rockets have the same effectiveness no matter where they are, because it doesn't matter that they're pushing against the air. As soon as you throw something, you get an equal and opposite reaction. That's one of Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah.
And that's true. It's measurable. It's detectable.
We've all heard this claim. However, we have not seen any evidence that this is true, that you can push off nothing. And so far, many people have tried to do this. Mythbuster tried to do this. Cody's Labs tried to do this.
Oh, Mythbusters.
Yeah, and the problem is...
you can actually do this. I forgot about vacuums. Put yourself in a vacuum and do it.
Yeah, every time they do this, we watched all these examples. Every time they do this, every time, the exhaust from the rocket repressurizes the chamber, and you don't get movement until you have pressure.
What do you want me to do? Build this now?
No, I don't want you to do anything. Like, I am not asking you to do anything. I'm just answering your questions. Like, if anything, I just want you to be critical of your own beliefs. Like, I don't care if you never turn into a flat earther. Like, you might realize that, well, they're not telling me the truth about the globe. Like, there's contradictions here. I don't want to accept that. Like, you might get to that point, and I'm perfectly fine with you even being a completely zealous glober. Like, I don't care what you become. Like, I don't care what you believe. I'm just here to help you if you want it.
Neither does science.
Yeah, and I love science.
Me too.
So how high has the highest rocket gone, just out of curiosity?
Well, the claim is it's gone to the moon.
All right.
That's
and
the highest.
What's your opinion?
Well, I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know. I don't have opinions on things I don't know.
So we don't know how high the highest rocket has gone. That's very convenient that we don't know how high they've gone.
Yeah, right.
Well, like I told you, I know how high they claimed it has gone. However, I don't actually know. There's a difference between belief and knowing. So I could believe that what they're telling me about how high they've gone with a rocket, or I could just be like, well, I don't know how high they've gone with a rocket. They've told me this high.
Why don't you believe them? Don't you have a reason to not believe them?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
How would you believe that? In what world? Like, what would you have to be there on the rocket?
Like I told you earlier, there's no reason to believe they've ever shot a rocket all the way to the moon. Because according to Werner von Braun and Elon Musk, Werner von Braun said they would need 3 of the rockets that they used to get to the moon. 1 to get into low Earth orbit, and 2 to ferry the fuel to refuel that first rocket so it could get to the moon. Elon Musk said he would need 15 starships just to refuel the spacecraft to get to the moon. So logistically, they never could have gone to the moon. But then we take all of the supposed images and evidence that they've gone to the moon, and we look at the different perspective of the images, let me find the link. I'll find the link for you. This is a.
You said that it takes 1 rocket to get into low Earth orbit?
Yeah, essentially. It uses about 98%, 95% of the fuel to get to low Earth orbit.
And how high is that?
It's claimed to be about... how high is the ISS? Fuck, I need to look that up.
120 miles?
Yeah, roughly.
See, that's interesting because of like maybe 2 hours ago, that's how long I've been here. I don't know if it was you, but people told me that you can't go that high. No one's ever been above 60 miles.
Nobody's saying they went that high. This is what is alleged.
Yeah, the NASA crew and the ISS crew claim to have gone higher than that, but no commercial flight has gone higher than 60 miles, and that's Bezos and crew.
Flight? You mean like in an airplane or any?
No, like Bezos had his penis rocket. He shot Lady Gaga up there and William Shatner, and then William Shatner was like, well, it looks flat from that height. And then the old lady who was like, I'm super disappointed that I couldn't see the Earth curve.
Okay, so how high did they go? Or you don't believe them? You don't know?
I'll give you Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about that just a second.
Very serious scholarly discussion going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you entered into it for itself.
Right. So we just don't believe anyone who says they've gone high. Not hot air balloon, not Bezos, not NASA.
Bro, it's not about like what you don't believe them. Like William Shatner and the lady who went on the flight said the Earth looked flat from that height. However, like Lady Gaga says something different, but like she's crazy. And here's hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson on Bezos going up.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was? No. So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
I don't even think that guy understands what that means.
Which guy?
What's his
Trace
name?
AI.
Yeah, I don't even think he understands. Like, he doesn't seem to get it.
Get what? That Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that you wouldn't be able to see the height from that, see the Earth curve from that height because basic math.
Drace, let me just ask you a question. Can I just posit a question toward you?
Sure.
How big is the Earth?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, I don't have a claim on the size of the Earth.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hey,
do you have a claim on the size of the Earth?
We don't know. Do you think it's possible to know?
We don't know. So you don't have a claim either on the size of the Earth.
No, I'm not going to do that. But do you think it's possible to know?
So we're in the same location. Okay, got it. So what was the point of that?
Do you think it's possible to know?
Sure, if you explored all of the Earth.
Okay, how would you then surmise what, like, the total size?
I don't know. I'm not exploring the whole of the Earth. I don't.
Wait, but how would by exploring, how would that tell you the size?
Well, you would explore it and figure that out. Like, I'm not the one doing that, so
figure it out how.
Why are you asking me? I'm not making that claim.
So
you're the one that claims the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat, dumbass. You can go out and measure it yourself.
It's not measured flat.
How big does it measure?
For itself,
how big does it measure? I don't claim to the size. I don't have a claim to the size of the Earth. I have a claim to the surface.
Okay.
Yeah, for itself. For itself, you've dropped in here and you're completely missing the point. Do you know why deGrasse Tyson got into this business of using the beach ball as an example in the first place?
I don't care about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, you were asking these pressing questions about it earlier, so now you don't care. Got it. Thanks, buddy. Never mind.
Yeah.
Are you in fear of learning something, of pulling the thread on why he was even talking about that?
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Because he got into it because he was answering Felix Baumgartner's claim that he was seeing the curvature of the Earth from his sky jump.
How high did he go?
120,000 feet, I think. Let me check.
How do you know that?
Dude, that's the point.
Bezos. Yeah, the point is, it was actually Bezos and his penis rocket height, not the Red Bull jump. He also commented on that and said, from that height, the horizon is flat.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'm crossing the beach ball, but every time someone claims they're seeing a ball Earth, deGrasse has to pipe up, and then have people like you somehow think that's a victory for Globe.
Old Hoss, can I ask you a question?
And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. And then
Right. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Old Hoss, can I ask you a question? I'm just here to try to understand you guys better.
Yes, ask away.
So do you think you know that the Earth is flat?
That's right.
Okay.
And now you're going to follow up with, well, you haven't been everywhere, right? You're missing the point. I'm not making some omniscient claim about what the Earth is in its entirety. The claim is that the Earth is a ball with a specific size. All you have to do is look at water, and here in reality, the surface is flat.
What do you mean by reality?
Oh, boy.
Well, it's a simple question. What do you mean by that?
Well, the fact that you're trying to infer that you and I aren't sharing the same reality right now tells me all I need to know. If you want to play a game, the here and now.
That is a place and a time.
It's right now, yeah. It's reality.
Okay. So reality means here and now.
What are you going to tell me reality is?
I don't know what you mean. You use that term.
Well, you brought it up. Well, why would you ask me a question about reality if you don't know what it is?
To clarify what you mean by the term.
Okay.
Do you practice epistemic
this isn't philosophy
humility?
101 first semester. We're not going to play, well, maybe we're just brains in a jar.
Right. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
I'm just going to cut you off at the path if that's where you're...
Okay. So you know the Earth is flat.
Do you find it's controversial, the idea that water seeks and finds level? Do you think that's controversial?
I think you misunderstand most things about what that means.
Well, you tell me what I misunderstand about what that means.
You think that level just means like horizontal, which is not what it means.
But you're going to tell me level is curved?
Again, I think you're misunderstanding what it means for something to be quote level.
Okay, listen, you can talk to Drace because he's better suited for someone lost in La La Land than I. Prior to this flat Earth conundrum, if someone handed you a basketball and they asked you to describe the surface of it, would you tell them that the surface was flat, level, or that the surface was curved?
Well, for an ant, it would seem flat.
No,
right?
I'm asking for you. If I handed you a ball. Excuse me?
From my perspective, it seems curved, of course.
What do you mean, seems curved? Define seems curved, or what's the difference between seems curved and is curved?
It appears that way.
Would you be able to measure it from one point of the ball's surface to another, whether or not that line is curving or flat?
You could measure it, yeah.
And then at that point, have you crossed the threshold of seems to be?
Well, there's a difference between the way things appear and the way things are.
Okay, now, see, you've had a break with reality. You're trying to exist in some place that doesn't exist after you're experiencing the is.
Well,
that's not on me.
Don't believe in phenomenology.
What phenomenology are you referring to?
Just basic phenomenology. Like, there's a difference between the way things appear and the way things are.
Yeah, that's true.
Are we having a conversation right now?
Well, it certainly appears that we are, to troll you a little bit. Like, yes.
No, you're trolling yourself, friend.
Is the curvature in the room with you right now?
So, anyways, do you agree that there's a difference between the way things appear?
No, I'm not going to go into this. No, I'm not going to go into this na-na land with you.
Okay, then do you
look both ways before you cross the street?
It's unrelated.
No, it's very related. Do you or don't you?
Related.
That's what I said. Do you or do you not look both ways before you cross the street?
Well, hey, look, it seems like we're not really having
Is that a hard question for you? Do you not leave your basement?
I don't live in a basement.
Okay, when you go out into the world, into reality, do you look both ways before you cross the street?
Yes, generally.
Why?
Are you being serious right now?
For real, on God.
Okay. You don't
Why
seem like
do
a
you
very
do that?
fun person to talk to.
Well,
I'm
boy,
just
you're the
gonna
one who
ignore you.
decided to speak with me. I'm. You want to have fun? Meet me in the Chuckles channel. But why do you check both ways before you cross the street?
I don't know. Why do you get so triggered every time this
I'm not
conversation
triggered,
comes
bro.
up?
You're the one retreating. If that's what you want to do, retreat and not answer the simplest of questions, go for it. Stay
Well, you just
stuck
seem
in the ball.
you just
Don't
seem
tell me
very
what
upset.
I seem. I'm not upset, bro. You couldn't
Yeah,
upset me
seems
if you
like you
tried.
are.
I'm blown away by your stubbornness.
Well, you just seem very aggravated and irritated.
Well,
and
you
it's not
seem
really
aggravated and irritated too.
He does,
not.
really.
You're also being a contrarian.
Yeah.
No, he's talking to you for itself.
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Yeah, that's true. Well, sometimes looking at things in a different perspective can be helpful.
Not when you're
That's
trying to get
fine.
somewhere in a conversation.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. But you're kind of being stubborn for stubborn's sake. I'm just saying you check both ways before you cross the road. I'm assuming because you're here with us right now having this conversation, and you do that in hopes of not getting run over by a vehicle. This is what reality is.
Reality is
if you want to pretend
you cross the street.
That's right. That's checking in with reality before proceeding.
Oh, okay. Fair, buddy. Yeah, I mean, if you think that's what reality means,
what do you think it
by
is?
all means.
Okay, then why do you look both ways? I asked you. You could have answered. Why do you do it then?
Well, to avoid getting hit, obviously.
Okay, hit where? By what? A figment of your imagination?
Well, by a car, of course, like you said.
Okay, a big block of steel on wheels.
Right.
Do you think cars are real?
Well, they certainly seem real.
Okay, see, now you're going into na-na land again.
How?
They seem real, but you don't believe they're real? What are you trying to imply here?
Well, what is real?
Yeah, so there's no car there on the street and you just walk in front of it?
Right.
Yeah, right. That's what you do? Yeah, you should be institutionalized.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, guys, back to reality.
Back to reality, which means crossing the street, by the way. That's what reality is.
That's right.
You don't know what reality is. You told us before that you don't know what reality is, and now you're trying to strawman his perception of reality as your perception?
Wait, perception of reality? What do you mean perception of reality? I thought there's just reality.
That's how you've described it, sir. I keep asking you what reality is to you, and you won't answer.
Do you agree that atoms are real?
Dude, is there a possibility that you yourself uttering these phrases are just a brain in a vat somewhere? Are you open to that possibility? Because if that's the case, it would make no sense for me to speak to you any longer.
Okay,
Or any
I'm
of
not
us.
a brain in a jar.
Why not?
I'm sitting in my room.
How do you know that? Okay, so is that reality?
No, that's a concept, but
Okay, dude. No.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, so do you think
know if atoms exist?
Do you think atoms are real?
Well, that's a concept, no.
You
What
don't
do you
think
mean by
atoms are
atoms?
real? Like tiny particles. Little particles with electrons and no, not dust. No. Elementary particles.
Yeah, show us.
Sorry?
Yeah, show what you're talking about.
Show what you're talking about? So you don't believe in atoms?
Well, I didn't say I didn't believe in atoms. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what an atom is?
Are you talking about the Bohr model? What are you talking about?
Are you talking about the concept of an atom?
Atoms?
Are you talking about atomism?
I'm talking about atoms.
I think he's stuck in Narnia.
Literal atoms.
Yeah,
do you believe that? It's literally a simple question.
Repeating yourself over and over again and saying, oh, cloud, oh, cloud, oh, cloud, oh, cloud, oh, cloud, is not explaining what a cloud is, dumbass.
What's an atom?
I'm just asking if you believe they're real.
No. What's an atom?
Believe what is real? Explain what you're asking us to believe is real.
Elementary particles.
What elementary particles?
Atoms.
Just show us.
That's not
You
circular
can't
at
just
all.
repeat yourself like a dumbass. That's not being intelligent.
You want me to show you an atom?
Yeah, show us what you're talking about.
And you think you live in reality?
Well, you don't think you live in reality. That's the problem here. Like,
okay, what are things made of
yes,
then?
I think I live in reality. You don't think you live in reality. That's the problem.
Okay. What are things made of?
I don't have
what
a claim
does this
on
have
that.
to do with anything?
I mean, the Earth has to be made of something. What are you measuring?
Dirt and rocks and shit like that.
Okay, what are dirt and rocks made of?
Dirt and rocks?
Dirt and rocks are made of dirt and rocks.
Yeah. Aren't they?
Okay. What is it? What is
their definition?
Aren't they made of dirt and rocks?
Are they made
That's
of
a cyclical
substance?
definition.
Yeah, you're right. It's a cyclical definition, but we're not making a claim on what they are. So asking that question is incoherent.
Are you not making a claim
hold
because
on.
you don't know?
For itself, you want, let me just cut to the chase. You want to say a brick wall is made of atoms, therefore I could walk through the brick wall in theory.
Wait, what?
Where are you going?
I'm trying to establish a consensus reality.
We went from I said I threw you a basketball and you go, well, it seems curved, to this.
Right.
You don't even know.
That we can agree on something.
You tell us what atoms is. I've been asking you. You just say atoms, 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 atoms. What are atoms? Because you're making the claim and asking us if we believe in that.
They are elementary particles, substances.
Yeah. What are those?
They're the constitutive matter that makes up the material world.
Yeah. What is that?
I just told you. I just gave you an
didn't.
explanation.
You just said it was the matter that made up the world. You didn't explain what it was.
It's a simple... Okay, I could go further. I could say they're made up themselves.
Do they have them in a museum somewhere?
No, they're literally all around you.
Questions here?
Yeah, saying it's all around you is not describing what it is. That's just saying, oh, it's around me.
It is a simple substance.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. You're just saying it's a substance. What is it?
I just told you.
How much does it weigh?
You just said it was a substance. You didn't say what it was.
What color is it?
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. We don't believe in atoms. We don't believe in atoms.
We don't believe in atoms. You don't believe in atoms. You don't know what it is. You're not. We're just asking you. You're asking us to believe in atoms. We're saying we don't know. Please show us these atoms you believe in. Please, you don't know what it is.
What flavor do they come in?
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're being very real. We're living in reality.
All right, bro. Let's grant you atoms. What's next?
But he made
cool. We agree that atoms exist. Do we observe them?
I'll grant them to you.
Okay, cool. You agree that atoms exist. Do we observe atoms?
Nope.
No.
No. Then how do we know that they exist?
Because you
Do
said
you
so.
observe them?
Wait, I'm talking to
How
this
do
guy
we
who
know that
agrees
they
that atoms
exist? You just asked us to believe in them.
Well,
So what are you
in
talking
order
about?
in order to move the conversation forward, somebody had to say, "Okay, we believe in them now," and now now let's move forward.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But he asked a genuine philosophical question: what is a reality? That's a genuine philosophical question that keeps
What this
going
guy is
on.
attempting to avoid.
Okay, so you got atoms now. Now what? Now prove ball.
Yeah, I know atoms exist in the
I
same
think
way I know the globe exists.
that's what I was just gonna say. I think what he's done is he's welded the globe and atoms together.
Yeah, right.
He's kind of kicked himself in the.
Yeah,
You
that's just
can't.
what I want to like move everything forward. So what his argument is that if you take atoms for what they are, you take the globe for what it is, and it's a solid argument. I'll take it for what it is.
Yeah, what do you mean what it is? You didn't describe what it is. There's multiple models
Listen,
of what
dude,
an atom
the same-
is. Dumbass.
you don't have-
Multiple models for what an atom
I don't have to give
is.
you a lecture to
And you
understand
saying it's a fundamental
logic.
particle isn't actually
You're not
describing what it
tracking.
is.
Sorry to break it to you.
Hold on.
You're
Twanger.
I will mute you if you don't just keep interrupting me when I'm talking to you.
Well, Twanger, you said you don't observe the atoms, so do you observe the globe?
Indirectly, in the same way we indirectly observe atoms.
Oh, now you indirectly observe atoms.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
so
can
he's
actually
just saying that
directly
he
observe
doesn't know
atoms.
what atoms is. He's saying indirectly he doesn't actually observe what atoms are, and so he can't describe what it is. Same way with the globe.
Dude, you're not tracking, Grace. You're not tracking, dude.
It doesn't actually detect the globe anywhere. He indirectly assumes it and infers it.
But that's not true because we can observe atoms directly because we have. It was a recent news in the scientific. No. Yes, we can. No. Yes, we can because we have strong enough micro telescopes that can zoom enough times that we can observe atoms.
So do we get to see the little? Do we get to see the little orbits going around them now? Finally,
So which model did it prove?
orbits. Did it prove orbits? So we can finally say the moon orbits a ball.
You don't think the moon orbits the Earth?
No,
We're
it's not.
talking about atoms here.
Moons and shit like that. No, nothing orbits anything, dude.
Oh, nothing orbits anything.
That's correct.
So, okay. What happens then?
What are you talking about?
Why does the moon? Why is the moon up there? Where does it go?
Oh, the moon moves just like the sun moves. Yeah, it just moves around.
How?
The same way it always does.
No, I asked how. Like, how does it move?
How come I have to answer you, but you can't tell me how your shit works?
Yeah,
How
we
does
don't
the
have a
Earth
claim
stay
of how
spinning?
it moves. We don't have a claim of how it moves.
How does the globe Earth stay spinning forever?
Yeah, we don't have a claim of how it moves. We're not making a new cosmology. Get it through your thick skull. We're just measuring the surface and proving that your current cosmology is false.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
The jagged pill, huh?
Right. You could have just said you don't know.
How
I guess
does
that doesn't sound as good.
What makes the globe Earth spin perpetually, forever, exactly the same, never slowing down or speeding up? What makes it do
I
that?
don't know.
How does it work? How does that work?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know because I didn't make up the globe story.
I answered you. Inertia.
Where did that come from?
The initial inertia.
Yeah, where did it come from?
I assume from its creation.
Wow. All right, so that's how the moon moves overhead from when it was created. There's your answer.
Yeah, see, at least he has an explanation for it.
And I gave you one. I gave you an explanation. The moon moves because that's how it was created.
Who was it created by and when?
The same guy who created your stuff.
Wait, what?
I was talking about asteroids colliding, that kind of stuff.
No, something had to make all that first. Something had to make your space container because you can't have a vacuum of space without a container.
What leads you to believe that it had to be created by something?
Because what are you talking about? Yeah, because Earth is flat and stationary. We're not floating around in a universe. That's why.
You're not following what I'm saying, like, at all.
Yeah, go ahead. How do you make something random be flat and stationary?
I don't know how.
You don't.
You don't make it flat and stationary?
No, it just randomly doesn't appear that way all by itself. That's correct. No, you don't do that. Doesn't happen.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I mean, I honestly don't know.
Everything for you guys is possibility. Possibility that I'm a brain in a jar.
Well, I mean, you could be. You wouldn't know.
Of course. That's the only way out for you guys. But yet you can't explain why your Earth is flat in your brain in the jar.
It's weird, dude, that you press anyone for answers repeatedly when 10 minutes ago you were saying there is no reality.
Well, I just asked you what that meant. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I guess we've just got to with your final admittance that you are open to the idea that you're a brain in a vat. When you told me it, I mean, I have like a timeline in my head. You keep going back and forth.
I mean,
you told me you weren't a brain in a vat. Now you could be.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You're delving into nonsense to somehow save this idea that the Earth could be a ball. That's what I'm talking about, man.
What do you think what do you think reality is? You're asking us what do we think reality is? We say it's the thing that informs your senses. What do you think reality is?
I'm a nihilist. I don't think it's anything. I think it's nothing. Maybe you can contradict what I'm saying.
If you're a nihilist, how the hell are you going to evaluate it?
He gave up, dudes. That's why he said that. That's what it sounds like.
That's not
when you
really
give
what
up.
a nihilist is.
No, I'm a nihilist, like a total nihilist, so...
Nihilist believes that life is meaningless, not that
No, I'm an ontological nihilist. So.
All right, the end for you then. Thanks for butting in, nihilist.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to
go
shut
back
down
to
the
Printer? At least
conversation?
he's able to have a conversation. I mean, don't get your fifis involved, nihilist.
I'm not. So.
Well, he thinks knowledge is impossible. Like, as a nihilist, he thinks knowledge is impossible. So, like, I don't even understand what he's doing in this conversation.
Well, I'm trying to spread the word that knowledge is impossible and that things are impossible.
Yeah, just your life is impossible. Yeah, you being successful is impossible, dude.
He's telling us that the globe is impossible. It's impossible to have knowledge of the Earth as a globe. So
and flat as well. So
that's your belief. That's fine.
But check this out, right? He knows that to be the case, right?
No, I just think it. I mean, that's what I think.
You don't. Okay.
That's what I think. You can think something else if you like.
Okay.
Can you ask questions about whether
Right. So it could be full of shit for all we know.
Anything is
You know,
possible.
calling him dumbass and full of shit isn't really helping anything.
All right, get back to Printer because this guy's given up. He waved
He's a
the white
nihilist.
flag. It's over.
There's nothing, no helping him.
Yeah, I appreciate the peanut gallery, Printer. Yeah, you've been dealt with already. Sit down.
Can we ask now questions about like that?
Yes, questions go.
Okay, if Earth is flat, how thick is it?
Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So you don't know.
And the funny thing is, you say it. When you're saying it, I can tell that it's embedded in your head that Earth is something suspended in something else. Yeah, maybe that's like saying, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's like, how long is time? Or it's like, who knows? Earth.
Wow. Yeah.
Earth is the thing.
dude.
There's no thing to be it.
I mean, if something is flat, a genuine question is that how thick is it?
No,
I mean,
that's
I'm
the
not trolling.
surface. Okay, that's just the surface of it. Answers, who knows?
Okay, you don't. So you don't know.
Correct.
You don't.
It's
so you don't
unknown.
know. Why should we listen to you? You don't know anything.
No, dude. He's asking about the entirety of what the Earth is. He's
Enunciating
asking
it isn't going to help you.
dimensions. Dude, don't worry about it, nihilist. Next question.
But you're proving my point that you don't know.
No, I know the surface is flat. What the Earth is in its entirety, unknown. How are you not hearing two different things?
Yeah, it's two different things. We're not claiming to know all of Earth. We're not making a replacement cosmology. So, not knowing the cosmology doesn't change the fact that the Earth doesn't measure curve. It measures flat. And so everybody can go out and do that. They don't need a cosmology for that. There are a bunch of flat Earth cosmologies. All of the ancient religions, Abrahamic religions, they're all based on flat Earth cosmology. That doesn't mean you need to believe it because of the religion, but you can go out and test it for yourself and confirm that at least a part of your whatever religion is at least true.
Can we ask more questions?
Sure.
Okay, if Earth is flat, is it possible to fall over? I mean, it has edges to fall over or to dig enough deep hole.
Fall to where? Where are you going to fall to?
Yeah, that's the problem. I understand where you're coming from. We have not explored the ends of the Earth. What we have explored is the surface, and the surface lacked the curvature required to be a globe of the size they claimed. And so we're not making claims about what's beyond the known world. There are people who want to explore that. That's unrelated to us. We're just the ones checking the surface.
But it's possible to explore the Earth considering that we have planes for traveling all around the world.
Yeah,
planes. How did you measure it flat, Drace? How did you do that?
Hey, dude.
Just a second. Planes and ships fly in corridors or along shipping lanes, and so they have set flight paths. And how I measured it is through lasers and observations, and then testing the conditions to see if refraction could possibly allow the globe to exist. However, that didn't work out, and the globe wasn't true, so I'm a flat earther now.
Can you post your results in the side chat?
So the question is, can we fully explore the Earth, considering that we have technology for that in terms of planes, ships, rockets.
No, we can't because we don't have technology to do that.
Okay, and
the people, when you asked about how deep the people tried to dig, they only got 8 miles, so they say. So you don't have good enough bores either.
Okay, but we have submarines who really went
Dude, in your flat Earth that you're talking about, can you draw me a picture of what happens when you fall off? Draw that for me so I know what flat Earth you're talking about.
What do you mean?
Well, you made up a flat Earth. You're talking about falling off edges. I want you to draw what that looks like for me, because that's not what I didn't come up with. People fall off edges. That's not what we think. I'm wondering where you even got that from.
Well, I have. If I would imagine flat Earth, I would imagine it as some round circle, not ball, because for obvious reason, but circle or square or some other shape, which have boundaries, right, to which you can go. And if you pass that boundary, what happens?
So, where is this flat Earth of yours? Just floating with the other planets?
Well, yes, the planets, the sun, the moon.
Oh, okay. So,
distant, far away.
yeah, that's where you got lost. So that's not what we say. Earth is flat and stationary. We're on the ground. Everything else in the sky is above us. That's it. We're not a planet. We're not a ball. Space is fake. You can get that one out of your head. Don't worry about it anymore. You can get rid of gravity too. And then you get rid of all those. And then you start with Earth is flat and stationary. And we have air pressure. So that means we're contained also.
But how do meteoroids and asteroids?
They don't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive, 100%.
How are you sure?
Because space is fake.
So when we use telescopes and we watch these asteroids and meteors move, so that's fake too?
When I go on a boat and I use a glass bottom boat and I see stuff moving down in the water, does that mean that the things in the water are space people?
That doesn't exclude the possibility that asteroids and meteors are flying above you.
No, yeah, nothing's hitting the ground. Don't worry about it.
Okay, and
whatever light show you see is up in the sky. Doesn't hit. It doesn't land in your backyard. Never has. Nobody's ever went outside with their camera and said, "Look what fell out of the sky last night." My buddy on his front door in his Ring camera saw this land in my backyard. We went out there, and there it is. It's a basketball size glowing metal rock in my backyard because it fell from the sky. Nobody's ever done that, have they?
Okay, let's imagine one plane.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
There was a movie like 25 years ago called Armageddon. You ever hear of it with Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck?
Yes.
They sent a bunch of oil diggers. Yeah, they sent a bunch of oil diggers up on to blow up a space rock that was hurtling through Earth to wipe us out like they did the dinosaurs.
Yes.
So you're aware of the film. So where does the science, quote unquote, of what we're living in, this outer space realm, where does that differ from the fantasy fiction Bruce Willis presentation. Why is the fiction exactly like the quote unquote science? How does that work?
It's not exactly. It's, let's say, to some degree.
Okay, so if an asteroid gets a little too close, coming towards Earth, what I'm saying is, do you ever think that this story about the lights in the sky and the things they say they discover and show pictures to the public of is just to put lipstick on the pig of this entire, to remind people, hey, we're in outer space? And it would seem, I don't know why it doesn't raise a red flag that all the fiction stories are exactly like the quote unquote science.
Well, they're not exactly. They're to some degree. Or let's say to lesser degree.
Yeah. It's just they have this idea in your head that it might be possible to send a mission up there to go one of these things that's heading this direction, and Bruce Willis it.
Well,
that's like fantasy.
I understand your point, but in my reason would be that it would be. Let's imagine that some asteroid, as it was in that movie, that it's coming fast and to hit the Earth, okay? And instead of sending men on that asteroid to drill it, just send a big rocket which will hit it and destroy it.
I think they said they did that a couple of years ago, even. Yeah, did the whole Death Star.
So nobody even has to be involved. So check it out now. There's something coming. Listen, I found this thing in the sky. I haven't told NASA about it yet, but it's going to hit Earth. And if you guys give me around $25 million, I'll be able to develop something to push it away. And then when you'll know that it worked because we won't get hit by it.
Oh, that's nothing, bro. I will do it for 20.
No, mine's better because I can. I'll have evidence with mine. I'll have video of it.
We are living in an expensive world, my friend. Every million counts.
That's very cheap. That's very cheap, dude. That's really cheap. That's what it costs. I'm not even going to say. Anyway, that's cheap.
Not cheap enough.
Well, a little competition's good. But yeah, he's covered. He's hedged it with selling asteroid insurance too. So good luck getting into that game. He's monopolized it. But dude, you did it again though when you talked about falling off of the Earth. Falling off into what is the question? You've got this idea that Earth is somewhere suspended in a void.
Okay.
That's just the story they sold to us all.
Okay. Let's imagine it this way. So imagine that we enter a plane, and we start to fly in one direction only. So either we will fall off, or we can hit some wall. It's either two. I don't see a third option. If we are contained, then we will hit some invisible or visible wall.
Here's the third option. Here it is. This is the one that's going. This is reality option. What's going to happen is you're going to crash.
Okay.
Because you're going to run out of fuel. Now, what do you think of that? That's the reality option. That's the third one. That's the one that happens if we actually try to do it.
What happens when the fuel? What happens when the fuel limitations you hit? You've flown X far, and you know that you can fly for, like, let's say 24 hours. Let's say that you have so much fuel. But once you've flown 12 hours and you still haven't hit an end, either you're gonna sacrifice your life and know that no information will ever get back if you continue further, or you turn back.
Why do you have to fly? Can't you just walk?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, go ahead and walk. Do that. What are you going to use for a reference point to know you're going in the direction you want to be going?
Suddenly you get exhausted.
Yeah, and you're going to end up swimming.
No, I want to know what you guys. I want to know how you guys are going to know the
30
direction
years,
you're
maybe.
going. So you're not going in circles. How you going to know which way you're going?
Do
In
compasses exist?
reality, not in imagination land. In reality, how are you going to know which way you're going?
In reality, do compasses exist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
You're
use a
going to
compass.
follow a compass?
Yeah.
You're going to go in a circle. There you go. I win.
All right. Well, I'll mark the locations I've been. And
Yeah.
I'll
What
just
are you go gonna back. do when the compass stops working and just starts spinning in circles?
This was a hypothetical, right?
Yeah, I'm
You didn't-
asking you, what are you gonna do when the compass starts spinning in circles?
Keep moving in the same direction.
Which direction?
The one I'm already moving in.
You don't have
So
any.
you're gonna
You don't
go in a
have any
big circle.
heading. Yeah, you don't have a heading now. You no longer have a heading. So all you have to do is blink your eyes and let the wind blow you a little tiny bit one direction while your eyes are closed, and you will not know which way you're going next.
Okay. What if I took a plane, right, and I brought 12 hours of fuel with me, and I only used 6? No, I only used 3, and I needed 3 to go back, so I left the other 6 where I was. So then I take another plane, get to that fuel point, and keep moving, and repeat this process until I find the edge.
So you think there's just planes lying around all the way to the edge, do you?
Ask AI to do that, and ask it how long it would take to find the edge, and how much fuel does it require, and how many people will it take to do that. Ask AI. Because each time you make a fuel, each time you drop, you got to drop 2 things off, right? Or 3. You have to drop 3 off, right? So that you can carry one back to the next one that doesn't have anything yet, and then you got 1 to fill up with, so you can make it back to the other one. Then you got to carry 3 more or something, don't you? Better figure it all out. Tell me what the logistics are with your great fucking idea that you have there.
Yeah,
And while you're kicking that, Printer, just something to think about. It's somewhat chilly in Antarctica, so fuel doesn't like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit insane. I've thought of many different ways of exploring the exterior. You could use balloons and transmit data between the balloons so that you could live stream data back, and so that you're not going into a death zone. However, all of this requires a lot more money than is required to falsify the religious belief we were all raised in. We don't need to believe
Why do
that.
we have to actually do it?
We don't need to solve what the world is. We just need to show that they're not telling us the whole truth, and then we can actually learn something and try to go forward as a human species, learning what the reality actually is instead of being deluded into some belief system that has no foundation.
Why do I have to actually do the thing?
You don't have to actually do the thing. You can just go around believing the Earth is a globe, or you could go around believing the Earth is flat. That's fine.
It seems like you're all against thought experiments.
If you want to know if the Earth is flat or a globe, you test the surface. If you want to know how far the surface goes, you explore that. We're not the people exploring how far the surface goes.
Why not?
Your model is very incomplete. Any question I ask...
What model?
What do you mean, what model? The flat Earth model.
It's actually more like a dogma than a model.
What model?
Any question I ask that you don't have an answer to, you simply say, I don't know. But
what would you prefer them
Earth
to do?
has the answer to everything.
Would you prefer
what would you prefer them to do? Lie to you?
Well, yes, he does prefer the lies. Listen to him.
Yeah, he does. He said
I could tell you there's unicorns, there's giants. I could tell you all sorts of bullshit. There's people all over the internet who tell you that sort of bullshit. You could just go look for that online if you want to believe that. We're not giving you something to believe in. We don't want to.
You know what? No, I'm not letting you off this thought experiment.
We don't want to put you in the same position you started in. We want you to develop critical thinking so that you can look at your own belief system and be like, wait, they told me this, but I am experiencing that. What are their excuses for why I experienced the opposite of what they told me? And then you start digging into it. And in the process, you become intelligent. You start to learn how things work. Or you could just believe some random garbage. That's your choice. We're not here to make it for you.
You can't just avoid the thought experiment. You have to give an answer to it.
Okay,
you can't say, I don't know. It's a hypothetical.
What's your thought experiment? What's your thought experiment?
Is the Earth a thought experiment?
What is your thought experiment?
I'll explain the thought experiment right now. Take any shape you claim the Earth is.
We don't claim a shape. Space is fake. Now what do we do? Now we're in a conundrum.
Yeah, you're in a problem. You're trying to ascribe to us a shape claim. We don't make a shape claim, so you're in a category error.
If you don't even know what shape the Earth is, then you're not in a position to defy the globe.
Oh, we are, because the globe is defunct. The Earth doesn't have the curvature required for it to be a globe. So any explanation that's derived from that assumption that's been falsified is false.
The flat Earth doesn't have an explanation for existing.
Bro, by knowing what we don't know, we are closer to the truth than believing something that is untrue.
It does.
You don't know what shape the Earth is. You don't even know what shape it is.
It does have an
That's not
explanation.
progressive.
It does have an explanation for existing, dude.
Not necessarily.
How does it exist in our 3D space?
Yes, it's 3D. That's correct.
You actually could be more deluded than the ones who believe that the Earth is round.
How so? When we don't have any beliefs to delude ourselves with, we just have measurements of the actual surface.
Yeah, just to go measure it.
Well, you don't.
How is that delusional?
So you're the one who's stuck trying to reify your belief system and deny observable reality that can be measurable. So you can go out and measure the world and see if it is curving or not. So that's something you can just do. That has nothing to do with your belief system that got falsified in the process.
But do you understand that the Earth, if it's flat, that it could be also a pyramid?
We're not claiming the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the mechanics beyond.
You're claiming you don't know anything.
We're not claiming things that are not knowable. So you having beliefs about. This is no different than me talking to an ancient Greek who's telling me that the sun is being carried around by a chariot, by the gods. You're a fundamentalist. I don't believe your religious.
This is very different.
Crap. Okay.
I'm not a religious crap. I'm not believing.
Yes, you are. You're a religious zealot who believes in the globe, contrary to observable reality, objective reality, and your experience gives you a flat, stationary worldview. However, your
worldview fails to explain anything.
Wrong. You think your senses are wrong, and that you think that the world curves beyond your senses because people have told you. You have a religious belief and priests.
I don't have priests for the globe.
Yes, you do. CNN.
But is it possible for flat earther that the Earth is actually a pyramid?
So here we go. Now we have the globe,
for?
Sasha. We have the globe, Sasha, and the flat Earth, Sasha. We need to put those two on a separate server so they can talk.
Yeah, no, we're not claiming the Earth is a pyramid, and if there was some magical
is there a
means that
possibility?
could allow the Earth to be a pyramid, I don't know about that. I don't have no claims on that. So I don't know what the final shape of the Earth is. It could be a globe so large in proportions that the Earth is a tiny flat spot on it.
Yeah, let's help you out with can it be or not be. Okay, I already told you space does not exist. Outer space vacuum doesn't exist. So what the fuck is Earth supposed to be in, and what shape would it have to be?
I mean, it could be a pyramid, an upside pyramid that we are.
In where? What kind of space? The pretend space that doesn't exist, the space vacuum of the universe?
Okay,
you don't believe in 3D space.
Just imagine it as a upside pyramid, and we are living on the bottom of it, and the point of the pyramid is below us. The pointy point.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah, that has problems in itself.
I mean, it goes along. You're living on a flat Earth.
No, you're the one who requires that you need to be on some kind of an object. You need to be on some space object, dude.
So on this pyramid, what kind of gravity do you have? This is your idea. We don't believe in pyramid Earth. So what kind of gravity do you have on your pyramid?
But you said that you're not sure that it could be a pyramid.
Yeah, I'm not claiming pyramid Earth. You are the one claiming pyramid Earth. So let's go through it. Let's go through it. I'm not claiming pyramid Earth. You're the one bringing it up. So let's go through it. Does your gravity work on your pyramid Earth?
I brought it as if it is as a possibility for flat earther that Earth could be a pyramid, an upside pyramid.
Yeah, we're not claiming Earth is a pyramid, so why are you trying to invent positions for us? That's a straw man fallacy.
Yeah, it's not possible, and space is fake, so there's a double bad one for you. So you can't go on with it anymore, so now you have to move on to something new. I checkmated you. That's it.
And no, you didn't, because it goes along that you are living on a flat Earth, because pyramid has a bottom which is flat.
No, we don't. There is no bottom. There is no. We're not talking about any bottoms. You're just making shit up.
I'm asking you if
no, you're not asking us. You didn't ask us. You're claiming something that doesn't exist.
No, I didn't. I didn't claim. I just asked if that could be.
That's not how you ask questions.
Yes, I did. I asked a question about it. That if it could be a possibility for a flat earther.
No, it can't. It cannot be a possibility.
Okay, can it be, for example,
multiple different factors? It would depend on multiple different factors. If it were even a possibility, this is why I asked you, what kind of gravity is on your pyramid Earth?
But what kind of gravity would exist on a flat Earth which you don't know a shape of it?
We don't need gravity. Only you require gravity.
Yeah, you require gravity in a specific function because of how you shape it. So when you create a pyramid gravity, you create a gravity that would create insane distortions on the flat surface if you're using Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity. So depending on how you imagine gravity works, changes how the effect would behave on the surface.
Also, Trace, is it a 4-sided or a 5-sided pyramid? 4-sided, right? Each side is... Yeah, he gets it all fucked up. It's got to be specifically which pyramid gravity is he using?
Let's say 4-sided, a classical one. 4-sided.
Yeah, you're not understanding the underlying point here, buddy. It doesn't matter the geometry of the pyramid. All you're changing is how the effect is going to appear on the surface based on your presumption of how gravity works.
Yeah, so go ahead and tell us how pyramid gravity works, where it makes points on the outside and makes a triangle, 60-degree corners and all that. Tell us how that all works.
Yeah, you're essentially by claiming the shape of a pyramid, you're essentially creating a whole new gravity that no one has ever postulated before in the history of mankind. And now you need to supply us with the mathematics that make that gravity work on a pyramid Earth and show the same effects we see in real life.
Well, that could be a question that could be discovered in the future.
Future proof.
So you're just appealing to the future and you don't have any reasonable response, any reasonable argument to support your position. It's just throw it at the future because you don't have anything, right?
Yeah, it could be later on in 50 years, somebody's going to probably come up with an answer. So that's my proof.
Yeah, that's like if the people who invented phlogiston were like, oh, well, in the future it's going to be proven, but it was actually debunked, just like the globe was debunked?
Not necessarily, because there was one scientist who said when the first computers appeared, he actually prophesied very accurately that in the future computers will be like a box small. And he was living in the era when the computers were occupying a whole room. They were such big.
That's a non sequitur. Those two things are not even.
Yeah, and anybody could do that,
analogy.
Dude. Anybody can do that.
Anybody can do that. Like I can do that. Like if you watch the computer develop from a whole room size computer to do a tiny calculation to half a room to do a calculation, it's easy to understand that if things develop along this path, we'll eventually have a small box computer. Like, are you dumb?
No, you're not getting a point. There were also, let's say, false predictions. For example, there are predictions for atomic bomb when it was created. Then that it was for the scientists were predicting that you would need, for example, 10 years to produce atomic bomb, and it was produced and made much faster than that period. So we had an atomic bomb.
Then what we found out was that that's all just made up bullshit. Atomic bombs. That's why they can make them so fast, and that's why they can make so many of them, because they're just pretend.
Yeah, atomic bombs are another thing that you cannot test for yourself. It's something that you believe in. Like, there's people who believe in atomic bombs, and there's nothing wrong with believing in atomic bombs. But I haven't seen enough evidence to believe in it myself. And if it
You're kidding me, right? You don't believe in atomic bombs?
No, I don't.
What happened in Hiroshima? Nothing?
Nothing. Yeah, they were picking up sticks later that afternoon.
Yeah,
fire.
You're shitting. Never evacuated the city.
I've seen pictures from Hiroshima.
I have a question for you now. So you're asking me to give you how would a gravity work in a pyramid-shaped flat Earth, but you can't give me a dimensions of your flat Earth model.
Yeah, we don't have a model. That's your problem. You claim we have a model, your model, but we don't have a model. We're not claiming a model. We're debunking your retarded model, dumbass. So we have evidence that your model isn't true, so we don't have to create a replacement model. Falsification is independent of replacement.
And we don't have to go along with the one you made up in your imagination about flat Earth.
So you don't even have a model. You're even worse in position.
Yeah, I do. It's Earth is flat.
We're not in a worse position. We're in a better position than you because your model has been falsified.
No, you're in
your
worse
model
position
has been falsified. And so
You
we're
don't
in a
even
better
have a
position
model.
because we don't have a model yet.
I'm going to give you a
just have
model. That way,
measurements that
I'm going to give you a model. That way
your position.
I'm going to give you a model. That way you can be quiet. All right. I'm going to give you a model. That way you can relax. Are you happy with that? If I give you one? Yes or no?
You said that you don't. But you don't have a model.
I'm going to give you one. Do you want one? Yes or no?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, Earth is flat and stationary, and it's contained because we have air pressure. That's the model. Debunk it.
Give me the dimensions of it.
Very big, really, really big.
You said nothing because terms like big, small, medium doesn't mean nothing. Give me a specific.
You still can't debunk me.
I debanked you because you're using unreasonable terms. It's like if I ask you how meters does 1 kilogram has, or how much miles 1 pound has.
I think you're broken.
No. You see how you fell into completely.
Oh no, I didn't fall into anything.
Oh, you definitely did. So you don't even have.
It's weird.
Have a
You
model.
guys seem you seem bent
dimension.
out of shape, dude. You seem bent out of shape. That we've realized that the Earth is flat. Now you demand omniscience from us. Oh, you don't know everything. Oh, I see. Oh, very good.
know
That's right,
anything.
but I want to.
What other details am I supposed to give you? I said it's flat and stationary, right? And it's contained because we have air pressure. What other details do I have to give you about Earth?
If it's contained, that means it has boundaries.
Okay.
Boundaries, and where are those boundaries?
You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go look for yourself, I guess.
So nobody did it before. So
yeah, they yes, they did. They found it and never came back because they ran out of fuel and died.
Very interesting.
Well, prove that something else happened to them.
They concluded that the Earth is actually round.
Who did?
Who didn't?
Well, you can't use a compass. If you use a compass, you just go around in circles, right?
How did you come to the conclusion that atomic bombs don't exist?
Because we haven't used them yet. And I can't just make one in my garage. Because if I could make one, then we would have them. Everybody would have them.
And do you think that people should use nuclear bombs?
Yeah. If you guys are going to try to use them against me, I'm going to have my own. That way you really won't fuck with me because you'll think I'm crazy.
You said you can't make them. How are you going to have your own?
That's correct. You cannot make them. If you could make them, I would have one made already.
That's because you don't know how to make it and don't have the means.
Oh, don't tell.
Because it's impossible.
Quiet. Don't start with that shit. That what I know and what I don't know how to do.
I love this. This is like a full circle moment because now you guys are somehow gotten into talking about splitting atoms, and about an hour ago we addressed the whole atom thing.
Oh, you didn't address anything an hour ago.
Yeah, dude. You could get the same results that you see in all that World War II footage from the planes of those mushroom clouds if you stacked a bunch of dynamite. There was no fallout, nuclear fallout, atomic bomb fallout. Like like they claim there is.
So this would be crazy to say to a Japanese person.
Yeah, they didn't get radiation poisoning. They just kept living there. Those cities were never left.
Yeah,
so
they
they
didn't
just
Chernobyl those cities.
So they are just lying, Japanese.
Oh my lord!
What ones are alive that were there?
You're missing what I said.
They died from the bomb.
Yeah, dude.
So those are the ones that we have to worry about. The ones you claim died. That's the ones that's the proof.
Look, a lot of people were killed. I don't know why you're making fun of this topic.
Yeah. So your proof is somebody died. That means that the Earth is a ball and atomic.
My proof is that thousands of people died.
So that means atomic bombs are real, and the Earth is a ball.
And they are very well documented.
Oh my goodness!
They're not documented at all, or I would be able to make one myself.
So
that
if
is not the meaning of documented.
Let me get your logic straight. If thousands of people die, it means it was an atomic bomb.
That is not even remotely close to what I said.
It's exactly what you said.
That's pretty much what you are saying. And therefore, there was an atomic bomb. You're making a logical leap there.
I'm not saying that every time a lot of people die, it's because of an atomic bomb.
How did you know that this time it was because of your fictional atomic bomb?
Because there's radiation and a whole...
No radiation.
There's no radiation.
So you're telling me that these guys just died from a normal bomb?
No, people didn't die like you think they did.
No one died.
Yeah, a normal big bomb. Or big explosion, big boom boom.
Did people die or did they not?
Of course, people died. There was a firebomb set off above those cities. They sprayed it with
firebomb.
Accelerant. Yeah, sprayed it with accelerants. Planes came over, went, and then like sprayed it like a field, and then dropped the bomb on it, and it went poof. The whole city went up in flames just in one shot, and all those paper and bamboo houses that they all lived in back then, and buildings, all the paper bamboo buildings, they went poof just like that. And that was the end of it. And all the stone and all those things just stood there like normal.
Yep.
This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
If you look at the aftermath of Hiroshima, you can actually see a lot of the stone buildings are standing, even though they should have been leveled by the supposed force of the atom bomb exploding, but they mysteriously weren't.
There's nothing mysterious about Hiroshima. What are you talking about?
How much have you explored that topic?
I don't need to explore Hiroshima even one bit.
And then don't talk about it because you don't know anything about it, dude.
In other words, you didn't explore it at all. You didn't watch the aftermath images, you didn't watch the videos, you didn't see any of this. And so you just have a fundamentalist belief that doesn't actually comport to reality. But that's nothing new. We've established that before.
Or find actual Japanese people who are like, what are you guys talking about? What I know that was a story that's not what they told us here. Did you know that everybody got different stories?
Have you ever talked to a Japanese person about Hiroshima?
Me? Yeah.
And what did they tell you?
They say they don't remember anything because they're too little.
No shit. That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, that's actually not true. There are still people who remember very well Hiroshima and who are still alive. They're living witnesses.
Yeah, what'd they see? Fire?
Sorry?
What did they see? Fire?
Exactly what we had.
Yes, exactly what I said. Fire. They saw fire. Exactly.
They did not witness the explosion killing everybody because otherwise they would be dead. So They heard secondhand information and came to a burning rubble.
Yeah, they saw fire. They saw smoke and fire. They said, "Yep, a bomb went off."
We have one very logical problem here with you guys.
Just your logic.
And skepticism is a very good thing, right? Do you agree?
No.
Good. So we shouldn't be skeptical at anything. We should just believe in all things.
Yeah, you should believe in everything that you're told by the government. That's good for you. You should do that. Some of you should do that. Some of you shouldn't do that. You guys, don't take it from me. You guys decide on your own who should do that and who shouldn't do that. But I'm just saying, some of you need to stay that way. You know what I mean? Some of you need that guidance. You need to be guided by people in authoritative power over you.
So, considering that you said that we shouldn't be skeptical, that means that you
He didn't say that.
Should be guided.
He didn't say that. He said some of you should be. Some of you shouldn't be
he said it
skeptical
later. But first, when I asked him, "What do you think about should we be skeptical?" He said yes.
No, do not misrepresent him. Do not misrepresent him. I will mute you if you try to misrepresent him again. So he said some of you need this. Not all of you, some of you. Some of you need someone to guide your hand because you are not very intelligent. You just follow along and repeat what other people say because that's how you get along to live along.
Yeah, you get those people, don't be skeptical of anything. You need to just take whatever's told and just go with it. Everything will be just fine for you. You'll get welfare and everything eventually, I'm sure.
I asked if you are personally skeptical about things or not.
What? Like what? I just prove things or I don't prove them. I'm not like a skeptic. Like Bigfoot? No, because that Bigfoot doesn't exist anyway. So I don't know if that's skeptical or not. Aliens? No. Space is fake, so that's not being skeptical. What else?
There are many things which you are not sure.
Dinosaurs can't be real because that's part of the globe story, so that's out. Globes, that's not real. I'm not being skeptical there because the Earth is measured flat. What else? Evolution, no, that's part of the globe story, so that's out. Yeah, a lot of things are related to the globe story, so all those things are out. That's not even being skeptical. I don't have to be. Once the globe is removed, all those don't count anymore. They're out. They're null and void. They don't count. You can't use them anymore in the whole script. You can't use any of them.
Are you skeptical about your own judgment sometimes?
No.
That means that you are infallible.
No, it means I work well on teams. Definitely.
I'm sorry?
That's the purpose of working in teams. Teams of people.
You know what infallible means?
Yes.
And what does infallible means?
I can't make mistakes.
Okay, so if you're not skeptical about your judgments, that means that you are infallible.
No. That's why I work with other people so that we can all talk different things out. Because there's 10,000 different ways to do something.
So did it happen for example, you work in some big team and you have one let's say proposition for some solution, but some other guys come, "Oh, you're wrong, it should be done this way."
I say, well, let's do it that way then.
So you were wrong with your proposition.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Depends. No, because I can still do it the way I said, or we could do it their way. It's not being wrong. It's doing it 10,000 different ways, like I said.
Hey, Martel.
Well, you said maybe.
Martel, hold on, Martel. So the F, you seem like a sophisticated lad. So the team that comes in the constructor that comes in second place in the F1 at the end of the season, were they wrong?
Can you clarify your statement?
Well,
a bit more?
They didn't get the champagne. They didn't get the big check. They didn't get the trophy presentation, but they came in second place. Second fastest car constructor of all humanity. Were they wrong?
Well, yes, because they're wrong in terms that they didn't produce the best car who would win the championship. In that terms, yes, they're wrong.
Yeah, someone's always could have a better day driving, a better bearings on some part, better airflow, or they could be, they've still succeeded just because, what is the point of all of that? Like, where are you hoping to go? Because I'm beginning to be skeptical of the purpose of even furthering talking with you.
When I asked him, he said maybe. So at some point, the skepticism actually.
Wait, are you the pyramid? Are you the upside down pyramid guy?
Yeah, he lives on a pyramid.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm just asked. I specifically asked if such opinion.
You want me to be wrong about Earth being measured flat, and I'm not.
Yeah, the thing, Martel, is there's these things that I bring up all the time about water. You and I both agree with it, but then you want to give some sort of nuanced explanation of why it seems that to be the case, and it's actually not that way that we experience it to be, and that's how you're the one that goes into fairy tale land. That's the globe. You're wanting to complicate things for no reason.
No, I just don't want to be in ignorance.
Well, yeah, then to expect people to have some omniscient answer for things would be first-class ignorance.
No. I was just trying to give him to help him with his own respecting view of himself. That
it's all right. I'm good.
No, you're not, because at
yeah. I come from a medical family. Everybody's good. We all got what's going on.
No. When I asked you about if you could be wrong, and sometimes you said maybe, so you are giving a space that you could be wrong.
Yeah, like I think things through to the point where I won't say something to somebody and be wrong about it at the same time. I've already done enough research on it that when I do actually give my opinion or the answer, it's not wrong. We're either going with it or don't ask me, that kind of stuff.
So you're in constant process of don't knowing things before you research them, right?
No, I know pretty much everything that we're working on. Only thing what I have to research is anything brand new that comes out in technology.
But you understand that science is an everlasting and changing thing. For example, scientists claimed in one century certain things, and in other they disprove it and come with new ones. And
So you're saying that in the future heat won't boil water?
It'll be something else.
And hold on, in the present, are you saying in the present right now? Are you saying that whether or not something is a ball is science?
So really, in the future, what we could have is like on your stove, it'll be like blue paint, and you have to have this certain color blue, and your pan can be a other color, and that's what causes water to boil. They're going to figure it out in the future.
Yeah, or in the future, we don't use heat. We just use him being constipated, and like as long as he's constipated, the water boils.
Oh, that's good. That one would work too because we can prove that with science.
I mean, we came a long way since because some people in the past believed that the sky is blue because we live in big giant's blue eye. So we shouldn't exclude.
I don't know. I never heard that one.
Well,
you guys always want to live in a ball. You guys are fascinated with these balls. I'm not sure where this comes from, and don't include me with it.
It's actually not a perfect shaped ball.
Can you tell me for a second, what is your morbid fascination with balls, shaft, and black holes?
Ouch.
Well, aren't balls very popular in sports, for example? In tennis, in football, in basketball?
Not in hockey.
Everyone is using
You're
balls.
telling me that your morbid fascination comes from sports and watching like black players play?
I mean, aren't the big population of this earth is watching sports, and the main tool of that sport.
See, it works. Hey, did you listen to everybody that's listening to this? I want you to hear what he just said. It's absolutely working perfect. His whole purpose in life is to watch sports, basically, and that's what they want you to do.
And no, you are exaggerating things. I just said that people in general love sports.
Buddy, Markel, I like to watch sports too, but my sports interest isn't. If that's what leads me to think I'm on a ball in outer space, I would sit down and think about that.
No, you asked me. No, you.
Why you're obsessed with balls?
No, you were implying that I'm obsessed with balls, but I just said that there are many sports. Most popular sports can be even imagined without balls. I mean, do you like watching basketball, for example, or tennis?
Yeah, but what are you going to talk about the lottery next?
No, I just wanted to say that without a ball, you wouldn't have that enjoyment of watching such sports.
That's okay.
So you enjoy things because there's balls in them, and because you enjoy balls so much, the Earth is a ball?
I mean, it could be.
Yeah, that's incoherent, and
no, it's not.
Yeah, I refuse to say it.
I mean the ball.
That's not intelligent.
No. I mean, we just made a right conclusion that ball is a shape which is very popular in our human race.
Yeah, and so are vaginas. Your point is that you're gay?
Okay, you're going now in some weird sexual direction, which
no, you're the one obsessing over balls, shaft, and black holes. Okay?
No, I'm not. I'm just pointing out that without the ball, we wouldn't enjoy sports today.
I don't enjoy sports.
That's your fetish for balls and shafts. Okay? Don't try to ascribe that to us.
Hold on.
Why are you trying to sexualize everything?
You guys you're the one talking about balls and enjoying them. I am not.
You guys like flat things, right? What about training right now at the moment? Hold on. Let me try to save this from the insanity. Okay, yeah. You have every time a new sport gets involved, there's a new ball. If people are gonna involve themselves in some sort of commerce, they what did they used to trade? Little beads, and now they're trading coins. Okay, little this. If you're saying everyone's need to feel some sort of collective exchange and cooperation around some sort of object in team sports is why you're obsessed with the idea that you're living on a collective Earth that could be destroyed by a bigger ball, Bruce Willis film stuff.
Yeah, like you got football, you got rugby, you got hockey, bro. Hockey, there's no ball there, but you can enjoy the sport, right? Or does it have to be balls and shafts?
Yeah, I mean you have badminton. There you have a collection of feathers.
I mean, is hockey more popular than soccer, basketball, and tennis?
Yeah.
And
appealing to popularity is not an argument. Saying something is more popular than something else is just a preference.
About it. Yeah.
What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? Besides the NFL, NBA, and MLB, the hockey professional league in America is the biggest thing going, and internationally, it's even bigger. What are you talking about?
I mean, even in hockey, it's not a round ball, but at least
it's a flat rink. And they skate on ice, right?
With a flat round puck on ice, a flat ice rink.
Yes.
Yeah, put the biscuit in the basket and figure that out. They started playing hockey on frozen ponds.
I mean, this kind of logic is so incoherent. It's like saying, well, they all play basketball in a flat court, therefore the earth is flat. Like, you're so incoherent, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, just because you like the balls doesn't mean that earth is a ball.
But it doesn't mean that it's not a ball either.
It's measured flat, dude. It's measured flat.
No, it's not measured because you can say the dimensions of it. So it's not measured.
Surveyors.
See how you're incoherent? And to the question, when you said that,
this is getting ridiculous. This is when you start demanding the overall specs of what Earth is. This is where you want. This is incoherent.
Let's go back to your statement when you said that a bigger ball could hit our ball. I mean, not necessarily. A smaller ball.
That was the asteroid story. I thought it was you talking about asteroids earlier. You were all worried about that.
I told you space is fake. You're not talking about those anymore. We debunked that.
We're just talking here in perspective what it could be.
No, it's not. No, you mean imagination.
Yeah, I was being facetious.
We're not doing imagination.
Well, a science starts from imagination.
No, that's not science. Science isn't just making up shit. You just don't make up
science shit. Science does not start from imagination. No, science does not start from imagination.
Yes, it starts.
No, it does not.
What is a hypothesis?
Relax.
Observation.
Science.
No.
Relax,
you need theories and you testify them.
Out. It's okay. Relax. Science is something that you test a cause and effect relationship. It's not your imagination. It's not you imagining things and claiming it's real. That's not science. It needs to be verifiable, testable, falsifiable. That's science.
And you're verifying what?
You're verifying. Science starts with observe a natural phenomenon. So if you don't observe any natural phenomenon and you just imagine unicorns, that's not science. Do you understand that differentiation?
Oh, Trace, you missed it. What he said. You missed this. It's just the little tiny, it's the nuances that you miss. See, when he said that, he thought what the science is. There are no science that you use for globe Earth, dude. Not science doesn't come up with that. Nothing. There's no science for that at all. How do you like that? No science. You can't
You
tell me
literally
anything.
said nothing.
You can't tell me anything science related that has to do with the globe.
Yeah, that's why he said you have to use your imagination.
Yeah, so there's nothing. Yeah, imagination doesn't work.
Well, I imagine
you have to use your imagination to come up with a hypothesis for any experiment.
Well, you can imagine, yes, you watch on a natural phenomenon, and that's the effect, and then you imagine, well, what if me tickling you causes the natural effect? I tickle you, turns out that didn't cause the natural effect, and so I proved the null hypothesis. We went through the scientific method. That imagination was wrong.
So you try again until you get it right.
So you keep doing it over and over.
None of you have ever done that to prove the globe.
Well, are you saying that you're against imagination? Are you saying that you're against creativity?
No, did
Why
I
are you
say
so
that?
static?
No, did I say that? Did I say that? No, I did not say that. And you are either hallucinating or not listening very well.
No, you gave a very strong impression that you're actually against it.
No, that's your imagination again, and you're projecting it outwards.
No, that's a valid conclusion.
That's literally what it is.
No, because
your imagination is the only thing it could be, because you're the only person projecting it outwards.
No, you first rejected imagination you rejected imagination from science. Then you think about it twice, and you said that actually imagination is quite useful in science.
What?
You said
You're hallucinating, buddy. Go see a doctor.
No,
this could be a serious medical emergency. You're not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? They are all recorded on our live stream. So you trying to delusionally change the history after the fact is retarded. Go see a doctor. If you honestly think this is true and your delusions are true, go see a doctor.
Hey, Drace, would you appreciate being called retarded?
Yes, if I am being retarded, I would appreciate it.
Definitely let
when
me
I do
know.
something dumb, I appreciate people saying, "Hey, that's dumb." Go check the recording, see how dumb that was.
They'll say, "Hey, that's
retarded." I would go back, I would listen to the recording, and I would be like, "Oh, I said something dumb here. I said something wrong, and he's right to call me dumb in that moment."
That's not what would happen.
Dumb, even if you are dumb.
I have done that multiple times, and your delusions about what would happen is just your appeal to your imaginary future to try to justify your delusions. That's not a coherent argument. Try to make a coherent argument for why the Earth is a globe, and not try to argue about us with your ad hominems.
Yep, it's the same. It's always the same answer when you ask for globe proof. It's just dead silence.
They weren't asking for globe proof.
You got any globe proof?
I have tons, but none that you will accept.
Okay, what would I accept?
Nothing.
You
don't accept anything.
Nothing.
So it's not globe proof then?
Just because you don't accept it doesn't mean it's not globe proof.
Okay, so what is it if it's globe proof?
It's proof.
Is it from space pictures?
Why do you care what it is? You don't. Anything I say will be quote unquote debunked.
Oh well, hold on. Let me straighten this out. Anything you say can and will be used against you in this courtroom. That's the correct way to say it.
Professor Triangle is cringe as fuck.
So you're just
Thank you.
admitting that you're afraid to actually present any evidence because you know that your so-called evidence isn't actually evidence and won't
As defined by you.
logical scrutiny or any empirical standards, and it's just something you believe in and you think is evidence without actually understanding what evidence is.
And I did read you your rights, so go ahead. Let's hear everything.
Hear what? What do you want to hear about?
Your globe proof.
I'm not giving you any more. I already gave you plenty.
You haven't given us any.
I haven't
We've
seen
gone
anything
over
yet.
this with you, and each time we've gone over any of your so-called evidence, you abandoned it because you couldn't actually support any of it, right?
Brother, you can't even give a dimensions of your flat Earth. What
We're not
evidence
claiming
you
a
are?
dimensions of the flat Earth, so that's non-related to our argument. Like, I could say, well, you're not giving me the dimensions of the unicorn's horn. Well, you're not claiming a unicorn's horn, so why the frick would I be asking you about
Grace,
that?
it's very
Unless I
simple.
was being really stupid.
But you
in
are
that
claiming
moment.
a flat
And
Earth.
so that's what you're being.
No, listen. Now, when we say, how come you can't see the curve of the earth, but you see boats going over the horizon? You guys say, because it's really big. So when I say flat earth is really big, you just have to deal with it. The end.
Why is Martel
Because I love
server
using your
muted?
shit against you. That's why. I love it.
Why is Martel server muted?
That's irrelevant. If you want to try to argue for the globe, feel free. Do not concern troll for
What did he do?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, we're gonna have to switch mics now because one wants to talk for the other. It seems, I guess.
So, Martel, do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Oh, plenty.
Oh, good.
Please provide it.
No, now let me. You tell me. Do you have any evidence?
Stop. No. You don't say no when we ask you for the evidence. You supply the evidence, okay? I'm going to unmute you again, and you're going to supply the evidence like a good little dog. If you can't do that, then shut up.
And remember, Martel, anything you say can and will be used against you in this court of law in this room.
I thought that this channel is free, that you can be muted actually. And I thought that in this channel a moderator is neutral in terms of.
See, that is not evidence of the Earth being a globe. That is considered concern trolling and is a bannable offense on our server and on our platforms. So I am giving you this friendly warning because you're being unreasonable. So I'm going to mute you again, and you're welcome to try to present your globe evidence that you claim you have. If you cannot do that, that's on you.
Okay, you're up. Martel, you're up. Said you were going to give us globe evidence. Space pictures don't count. Remember, we went over that. What else you got?
Is my mic buzzing?
Yeah.
Guess he just wants to concern troll.
Well, I take that as a concession that he has zero evidence because he's unwilling to present any. So I'm unmuting Printer, who was controlling before, and maybe he'll have some evidence.
Well, that's just now. Well, actually, the whole thing is over for them. Now it's like it's afterwards. Now we can just talk. Now you guys can, make up shit and we'll laugh in your face because you guys didn't have anything again.
Well, it's been 10 years of them not having anything, so, what do we really expect at this point? They're just naive and gullible and don't know any better. Well, if you're not going to prove the ball, I'll just play songs.
What about astronauts? Oh, you mean priest? What about astronauts? We read the claim, curveball, water hills, radius name. You don't need belief, you don't need a plot. If the base don't match, the claim does not. What about astronauts? Check what they show. Images say curve, reality says no. You don't need to leave Earth, chase fairy tale dots.
Fucking cringe.
What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? They make a claim, not just a vibe. A spherical earth with measurable size. Curvature predicted, quantified, exact. Water conforming to radius math. Cool, now we cross-examine that. Surface, horizon, distance, flat. You don't defend a claim with status or suit. You defend it where prediction meets truth. What about astronauts? Read the claim. Curveball, earth not trust my name. If the math says bend and the surface does not, that's not a problem. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? You show me photos, say look it's round. I show you water, that won't mount. You say refraction, no, it's subtle bro. Funny how excuses grow when the curve won't show. You don't get to redraw the claim mid-flight. Shrink the curve cause the view looks straight. That's not science, that's retreat. When predictions lose to what we can meet. I saw it on TV, cool. I test the surface. If the claim were true, it would pass its test. No upgrade clauses, no faith expressed. What about astronauts? Show what you claim. Not cartoons, not trust, not cinematic frames. You promise curvature, water on a ball. If reality's flat, that undercuts all. You point to people instead of proof. Titles don't curve, lines rank don't move. I don't need to go to space, so chase your lore. If the surface fails, the claim's already torn. You call it denial, I call it review. Claims don't outrank what measurements do. You don't save a theory by yelling it loud. You save it by matching the world, not the crowd. What about astronaut? Claims on the ground. Curveball story, surface stays sound. No Narnia trips, no faith-based plots. The base don't match. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? Whole story runs on faith and trust. What about astronaut? Press release logic cause we must. What about astronaut? You don't test it, you don't verify. You just clap when the anthem flies. If the earth you just needed to show.
And that's from my new album. Classic Globers.
Snip, snip.
Easy win. And this is the chance for you Globers to step up and get on the mic.
The song, Drace. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, that was What About Astronauts? From Volume 3 of FE Radio.
Hush, little Glober, don't you cry.
Well, unless the Globers speak up, I'm going to play another one. Because Karma requested it. It's Snip Snip.
Can we not play the music?
Could I not play music?
Yeah, I request opposite of the request. So now we're neutral.
That cancels out. We can just sit in silence, but in return, you are required to fill the silence.
I refuse.
So you have no grounds to object then, if you don't want to fill the silence.
I don't think that's how it works. I could be wrong. Who am I kidding? No, I can't.
It's funny. I mean, we're talking. That's better than nothing, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
I play the music because I have nothing. I don't want to like repeat myself endlessly. It just feels retarded. I don't want to read a script, so.
Yeah, I feel it. It's a little too forced. But anyways, so where are we with wraparound, bros? Have we clued into the wraparound? Are we all wraparound earthers now, or what?
What's a wraparound earther?
That the flat Earth has an imperceivable wraparound.
Yeah, no, we're not.
They call it like Pac-Man type, but that
yeah,
know,
like
marketing
always.
doesn't like that.
this platform doesn't actually promote the different ideas like Pac-Man or ether or two poles or concave or whatever, and like totality of their belief system is. We're not endorsing that. We're just looking at the surface and looking at the data. And as long as the data comes in, we're fine with the data. We're not trying to like make the whole world.
Yeah, Allah already made the world. But like the dipole, two pole thing, that's debunked. Concave is debunked. Ether, I don't know how that would be like. What's an ether Earth? You know, in terms of, you know, the actual.
It depends on who
land
you
masses.
ask, actually. But I get you, man. It's people are exploring these different ideas, and I fully endorse them exploring it. I just don't feel any requirement to be like.
No, you are required.
No, I don't feel any requirement.
It's
to
not just an
endorse their
idea that we're
ideas.
exploring, Drake.
I like that people explore the ideas. Like I like Witzit going into the ether, even though I don't believe in the ether.
Yeah, no, but this isn't like, you know, wraparound Earth is not an idea that's being explored. It is a necessity. It is a deductive necessity. We don't have curved Earth, and yet we have, you know, the sun, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and, you know, we have like, you know, ships going trans-Pacific and stuff like that.
Bro, you're jumping to conclusions. That doesn't mean the Earth wraps around. That just means the sky is funky.
No, everything wraps around. Like a person traveling, the lights in the sky, the land, everything seamlessly blends together. The ends of the Earth are connected.
Yeah, how
the
did you
eastern and
prove
western
that?
ends.
Well, eastern and western ends are just circles. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's just a poetic way of saying. You know what I mean when I say, you know, the ends of the Earth, bro. The ends of the flat Earth are connected.
Well, what do you mean the ends of the flat Earth? Like, when did you test that?
I'm saying it's a logical necessity. It's a deductive necessity.
No, it's not a logical necessity.
Hold up, I'll tell you
it's
why.
not deductive anything. It's just you jumping from conclusion. Like the Earth is flat and therefore it wraps around. How did you get?
No. The Earth is flat, and there are real world observations that debunk every standalone like map. So therefore, wrap around.
Yeah, what you need to go through each specific observation, debunking each specific aspect, and like that. Those need to be verified. Like,
yeah, it's already been done. Like AE maps been debunked by the 24-hour sun, and you know the.
Yeah, bro. That debunks the conceptualization of the sky, how the sky works in relation to the AE map. Like,
no, not just the sky, also
the map
people
is
traveling.
Not the territory. The fact that some maps are debunked doesn't mean that we have the definitive map of the world.
It's not just about the sky only. Like the sky tells us it's corresponds to the land and people on the land. For instance, when you're you know, talking about the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, you know, when you're
talking
at the
about
tropic.
the sky.
What's that?
When you're talking about the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, you're talking about the sky.
I know, but when you're on the Earth, you see the sun at a particular place in the sky.
You can translate that to the ground, but that doesn't mean the geometry of the sky is related to the ground.
It absolutely is.
It could be some sort of like if the Globers are gonna appeal to space-time warping, you could say the sky is space-time warping and excuse everything in the sky, regardless of how the ground is.
No, you can't though, because if you, for instance, if you were to continue south, you know, and let's say it's, you know, the winter solstice, and you're in Antarctica or what have you, and you're coming, let's say, from the tip of South America, and someone else is coming from Africa, Cape Horn or what have you. Someone else is coming from Australia, and you guys are all traveling south. When it's the winter solstice, you will all see the sun going in a straight line in the sky, and if you keep on going, you will all meet. You will all meet together.
You're saying that. I've never seen any evidence of that. However, even if someone did that, and they all drove to some imaginary point in the sky, what? I don't know the position of that point relative to the ground. You have different models, so you can model this too. And you can warp the sky however you like to make it conform to whatever you want on the ground.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. If you're traveling south from these different... Hold on,
you're making a theoretical idea that people all traveling to the south that has never been done before would then observe the sun going in a circle around them, all from the same position, and that could be a visual phenomenon of the sky. I don't know why.
Well, even before that,
I don't claim that visual phenomenon of the sky would then represent the ground being warped.
No, the whole point is that it debunks the AE map wherein the south is moving farther apart.
We're not claiming the AE map, bro.
I know, but because you said that you'd have to go through each one and debunk, because I said they've all been debunked. You said you have to go through them one by one, and I'm saying, well, any iteration or variation of the AE map, Gleason's or whatever, has been debunked by the fact that when you're traveling south, the sun levels out in terms of its,
I just explained to you how if the sky is just displaying to you things that would result in it looking like that, it could still be that way. It doesn't...
Not with an AE map.
You don't have the consequences of the sky, why it appears the way it does, to say that because the sky is like this, the earth is like this.
That's not my point. You got half of it. Okay? The point is, as you travel south, the sun's sun rising and lowering, the sun rising
the sky
and sunset,
is like this.
It levels out, okay? And when it levels out, you will find that it levels out for other people that are traveling down other longitudes. It levels out for them as well, to the point where you will, when you're at the South Pole, or the South Ring, as the AE map would call it, but it's debunked without wraparound. When you're at the South Pole, you guys will see the sun going in a straight line. It doesn't rise or lower.
Yeah, I understand you. You're not understanding my objection. The reason why the sky appears the way the sky appears, we don't know. And so to claim that because we see the sky appear like this, therefore the earth is like that, is a logical leap. Do you understand that?
I understand that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying as the person travels south and they get to this point where the sun no longer rises or lowers, they are going to be at the same
and therefore it's not like that.
They're going to be at the same exact location as other people. You understand? These people are coming together. They're converging, not diverging as the AE map requires. So the AE map is debunked.
I haven't seen any proof of this.
I mean, there is proof a little bit, but it's not substantial. It's not like what I'm saying right now. It's cohesively. It's basically like small data points of people as they're traveling south during close to the solstice.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. People have traveled south. People have seen the southern sun. You can individually gather these data points, and you can formulate. I understand where you're coming. I understand.
I appreciate that. I can tell that you're.
It doesn't actually give us. There's still there's a gap between how the sky works and how the ground works, and you can say that these people are all traveling towards this point, but they're all using magnetic declination. They're all traveling to this point. How the sky works doesn't actually tell us too much about the ground until we understand how the sky actually works. Is it fooling us in some way? We don't know.
So hold on, you think that the AE map is still viable?
No, I don't know. I don't make claims about maps. I just find problems within all maps, which includes the AE map. However, I don't discount the possibility that there might be some explanation that makes it work.
Yeah,
you get it?
There is. It's called wraparound. Yeah, not just the AE map, the dipole. You know, for the dipole, they think that that basically the one end of the Earth is on one side of the Pacific, and the other end is on the other side of the Pacific. It doesn't make sense at all. You have trans-Pacific, freight liners going all the time. So that one's debunked unless you have wraparound, like connecting these two ends of the Pacific Ocean, or wherever you want to put the disconnect. But there has to be, it has to be connected.
Well, we don't know that the actual maps. Like, this is too theoretical for me. I don't like this. I mean, you already admitted that these are logical leaps. We're jumping from assumptions of maps to how the sky works, and then trying to correlate all these things together. I mean, there's some value in trying out these things and finding the errors, because you want to know what is not. But
Drace,
I'm not going to say what it is based on some.
Shut up for a second, Drace. I think you're absolutely retarded, dude. All right, my opinion.
I bet you can't prove it, Barnes. I bet he could run intellectual circles around you.
He has a brain disorder or something.
Yeah, you're allowed to believe that. That's your opinion, but you don't get to speak here anymore. But it was a good talk.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Drace.
Yeah, I love looking at all these different models and different people trying to conceptualize this, but I kind of understand that there's only so much we can know, and it's really interesting to look at what it could be. And I think that's one of the most interesting aspects about this. But at the same time, it's just a trap to be certain of this is what it is because of this one thing. But with the AE map, people go well, there's a problem here, and now you need to try to come up with solutions and solve, and you're down a hole of trying to verify something that you didn't actually have verified before you started it, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, but I disagree completely. I think all of them have been debunked, and the only solution is wraparound.
We need people of different perspectives so that people can look at it from all perspectives, and then we can get new information. I appreciate you looking at it from a different perspective.
In time, we'll clue in. We'll realize that there's no specific, map or what have you. It's just that they all can work with wraparound, and that they're all individually debunked without it.
Well, I look forward to you supplying us with evidence of that, and me being able to stand on that evidence. But until I have that evidence, I'm gonna withhold my judgment.